Morning, everybody. Welcome to Thursday. It's the 9th of September, and it's going to be very wet. In fact, actually, yesterday, surprisingly, I think down in Devon and Cornwall, they had torrential rain, which is lovely, isn't it? Everybody else going, no, don't say that. It's horrible. I know, it could have been snow, though, couldn't it? Certain parts of the world, they'll be getting snow at the moment, which is great. There was a picture in one of the papers today. It's a picture of Father Christmas pulling his sledge, and they're doing Christmas recipes and everything else. In August, September, I ask you, goodness sake. Another 2 years of Dick. That's in all the papers today. Loads of pictures. Prince Andrew, nobody likes him. What with him and that ghastly ex-wife of his and the 2 children? I don't know why. I mean, could they be any more unpopular? He apparently was going up there. He's so arrogant, the papers have said, he believes he's going to make a comeback. Not in the eyes of the British public. They can't stand you. As far as they're concerned, you should go where Harry's gone, into that total obscurity place. And what else? Downton Abbey. Streaker. They were filming and somebody naked walked into the shot. Bit embarrassing, isn't it? So the intense heat wave's coming to an end. I didn't bother with it yesterday. I didn't bother. Thunder setting in. I don't mind thunder. I think it's quite dramatic. And for all those people going out today going, oh, yeah, you'll forget to take your umbrella, won't you? You will forget to take your umbrella and you're going to get very wet. So have you found an umbrella? Got an umbrella there? Good. We've all got umbrellas. I've got my little umbrella with me. So I'm very pleased. There we go. Because the trouble is you can buy little umbrellas now. As long as it's not too windy, they actually cope quite well. You could tuck them into your bag. You don't have to walk around with like a golfing umbrella, which is so good. Piers Morgan says he deserves to win an NTA, National Television Award. Absolutely. Please not Ant and Dec again. Please not Ant and Dec again. Try and see something. Frozen on stage. Let it go. Let it go. 5-star reviews. They've said even the transformation when she goes to, can't hurt me not anymore, and she swirls around, and they've done bits of it on stage before at Disneyland and stuff like that. And the transformation, she's wearing this one outfit, and then they pull it off, and there she is wearing all this thing. Apparently the audience gasped. As if they've never seen anything like that before. I mean, a guy called Arturo Brachetti was doing quick changes years ago. And but when we see it on stage now, we go, good. So it got 5-star reviews, which is very good. And a mother was quite shocked in this country. Normally you get them in America, but this one's over here. Her neighbours called the police on her children. Why? Why did they call the police? Why? Who would be that stupid and dumb? Because the kids were playing hopscotch on the pavement and they'd drawn with a piece of chalk, the hopscotch thing. Well, I don't know whether or not the neighbours are really thick or just a little bit delusional, but you could buy chalk now, which once you've drawn all over it, you can hose it off and it vanishes. It's not as permanent as it used to be. And so this mum was very confused. Police were called because they said the children were vandalising the pavement. It was later washed away. They were using chalk to doodle, but she later found unhappy neighbours had called the police. And a mum of 3... the mum of 3 wrote on there and says, how do you feel about children chalking on the pavement? Nothing offensive. They thought it was vandalism. Somebody did it in America, a real vile Karen, called the police on, writing here, and got the hose out and hosed all their stuff off there. We have it at home. There were some young children, and they've got this chalk which dissolves. So literally, after you've drawn it, and you can do whatever you want, you put water on it and it just washes away. Fancy neighbours calling the police. What vile, disgusting peasants they must be. Oh, goodness sake, honestly, really bad. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Costa are hiring 2,000 new staff to cope with the demand, because apparently now everybody's going back to work. What do they want? Coffee. Mainly because I'm sleeping really, really well. Really well. I couldn't sleep any better, actually, than I do. Yeah, so I went most of the way through last night. Got up once. And you know what that means? That means contentment and happiness. Mainly because we're all excited about Christmas. The governess is off to pantomime. We've got a picture of her in her costume. So that's good. She's doing Jack and the Beanstalk, but there was a character in there that I've never heard of before. Sometimes they reinvent characters for them, which seems to work. So she's playing Mrs. Blunderbore. Well, I thought I knew the story of Jack and the Beanstalk. I thought it was fairly inoffensive. He goes off to market and he trades the cow for some beans, comes back, and then fee-fi-fo-fum. And then Anne Haggerty goes into pantomime. She's going to find it exhausting. I've got lots of friends in pantomime, and all of them will tell you it is knackering. It is absolutely knackering. Somebody called India Willoughby wants to, or is appearing in talks to appear on Question Time. I've got no idea who she is. Apparently she was on Celebrity Big Brother. She's apparently a Celebrity Big Brother star. Never heard of her. Never. Oh, Mrs. Blunderbore is the giant's wife. Well, who'd have known? Who'd have known? But anyway, even the producer didn't know who India Willoughby was. She's trans, and she wants to appear on Question Time to put her point of view over. I'm sorry, dear, the programme is not there for that. It's to discuss the issues of the day. You know, Prince Philip remembered by members of the royal family, and classical music leaves us hooked on chocolate biscuits. Who needs classical music? Much as I adore classical music. Priti Patel says we'll send the migrant boats back. Yeah, right. Believe it when I see it, dear. Loads of hot air with Priti Patel. Loads of this, I'm going to do that, and never gets around to doing anything at all, which is awful. Roger says the smile could be wiped off if the prices at the Christmas market are double or triple elsewhere. We don't care. I'm not bothered. I'd never buy anything there. I just like looking at it when they set up all the stalls and they've got all the nice things there. So I never buy anything there because it's never open when I leave the building. If they kept it open 24 hours, then maybe yes. But no, we like it. We used to have a fun fair here. Hope they've got reindeer burgers, or at the very least alpaca burgers, because that's supposed to be even better than reindeer meat. But no, we used to have a fun fair in the middle of Leicester Square. Ran for, years. But then the trees got bigger and bigger and bigger, and it was a bit difficult to put the rides in. They didn't have that many rides, but they had dodgems and a rocket kind of thing which went round, and it was good, very, very good. What else we got? Oh, 1 in 10 front gardens are paved over to create space for cars, because it saves people having to buy parking permits, because most councils now rip you off because they want you to pay for parking. So people who've got a front garden, they have it paved over because they can't be bothered to water the flowers anyway, and then they sort of put their cars on there. And in some front garden, you could probably get 2 cars on it. So that's quite good, isn't it? I like that. Josh says, that please call out that chalk will get a response around February. I love it. Shane says, it's warm here, 26 degrees and sunny in Sydney. Somebody says, what is it? My Chromebook is no longer being updated. Is it less secure, says Jane? Oh, because Will was on, wasn't he? Cousin Will. And then somebody here, and I think I'm having to take this one further, Hugh, with the police. Okay, because he says, Steve Allen's already found the ageing secret potion, hash browns 3 times a week. That is defamation of character. I'm suing you. You will be dragged into court. You will lose your job. Your house will be taken away. And all your friends will shun you. I've never had hash browns 3 times a week. Never, ever. I don't know where you get that idea from, unless your part-time job is working in McDonald's, in which case you're a liar as well. So I'm definitely having you. I tell you, you'll be found dangling from the yard arm by the time I've finished. Don't mess with the Allen, I tell you. It's put it away. You thought the pricey was bad. Tuh. You wait, I tell you. Whew, blimey. And somebody says the music is quite loud on the podcasts. Well, turn it down. Honestly, people are so mamby, aren't they? Oh, I can't get me so loud. And Steve's so soft and all this, because I've got a very soft, little, quiet voice. Sometimes I don't say anything at all. I like doing that, actually. People go, I think I need some new batteries in the hearing. Hinge and Bracket used to do a lovely thing about that. They used to take the Michael about it, and it was always very funny. Very funny indeed. Cheeky tourists pretending to be homeless in this country so they can camp on the promenade down at Torquay. Why you'd want to camp on the promenade, I can't imagine. Vinnie Jones appears to have a hair stuck on his head. He looks a bit like Davy Boy Beckham. Perhaps they've been to the same place. Can't cope with it. And a rare gold-plated James Bond toy car tipped to make £3,000. I had the gold James Bond car. And, of course, the thing that you do with them is you take them out of the box and play with them. The ones that are fetching the big money are the ones that weren't taken out of the boxes and played. And you had to have the little plastic bullets that came with it, so it fired bullets out the front, and the screen that came up at the back, and also there was an ejector seat in it. But we had all of those things because you bought them because that was the toy of the day, 1965, I think. And I had one as well. I wish I'd bought 2 and saved it, because I do buy things sometimes into yours is a Tamagotchi. Is that little, like a little computer thing, isn't it? You look after it, and then it dies on you, and you get all depressed and fed up. Yeah, yes. Oh, is it poo as well? Oh, blimey. You have to look after it, though, because otherwise it does die, which I think is hilarious. Can you imagine, people? Mind you, we had exactly the same, didn't we? We had Hello. What do you have exactly the same? Oh, was it Cabbage Patch Dolls? They also, had people flew to America because you couldn't get them in this country. They always have a thing every year and they go, oh, we're now going to have, the Christmas toy. And you go, oh, that's nice, the Christmas toy. And then they go, but of course, they haven't made enough of them. And because they come from China, there'll be a great shortage. And parents are going, oh, my God, what are we going to do? So people were flying off to America. Reached 28 degrees here, says Kim. It was Scorchio today. Waterproof trousers will be required. They will be. They will be. Mind you, you'll still watch people getting on off the train. Waterloo Station, nightmare yesterday. There was an incident at Twickenham. So I get on the train. I'm sitting there, quite happily settled down. Got the flask out and the sandwiches. And, taken the glasses off, put on my reading glasses. And then all of a sudden the guard comes on. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This train has been cancelled due to an incident at Twickenham, which has just happened within the last few minutes. So we all get off the train. And then we pile on to the end platforms, the dreaded ones at Waterloo Station, platform 20, 21, 22, 23 and 24. And we all stand there, and there must have been hundreds of us, all waiting, because all of a sudden a whole raft of trains were cancelled. So I sort of pootled about for a few minutes, then they went, oh, platform 19, Windsor and Eton, Riverside. And I thought, now that goes to Richmond. Now, if this incident's at Twickenham, will they be going to Richmond still? So anyway, I cross over, I go down, just do a little cut through, which not everybody knows about, and managed to get a seat on the train quite easily. And I checked with the guard. I said, is it going to Richmond? He said, yeah, it'll go here, Vauxhall, Clapham Junction, Putney, and then Richmond. And I said, it's definitely going there. Well, by the time we got to Clapham Junction, it was jam-packed solid. A lot of horrible people not wearing masks. So, of course, I put my bag on the seat next to me. I wasn't having any of those dirty people sitting next to me. Thank you very much indeed. And also, somebody was talking about DEFRA. How did they know it was Geronimo? They took not a switch. No idea. But they're all telling fibs now, aren't they? DEFRA are saying it definitely had COVID, and then the other people are saying, no, it didn't have COVID. I mean, what? Tuberculosis, yeah, it's COVID. Sort of animal COVID, I suppose. Why can't people tell the truth? Why can't people tell the truth? Why do people have to lie about it? I told you yesterday there was a bloke on the Interceptors, and he was lying about it. He was stopped by the police. You know why? He didn't have a driving licence. He was a crook. He was bent. And so the police said, right, we're going to take you down the police station about who you are, because he was saying, oh, I'm this and that. And of course, they go to the police computer. Everybody's on it. Everybody's on it. He wasn't. They said, we can't find you anywhere. And so it then became, and then he admitted he was a liar, and he was driving with 2 children in the car as well. So not only a driver, but a potential dangerous murderer if he'd had an accident. These people don't realise, do they? They don't know. Steve says Dominique. There was a song about Dominique, wasn't there? By the Singing Nun. Dominique, Nique on the play du simplement. Uche, Sando. You never hear Dominique? Oh, it's a very famous song. The singing. They did a documentary on her. She had issues. The Singing Nun. But I thought most nuns sung, because they did in The Sound of Music. How do you solve a problem like that? Well, they're all nuns. Yeah, but a documentary on the Singing Nun. Check it out. Very good. And the song Dominique is very good indeed.
Granny and Grandpa had their hearts set on getting Jess a drum kit for her birthday. And because they bought it on their Barclay card, they were rewarded too. It was music to their ears. Same can't be said for Mum and Dad. What you buy is your business. Rewarding you is ours. Search Barclay Card to find out more about our range of rewards cards. Barclay Card. Make money work for you. 28.9% APR representative variable. Subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's apply.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
It was so funny. I was watching an old tower yesterday. I never know they're old towers until you realise what people they've dredged up from the bottom of the garden. And this one had Gemma Collins in. And Kate Wright, who of course ended up marrying Rio Ferdinand. But in this one, she's having a fling with some other bloke in there. Obviously been round the block a few times. And then she got all uppity over something. She can barely string 2 words together. I was quite embarrassed for her. And Gemma Collins thought she was offering advice to people having relationships, whereas in fact the last thing she could ever do was keep a relationship going. And somebody's just been kicked off another reality show because she apparently has behaved in a sort of a bad way. Not a very good way at all. So they've kicked her off, which means that the bloke who was going to go out with her, and they might have got married or might not have got married, he's a bit useless now. He's a bit surplus to requirements. But she was vile, apparently. A little bit like Syra Khan on Celebrity Big Brother, who A, wasn't a celebrity, and B, was just horrible to people. No reason for it at all. But then I've watched a few of them. There was a few people from Geordie Shore who were just covered in tattoos and foul mouth. They couldn't string two words together, which was a bit embarrassing. And who was the worst one? I'm trying to remember, actually. We had various breakdowns on the programme. Most famous being Vanessa Feltz, of course. Would Vanessa like to come to the diary room? No, I won't. And she didn't. She didn't. People were sort of getting... And then some bloke called Stephen Bear tried to rip open the doors. There's some deeply unpleasant people in there. I think what they should do is, if you have a breakdown in the Big Brother house, which luckily we don't have anymore, I think you leave the series and you don't get any money. And that'll teach people to behave better. Because half these people can't behave properly at all. And then there was another piece. It was a piece I was reading coming in. Ryland, the real reason why I disappeared for 10 weeks. And there's no answer on there at all. You know, I was in a bad place. I need to get help. And I'm sick. Well, we read that before, Sweet Pea. We don't want to read any more rubbish about your dreary life. But they've axed him anyway from the BBC's programme, Ready, Steady, Cook. Next one to go, I should imagine, will be Supermarket Sweep. There's another waste of space and time. Honestly, why they think they can remake things, I've got no idea. How many ABBA tickets sold in 3 days? 250,000. It's only a 3,000-seater place, so already it's getting filled up, isn't it? And James Buckley wants going for 4 years at the ABBA show. Yes, it'll run for 4 years. It's good, isn't it? James Buckley wants a role on EastEnders. He was in The In-Betweeners. I like him, and he's popped up on a few things, but he knows Danny Dyer. Somebody's got to. And so he'd like a job on EastEnders. I see no reason why he shouldn't have a job on EastEnders. He'd be absolutely perfect. The woman and her husband were complaining about the 20-foot eyesore next to their home, and they've created merry hell. Unfortunately, they didn't check. The people who built this eyesore, which is like a high wall, had planning permission. It was granted by the council. So I love it when people get caught out. Have you seen the quiz show Unbeatable with Jason Manford? No, not really. I'm not really bothered about him. Apparently, James Buckley was the biggest celeb in the world on Cameo last year. Was he really? It seems quite nice. 10,000 videos. £300,000. That what he made? Wow. Blimey, that's good, isn't it? That's the equivalent to a salary in EastEnders. Yeah, I don't know what Cameo is. Don't really care, actually. So I haven't seen the quiz show Unbeatable. I did see Jason Manford. I heard his voice before I saw him. And another one he's just not really a good, the worst one you've got to look out for will be Gary Lineker's little quiz, which is basically him asking general knowledge questions for people to win money. So, just like every other boring quiz on the television, they're all general knowledge quizzes, aren't they? Alex says that Leo Sayer was the funniest one on Big Brother, tried to smash his way out with a broom. Yeah, I like that. I like that idea, actually. I remember Leo Sayer being on it. And Jeanette says, I was just thinking, when I worked in our flower stall for 20 years, I used to listen to you at night getting ready and driving to the flower market. How wonderful. Long-time listener. Should I say fan? Well, you can say fan, but I mean, it doesn't mean anything now. It just means that you listen to a programme on a regular basis. We've all done it. We've all had programmes that we listen to. I used to listen to Jeremy Beadle on LBC years ago, trying to wonder what he was like. And then when I worked with him, I now knew what he was like. What was my favourite now? What presenter? I don't have favourite presenters. I really don't have them. That would be grossly unfair to mention somebody, because all the other ones that, I've told them I love their programme, will be going, well, I thought you said I was your favourite, Steve. So I don't really have a favourite. They're all my favourites. Yes, I mean, there are probably more people I don't like than do like. That'll keep everybody guessing. Who's he talking about? Nobody. No, I don't think you can ever do that, do you? I mean, I've got loads of friends who are in the business, but I wouldn't say that they were my favourite presenters. I mean, I'd like... Who would I go for, probably, if I was going to go for a presenter? Nick Abbott, I suppose, but the trouble is he's become like a stalker to me. It's like a millstone around my neck. You turn round at the bus stop and there's Nick Abbott going, hello. And you go, hi, how are you? He's sort of a little bit obsessed with the programme, and he loves having the mentions and all the rest of it, which is okay, but it's now got beyond a joke, Has Steve left anything for me to eat today? Has he left any biscuits or lollipops or something? And the answer is no, not at all. So, Jeanette, do you enjoy Spitalfields? She's rammed with vintage, as they say. And Tenable the other day was disappointed Warwick Davis wasn't on, presented by Sally Lindsay. Yes, I mean, he's got other commitments, and so every so often he will have to take time off to go and do them. And they put Sally Lindsay on there, ex of Coronation Street, who's very good friends with Peter Kay. Apparently, they're very good friends, which was lovely. The repair shop's Will Kirk has been given his own series. Oh, God, honestly. One appearance in the repair shop, and they go, we'll give you a series, shan't we? Because obviously it's whoever it is. But the BBC are sort of constantly dropping things, like Rylan, which didn't take much, actually. What was the other one? I like happy birthday to Dave Stewart today and Julia Sawala. And lemon gives you cleaner tea. If you just have normal tea, you get scum on the top of the tea because it comes from the tea bag and the water, I think. So, I don't know, it's hard water here, is it? See, that's what I was saying to the AP on the programme. There is a basic difference between hard and soft. And you can tell, if it's hard, it's hard. And if it's soft, I can't remember which one foams up better. Once you get a bit vigorous with the old bar of soap, I was sort of thinking to myself, which one? Yeah, but which one foams up better? If you have soft water in your shower, soft foams better, does it? I remember having a shower once. I used to have a shower that lit up. And it worked, I know. Watching your body drenched in different coloured, because the hotter the water or the cooler the water, the colour changed. So cold was blue, and then it would get up to red, which was hot. Well, I mean, seeing your body bathed in red light, I found quite exciting, actually. I used to turn off the bathroom lights just to see what I looked like, woo. And it was only cheap. It was about 17 quid, and it worked on a little wheel inside with the water going through, generated the power to fund the little light bulbs. I thought it was quite a good thing, actually. I like things like that. Well, I got rid of it because I think I'm hard. I think I've got hard water, and I think that means that it furs up. So consequently, once it furs up, then the thing didn't work properly. And I was forever in yellow light. And to believe you me, my body didn't look particularly good in yellow light. I wanted red, because I think red's quite nice. It made me feel a little bit like a hooker. But there again, standing in the shower by yourself, bathed in red light with your little seat. Not so good. And 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Jeanette says, my husband used to have a cuppa in Marylebone High Street before we opened the flower stall in Baker Street. Dale was in there. He used to tell him I liked him. Great memories. Yes, he did like Patisserie Valerie on the high street down at Marylebone. In fact, he would go there quite a lot, as did two of Jordan's ex-friends, the makeup artist, Gary Cockerell, and his boyfriend. Patisserie Valerie's not there anymore, no. I mean, I think some of them are still going. There's one in Piccadilly, which I think is still going, but I used to like going in there. I used to like a breakfast, But now I found this other place in Richmond. I might have to go there again, because that was very good. Just out of the station, turn right, over on the left-hand side. And their breakfast was very good because the producer was having a look at a picture. I mean, he could obviously eat the pictures. Ryland Steve couldn't hold a candle to Dale on sweep. No, he can't. He just looks peculiar. He's either got tons of makeup on or he's Botoxed up to the hilt with his badly dyed hair. Looks ridiculous. I mean, old Davy Boy Beckham must be grey by now, wasn't he? And I was saying about Jordan's mates. There were two of them, Gary Cockerell and his boyfriend, who used to be on some building programme who did things with MDF. Gary Cockerell pitches up on one of the shopping channels on the television, and he's not very good. He used to be a coal miner, apparently. Can't imagine that, can you? I mean, honestly, Campers 2 Christmas trees. Not just one Christmas tree, 2 Christmas trees, but he does this makeup, because he used to be Jordan's makeup artist. I would have thought that was not a recommendation. Rylan apparently confessed in an interview that he gave a short while ago when he was talking about his dreary comeback that he consults Jordan on his career. I thought, why would you consult her? A bankrupt, who has got no idea of anything, never a businesswoman, never a very successful anything, really. The only thing she was good at was getting her boobs out. She's had so much cosmetic surgery, unrecognisable, not so good. So we want to know what's happened to Vinnie Jones's hair. Because I didn't think he could grow hair, but he seems to have this picture of his hair now, which is very, very odd. Also, Brian Cox telling fans to F off. You've got to pay for the privilege, though. About 250 quid, which I quite like. David Attenborough says he sees signs things they are a-changing. And Jamie Oliver buys all male employees new pants, boxer shorts. Well, what happens if you don't like boxer shorts? I mean, lots of people don't, because there's quite a range of underwear that men can have. Richard Madeley goes commando. I know. Horrible thought. Seriously, do you think Judy knows? What a horrible idea. Do you think she goes commando? Even worse thought. But no, so he's bought them these boxer shorts. Well, I don't think that Jamie Oliver wears boxer shorts. I'm pretty certain he doesn't wear boxer shorts, but he's obviously got these ones here. Whether they're his make, I've got no idea. But he's bought them for all the male employees. But I think girls can wear boxers as well, can't they? Because men can have slips, pants, trunks, boxers, and Y fronts. Yeah, well, that's what I call pants. You know, like Calvin Klein wears. I think they're okay. They're sort of fairly fashionable. I'm sort of, oh, look at old Henry. Henry's wearing his summer outfit today, whereas the heavens have tipped open and he's wearing, I don't know, it looks like a stick of rock with sort of legs and his shorts on, and I felt like saying to him, you know, I'm sorry, it's going to rain today, it's going to tip it down, and he has to come in from quite a long way, you know, but he does two buses, a train and a bicycle, I think, at the end to sort of get him home. But no, it looks like the stick of rock today. Him and Connor. Did you see Connor yesterday? Connor's sitting in for Guy. He's grown a moustache. He looks like a very sort of naff version of somebody out of the Village People who can't grow a proper beard or something. Very odd. I said, what are you growing that for? He said the girlfriend likes it. The girlfriend? Where's that come from? But he's grown a little moustache and he's got the little goatee thing at the bottom. Are you growing a moustache as well? No. Lift your head back. Oh, no, you don't. It's the shadow. Sorry, I was looking at shadow.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I was just explaining actually to Connor about he shaved off the moustache. Seriously, I was obviously so disapproving yesterday. The trouble is, it was too neat. And anyway, he's shaved it off. It takes 10 years off you. I think a moustache makes you look a little bit older. And then I said, now I can book the holiday for us and we can go to the nudist camp in Sweden. And then he said, have I ever been to these nudist camps in, where was it? It was somewhere else. Where? Mark. Denmark. Well, I have worked in Denmark. I've worked in Jutland. I worked as a DJ over there. Hated it. Really, not my idea of fun. Have I ever had facial hair? No. Although actually, I need to shave. You know, I shave every morning. I'm electric. I'm led to believe Henry can't shave. I mean, you only have to look at his skin to realise he just puts milk on and the cat licks it off, and that's sorted for the year. I think he doesn't look as though he shaves at all, does he? Really? Whereas Connor, very butch, and you know, but at least he shaved it off. It's very difficult, I think, shaving something off, isn't it? But once you get used to working the old Gillette Lady Shave, Connor, I tell you, it's an absolute treat. You can work your way over the body. You can get manscaping things now. They sell them on Amazon. It's a manscaping. It looks like a razor, but it's sort of for doing body hair. I mean, seriously, I can chock-a-block it in about a week. Doesn't take very much for me. You have to do things like that, though, okay? I think as you get a bit older. I mean, some people I've seen. Who's the bloke on the toes? Richard Keys. The hairiest arms I'd ever seen in my... And hands. Literally, it was like a scene out of a Carry On movie. He was so hairy. And whereas I'm not. I haven't got hairy arms. I don't have hairy legs. But the boys, very hairy. Very hairy. It's funny though, isn't it? Because some people, you can look at them and you'd never... I used to have a friend of mine who had very hairy legs. Phenomenally. But it stopped at his waist. Not that I imagined it was going on any further. I made it sound like an Afghan rug. And he was unbelievably hairy. And I remember thinking, good Lord above. You know, and I was sitting on the bus the other day, as you do, and there's a bloke sitting on the back seat, and he had the hairiest legs I've ever seen. And he was only young. Some people, you see them going to school in the morning and you look at them and you go, God, you've got really hairy legs. And that's just the girls. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Seriously, I mean, girls nowadays, they've all got bare midriffs. They've got this thing. It's the latest outfit. Well, not going to school bare midriffs, but the girls, once they change from their school clothes to their other clothes, bare midriffs everywhere, which is great as long as you're thin. If you're slightly tubsy department, you cannot have bare midriffs. And some of them, when they walk past me, it's like muffin tops, isn't it? It doesn't look right. I don't think it looks right. How can parents let people go out like that? Very odd. Steve, was Dale buried or cremated? I can't tell you that. Steve, LBC. Oh, this is from Jill. I like Rylan, especially when he fills in on the One Show. I wonder what happened to his music career. He never had a music career, dear. What are you on about? He never had a music career. That was just some sort of weak... Because you remember he had Jordan as his best friend or something on it. It was just pitifully awful, I'm afraid. Not so good. And Steve, great show. I've got so many DVDs, says David in Sunderland. I sometimes end up buying the same ones again. And I bought Saw and Hulk. Yeah, I bought Saw because one of my godchildren wanted Saw. S-A-W for Christmas. It's just scary. I'd never heard of it before. But, I've got three copies of a DVD. Seriously, I mean, I don't know how I've managed it, but I just have. Oh, that's Saw, is it? Saw, the complete thing. Is it puppets? Or are they scary puppets? Oh, it's a scary mask. See, I don't like things like that. I don't want to be frightened. I really don't. It's bad enough working here without me to sort of worry about sort of scary masks and things like, oh, it looks dreadful. I don't like anything like that. Why would anybody ever want to be scared? So intentionally you make yourself... I can understand making yourself happy by watching a funny DVD or a Christmas DVD to make you feel a bit sad and wistful. But, why you'd want to sort of, I mean, I'm going to stick to The Sound of Music, I think. The day that Julie Andrews puts on a horror mask, I think, is the day that I give up on life. Steve, says Kim, I'm not sure what the water is up here. Lather's up dead easy. When we used to visit my Aunt Vera, one of Mum's sisters, down in Skelmersdale, my word, Steve, no suds, no bubbles, took ages to have a shower, and a cuppa wasn't as satisfying. Not sure why. That would be really hard water, wouldn't it, really? We used to have that once, but we had the wrong soap. We had Wright's coal tar soap, which was like a see-through glycerin type soap, which you could still buy, but, nowadays nobody uses soap in the shower. Everybody uses shower gel. I use shower foam. You shake it. I've got loads of them, and it's the same one. I forget which make it is now, but it was very nice. About £5, and you get sort of foam, which you can sort of, use all over the place. But soap you don't use. And I tell you why people don't use soap in the shower, because it dries your skin out. So you should never use soap on your face. Ever, ever, ever. Hard water. I mean, look at it. London, chock-a-block, all down the south. And what's that over on the left-hand side? Is that... that's Wales. Very hard water in Wales. Most of it's soft. Scotland, you should be soft. Well, in fact, you are. Soft. But you move around the country and you've got medium. I've only ever heard of it being hard or soft. I've never heard of medium. But no, we used to lather up quite a treat, actually, when we used to have our showers. But we never had proper showers when we were younger, because the only thing you could get was plastic things that pushed onto the taps. And invariably, you'd be sort of watering your head. Do you know what we actually had? We had a plastic jug in the bathroom, so you would scoop up the bath water and pour it over your head and then lather it up, because the only shower thing... Nobody had showers, apart from this clip-on thing, and you have it on, then all of a sudden one of them would sort of pop off and you had scalding hot water over your body. Mums do that with babies. What, with the jugs? Yeah, we had a plastic jug. And what I used to do was lie down. I could do my hair like that in the water and sort of brush it out behind me. That was quite nice. And then you sort of go like that. And then you sort of lather yourself up and then back under the water again. Which we didn't have very much. We were only in about 6 inches. I don't think we had very much water at all. I used to like a bath up to the top. So when you got in, you had to pull the plug out to drain a bit, because otherwise it splashed over the floor and everything. And but I do like a bath, but I prefer a shower, given the choice. If I go away, although they tell me that if you're buying a house or a flat in London or wherever nowadays, if you don't have a bath in the house, people won't buy the house. They don't just want a shower, even though you can get some really lovely showers, double-seated, power showers, something that pulsates your body like that, which is fantastic. I like things like that, actually. I could spend quite a bit of time in the shower. Yeah, double-seated. Yeah, double-seated shower. It's safer as well. It means you're not going to fall over. If you're an elderly person, and I'm an elderly person, you don't want to fall over in the shower, do you? Not really, actually. So, Skelmersdale. That just sounds so much fun, Kim. A place called Skelmersdale. I've heard of it, but I've never heard anybody write in about it before. Martin says hard water wrecks kettles. Yes. The see-through soap was Pears. Yes, well, we called it Wright's coal tar soap. I mean, you could get Pears as well. It was the same sort of thing. Same sort of thing. Is that Skelmersdale? Oh, it's quite modern, isn't it? Oh, it's got there's a barge, and they've obviously got a canal. They've had a murder. Skelmersdale Development Corporation. Aye. And the Ecumenical Centre, which looks like it's fallen down. The Jungle Skelmersdale. And there's lots of former buildings. And they've got a car park. And also, they've got a Walker's Crisp factory there as well. And they make tissues up there, which is lovely. And they've got roundabouts in Skelmersdale. Yeah, let's go to Skelmersdale. It's in Lancashire. It's the biggest aspidistra in the world. Do you remember her? You don't remember Gracie Fields? Sing as we go. She was very famous, Gracie Fields. She came back to do the Royal Variety Show. She lived on Capri, the island where she died. In the no. She sang during the war, and then she started making all these films. But she did songs. She had this sort of Lancashire accent. She was great. She was really great. I loved it. I was watching Danny LaRue's This Is Your Life earlier on. I was watching all sorts of people's This Is Your Life. And they were lovely. They were really good in those days. Why didn't they have This Is Your Life again? Mainly because they ran out of celebrity. Who are you going to put on there now? Rylan. You know, JC. And here she is, the JC. The empty seats all over the place. I mean, nobody going to see it, isn't it? Steve, I did a group cycle ride yesterday to Godstone in Kent. En route, we cycled past a field of alpacas, says Sidcup Julie. Immediately thought of you. Everybody does when they see alpacas, because I think they look quite pretty. I would like to feel one, because I don't know if their fur would be soft or hard. I don't know. But they look quite nice, don't they? You could sort of brush them, which would be quite nice. There were rumours that This Is Your Life was coming back. Oh, no. With Jonathan Ross. Oh. Maybe not interested anymore, I don't think, actually. I'm sure he's lovely, but to be honest with you, it was a programme that took some gravitas, and well, I don't think they should bring it back. If you're going to bring it back with anybody, I would think Bradley Walsh could do it. But there again, Bradley Walsh can do anything, can't he? I mean, you never get bored with seeing him. You know why? Because he doesn't milk it. He doesn't go out there and start selling stories and being seen in nightclubs and all that kind of stuff, because he's way too old for it. He just goes out and sort of just carries on and works. A bit like Philip Schofield. You won't see Philip Schofield in a nightclub. Well, you might now, but I mean, years ago you wouldn't. But now you might find him propping up the bar in heaven or something like that. Oh, look, is that Philip Schofield? It's Philip Schofield. You can just imagine, can't you? If you see somebody famous in a nightclub, you know. But I haven't done a nightclub in years. Years and years and years. It's too noisy. It seriously is too noisy. You can't hear what you're saying, and people have to speak very, you know. And could we have the sound down a little bit, please? Make it so much easier. Look at the time.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Steve, says Jill. LBC, isn't Life Stories with Piers Morgan like This Is Your Life? It's a similar kind of thing. And it works quite well. Because he had Barbara on there, he's had Joan Collins on there. Sort of people that, you know, you would expect, because then they go into the archives. And once they're in the archives, then they're the usual. On Danny LaRue's life story, Barbara Windsor was on there. And she used to tell us the most fantastic stories about Danny, who used to drink quite a lot, actually. And he became quite rude about various people. He could be very difficult, Danny LaRue, but at the same time, he was a huge, huge star. But then he lost a lot of money. He got ripped off in a hotel scandal thing. And so he had to keep working up until, you know, really quite late in life. But he would turn up, and he went to see a production which he wanted to go into, but he said he'd go and see it at the Wimbledon Theatre, and he got drunk in the bar and he was slagging them off and everything. They had to ask him to leave the building. He was you know, some people like that. I mean, he was one of those people. When he did pantomime, they had to sort of try and get rid of him at the end of the show, because he would sit down with all his mates and they'd sit down boozing and chatting and all the rest of it, and you know, everybody else in the theatre was going, can we go home now? Not till he's finished. And then he became quite old. He did pantomime at Wimbledon, and they had to put his dressing room downstairs at the side of the stage, because he couldn't make it up the stairs to the dressing rooms. But very interesting. Loads of people. Anita Harris was on, and loads of the Water Rats were on there, the show business charity. And it was very good. It was very, very good. It really was. Jules in Clitheroe. I use soap and a sponge, bath and shower. I won't have shower gel in the house. Very posh soap, mine. But soap's very drying. You see, that's the problem. You end up with very dry skin and you have to use moisturiser and stuff like that. I do like a flannel in the shower. I do like a flannel, but after a while, you have to throw them away because they become manky. And you can't keep flannels for very long. But if you go to somewhere like Primark, they're about 50p each. Not that I buy them there. I buy them in John Lewis. £2 each. And but what? What is the matter with him today? He's started again on me now. He's got wind. Let's get a kite. And honestly, I don't have to mention something. He looks at me like incredulously. But I sometimes walk out with like 20 or 30 flannels from John Lewis. And I got stopped at the door by the store detective, and I got one here, one there. And I generally buy about 20 at a time because I just like all different colours. And then I bought some on Amazon, which were very nice indeed. I love it. You can make what? You can make a flannel do anything for you, can't you? And do. And no, I just like it. You soap it up. And then you can do everything and it takes away your dead skin. You're exfoliating in the shower. Am I facing the wrong way or something? What would they think of next? I thought they were going to invent something because I'm not very good at drying myself off. I find it very tedious and very boring. And I have a big bath sheet for drying myself, which is very nice. Big bath sheets. You can wrap yourself. Don't want one of those silly little things that falls off when you open the front door to the Jehovah's Witnesses. I want something that's really big and huge and all the rest of it and works quite well. But I thought that then I discovered the delights of hair dryers. And so I can now dry myself off with a hairdryer, which is so much easier. And then by the time you've popped your bits and pieces on, it's all good, isn't it? It is when it's a Thursday and the 9th of September. Steve, if you had to interview an LBC presenter, who would it be? Who would it be? I don't know. I've been interviewed twice by James O'Brien, which we did on In Conversation. And Eddie, I think I've done. I've done Nick Ferrari. I've done Sheila. Yes, I did Sheila as well when she first joined, because it was a good opportunity for people to get to know new presenters that LBC had signed up. Who else have I done? I think I've done quite a few people, actually. But if I had to interview one, I've done them. I've done them, really. And they were, when it was an hour, I think, so we had that. And it was very interesting. But the trouble is, you do forget afterwards. You forget what you've spoken about. You can't remember. Mind you, I'm like that with most things nowadays. I've got no idea. Yep, my mum was originally from Liverpool. Then they all moved to Skelmersdale, Old Town, which is a cute wee place. I don't think I'd recognise it now, Steve. Much change, says Kim. Which is judging by the pictures that we've actually looked at. Used to be a Viking settlement, says Mike. It was the overflow from Liverpool. Lovely place to live. An overflow from Liverpool. I've never heard of such a thing. But it's good. Steve, once going back some decades, says Lawrence, I turned the tap on, but the boiler, which was over the bath, didn't start straight away, as it should have done. Yes, there used to have a little boiler, about yo big, over the bath, and you turn it on, and it would go, as it would ignite. The gas would be turned on when you turned on the tap, and then it would, an immersion heater was in the airing cupboard, and that was where it filled up with water, and then it warmed it up slowly but surely. So once you drained it, you had to wait another 3 days for the water to fill up and get hot again. So the little heaters over the bath were quite good, but you're literally sitting there looking at flames while you're sitting in the bath. And of course, because it was only a little outflow tap thing, you didn't get much. It took ages to get 6 inches. If indeed you were lucky enough to get 6 inches. I mean, in my day, we were lucky enough to get anything at all. So you were sitting basically in what was called an oversized puddle, which was okay. And that's why the flannel came in useful, because then you could do all your whole body and, with the flannel. So you sort of wash yourself down, then you soap yourself up, and then you sort of get your water jug out and pour it all over your body. But then you're sitting in dirty water, so it doesn't really work. Steve, I had a nice cold shower after work yesterday, and within seconds I was sweating again. Oh, right. Don't you find it annoying on the buses? You press the stop button, others keep pressing it. Yeah, you know who they are? They're the people who've got their earphones in and they don't know. They also are blind because they can't see the fact it says bus stopping. It's quite generally school children Generally, school children do stuff like that. But yeah, that happens all the time. Watched your tour of Twickenham on YouTube. Very amusing. Thank you. Yes, I did a tour on YouTube. We went to filmed it, years ago now. Years ago. Steve Allen's tour of Twickenham, I think it was. And we go to all sorts of places. We used, actually, on one of our programmes, we used places in Twickenham which had become famous throughout the years. Because I can't quite work out. 10 years ago, was it? 10 years ago. Good Lord above, it's not possible. I'm only 37. I can't work out if Sandy's the fish shop is having his windows replaced above the shop or whether they're putting in the Christmas decorations. Because knowing Stuart, he's very likely to be putting in the Christmas decorations. So. Other stories in the papers today. Mirror. Piers Morgan says, I deserve to win the TV award, not those two. Yeah, Anton Deck, I think, come on, they've won it so many times. Oh, look, there I am. That's Twickenham. I've lost weight, haven't I? Yeah, definitely. We did that one morning, actually. We did it early in the morning. And then we go onto Eel Pie Island and we do all sorts of things. It's quite nice, actually, when you think we've actually got the river there. I mean, some people would kill for that look. You know, out of the thing, you know, the river, boats and all sorts of things. The only thing we don't have is the tourist boats stopping there. The funeral boats stop there. We have the funeral boats, which is there are certain groups of people, Asian people, will have a funeral boat and they take the ashes and they will go around the back of Eel Pie Island and they scatter them from the boat. There's the Barmy Arms. Go, dear, happy days there of trying to stand up. And, it's on YouTube. Here's a picture of Prince Andrew. Yes, nasty old Prince Andrew with Sarah Ferguson. My God, she must know some secrets, mustn't she? But Russell Myers, the royal editor, says Prince Andrew's insistence that he'll be returning to public duties, it would appear sooner rather than later if he has his way, seems downright extraordinary, but on further inspection, should it really come as a surprise? He's always had a lofty opinion of himself, so why should that change in the face of an international storm, being forced to give up his job in disgrace and an overseas lawsuit? It says history is repeating itself. Yeah, he was always arrogant. Always. There was never a time when Prince Andrew wasn't arrogant. And it'll be very interesting, won't it? I mean, he is... They say here, despite the outcry following his disastrous TV appearance, the further indignity of sex abuse investigators imploring you to help them with their inquiries while standing on the steps of a convicted paedophile's mansion, as well as a full-scale civil lawsuit being launched against you, the out-of-touch royal is seemingly ploughing on with plans of having to get back with a photo opportunity with the Queen during one of her greatest hours. I mean, he really is arrogant beyond belief. If this had been anybody else, he'd have been dragged screaming, you know, and stuck on a plane and going to America. That's all they want to do. They want to find out what he knows, and he must know loads. He's stayed in this bloke's house loads of times. What is he? Did he not know him? Perhaps he was paying for it. But he's staying silent. He thinks that if you say nothing, it'll all go away. I don't think so. He's denied everything. Obviously. He's not been charged with anything. That's the stupid thing. They just want to know what he knows about Jeffrey Epstein. So far, arrogant little Andrew and the dreary family. My God. You know, and then Sarah Ferguson going, oh, he's a marvellous man. Yeah, only in your eyes, love, because let's face it, you are sponging off him, aren't you? Are you paying rent to stay there? Horrible. Steve, we had one of those Ascot heaters for water. Very scary. Yeah, they were very scary. In the bathrooms. And... another one here. People talking about the hot weather yesterday. Well, forget it now because it's finished. It's finished. Now we're going back into cold weather and we're going back into rain. There's the Ascot heater. That was over the bath. You could see the flames. It was like sort of a boiler in the kitchen, like a combi, but just a smaller outlet. That was providing water. We had an even smaller one over the sink in the kitchen. We didn't. It was my grandmother's. And but we had one in the bathroom, my other grandmother's place, and it was frightening. You turn it on, you think, is this thing going to ignite, or am I going to be asphyxiated by the gas? This music means that we have the news coming up very, very shortly. So 3 days of 25 degrees, sun, ending in a deluge of flash floods and thunderstorms. Down in Salcombe and Plymouth the other day, dreadful. But in Southend, students were taking a break. Oh, no, sorry, that's the whole of Southend taking a break, I believe. And Who's Roger goes it alone on a new tour. All of that and your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.
We don't treat ourselves.
Oh,
We do treat ourselves with a meal out.
The Amex Platinum card. With £300 global dining credit every year, you can eat at the restaurants you've always wanted to try. Representative 704.6% APR variable. Selected restaurants only. Annual fee. Terms apply. 18 plus subject to approval.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to... Oh, it's wet. Oh, my goodness me. There's a little bit of a thunderstorm going on and thunder and lightning and so you've had the heat. But, I mean, yesterday you could feel it. I went out to check on a CCTV bit of footage and Lynn and I sort of sat there. She was doing it, actually. And I didn't get the glue because I didn't want to go out driving. Yes, I'm going to wait till it's cooled off a little bit. So I might do it over this weekend. Once I've found out where it is I'm going, then I can be able to nip there after the programme, which would be quite good. Trying to get this glue, as you know. Steve. Oh, it's somebody else saying we had one of those Ascot heaters. And Shane says we might be coming out of lockdown next month, hopefully. He's in Sydney, where they've really got it bad. Peter Kay will reveal details about his friendship with fellow comedy legend Ronnie Barker in a new book. So he's writing a third memoir. And he sold over 2 million copies of his hardback autobiography. Good God, I mean, that's a huge amount of books to sell. Published the second one, Saturday Night Peter, in 2009. And he's got the next one available September the 16th called The Sound of Laughter. But he said, changing, my sort of stance because I had children as well. He's father of 3. You never know, he keeps them well out of the limelight. He was the first comedian, I think, to sell 10 million DVDs. Really? Wow. That's phenomenal, isn't it? What's your favourite Christmas song or carol? I like all of them, Tara. I like all of them. I mean, there's nothing I don't like. I quite like the one that goes, ring Christmas bells, dun da da dun, dun da da dun, dun da 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 dun da da da. I can't remember what it's called. Might be called Ring Christmas Bells or something like that. But no, I like anything that's got a descant to it. So I like Hark the Herald Angels Sing, which is my favourite. There's none I don't like. Not really, no. Not of the old carols and stuff like that. I sometimes go to YouTube. I'm feeling particularly sort of enamoured with life, and I'll watch Christmas carols from Canterbury Cathedral or Westminster or wherever it is. Winchester is very popular. And listen to choristers singing. But I love the descant bits, which I think is great. 107 sleeps now to Christmas. 107. Can't wait. Probably a bit more in my case, but I'm going to get loads of stuff done today. So don't really have a favourite song or carol. I just like all of it, actually. The whole business. I could live in a Christmas shop. I really could. I mean, I would love going in the morning and turning all the lights on and everything else like that and watching the Christmas tree. Definitely. That would be my idea of heaven. My idea of heaven. The Daily Star, TB or not TB, that is the question. So Geronimo had to die because he tested positive. Now 2 vets say he didn't have it. But a government once said there were scars. So we're none the wiser. I don't know what that means. I've really got no idea. Ali G's return could be scuppered by snowflakes who claim the character is racist. I've given up, actually. I've given up. It's really. And also, would you like to go and pick daffodils? Would you like to pick... No, not right now. How much do you think they're actually offering workers? But they haven't got any at the moment. And so the daffodil industry is on the verge of collapse, despite pickers being able to earn 1,800 quid a week. 1,800 quid a week for picking daffodils. So say 2, that's 8,000 a month. That's £96,000 a year. Unbelievable. A labour shortage could spell the end of the industry within the next 2 years. There was also available labour because shops and restaurants were not open. But they say the best pickers can earn more than £1,800 a week for picking daffodils. Because people like daffodils because you buy them, before they've actually opened, and then they you stick them in water and then they sort of open up. They're very pretty and they last for ages. But if you've got them in the garden, they keep multiplying. So in other words, if you put 2 in this year, next year you'll have 4. And the year after. So before you know where you are, I mean, just leave them. Just leave them, and they'll look beautiful. My godchildren and their mum and dad have got a lovely house, and they've got an antique bit of wood in their garden, and that is just covered in daffodils, and it just spreads every year, and it just looks so pretty. It doesn't last a huge amount of time, but it still looks nice. An HR advisor sacked in all the papers today after moaning about getting 3 chicken nuggets for lunch. Now, I don't know how many chicken nuggets you're supposed to get. Stephen Smith was shocked and disillusioned at the £1.99 portion he was handed in the office canteen. He asked why others were getting more and felt antagonised when told he could have another 3 for 99 pence. Mr. Smith informed a kitchen staff member he was not a kid before pushing the meal back towards her. The woman then said the incident left her almost afraid to come into work. There's a right bunch of divots out here, aren't there? Bosses at this company in Lanarkshire later sacked Mr. Smith for gross misconduct after deciding he'd acted violently. But he takes it to a tribunal, and they decided he was unfairly dismissed. He's now going to be given £5,181.60, all over some chicken nuggets. I mean, no, not job back, no. That's why they've given him the money. No, it's not a lot of money to walk away with, is it? But that's what some people do. I'd never complain. Also, don't forget the cat and the mouse for carols. Yes, that's a very nice one. You don't hear that one so often. It's you'll find it on the Mormon Tabernacle Choir's Christmas show. There's a lovely guy on there called David somebody who's become Mormon, and he sings the cat and the mouse. I'd never heard it, but once I'd heard it, it was very, very good. Very nice indeed. Britney Spears' dad has applied to end his control over her life after 13 years. He's been milking it since then, and so that's good. That's good. And a toddler survived a fall from a 4th floor flat. A 2-year-old girl fell 40 feet and survived. Makes me feel ill even thinking about falling 40 feet. She was found unconscious on the ground, and she's said to be in a stable condition in hospital. 40 feet she fell. Oh, God, it makes goosebumps everywhere. Not so good. Prince Philip, remembered by members of the royal family. As long as we don't have to hear from Prince Andrew, thank you very much indeed, or the ghastly wife. But Prince William will appear, and Charles, along with all of the Duke's adult children and grandchildren. Oh, dear. It's on BBC One at 9 p.m. at night. Oh, I should be asleep. I shall miss it. It's a shame, isn't it, really? And... yes, I should be watching Towie. Not. All they talk about is who they've slept with. All they've talked about, I mean, it was so embarrassing to look at Pete Wicks, you know, when you consider he was having an affair with Chloe Sims for 2 years, and they both kept it quiet. Footy hard man, Vinnie Jones, not hard man, unrecognisable, showing off a new look, and it's showing off his locks in a Twitter video. Vinnie, 56, appeared to be on set in hair and makeup with a crew, found his transformation hilarious. He said, "I don't like it." Somebody said he looked like Shakin' Stevens. No, he just looks like a complete plank, but there again, he always did, didn't he? I'm never actually sure what he contributed to anything. New series launched to monitor the welfare of animals on shoots. Vet on Set goes behind the scenes, works with a team of practising and retired veterinarians, veterinary nurses and animal trainers before, during and after shoots. So that's quite a nice idea. And who's going to be doing it? Who's doing it? Let's have a quick look. Doesn't say, actually. Just say it's a vital new service for TV and filmmakers has launched. And there's a picture of Judge Rinder here, but I don't know whether he's doing it or whether he's not. It doesn't seem to make any sense, actually. Also, whilst many of us are happy to see the sun return this week, the heat is often a concern for pet owners, because people just leave pets in cars. They're really terminally stupid people out there. Are you at home Christmas Day, says Mark? Shouldn't think so, no. I'm never at home over Christmas. I'll be here. And then I do Godchildren, and that'll be, generally it's about 13 of us for that one. And then I do my brother. This year I'm doing my brother Christmas Day, and I think my Godchildren Boxing Day. That's what I think it is. And Steve, it's only 11 sleeps until Christmas if you're an insomniac. Thank you. Nice. When I was a child, the water was heated by a coal fire where a flap you pulled down to divert the flame to heat the boiler. OK in winter, but having a fire to heat the water in summer was too much. My parents had an immersion heater fitted. You never got much water out of an immersion, though, did you? Definitely not. What have we got here? Give your pooch a big treat on their special day with these gifts. Prezzies. I don't think you should give dogs prezzies and stuff like that. They've got here an occasion cake from the Posh Pet Kitchen. And it's $12.99, and you can get a hat for your... I don't think dogs should be put in hats. I really don't. Awful. And then they've got here, the team at Vet Chef, the home cooking platform for dogs, shared 2 recipes, birthday meat feast pizza and a birthday cake as well. for dogs. I don't think you should do that. But wait a minute, just have a quick look here. Cheese, mixed berries, ripe bananas. I'm just checking to make sure, because that one looks a bit odd. An occasion cake. There's also pet birthday pack, a sparkly set. And they say, take your pet out for a day of fun. No, it just wants to sleep. If it's a cat, it'll go to sleep. And if it's a dog, it'll just sort of sit there. So India Willoughby, as I say, nobody knows who on earth this is. The ex-celebrity Big Brother star, who is trans, wants a spot on the panel so she can have her say. What about? What about, love? It's not that sort of programme, I'm afraid. She said, I've got a lot to say about the LGBT situation in Britain. I desperately want to go on the show. I'm sorry, nobody knows who you are. I just don't understand why you're doing... Representation for trans women on TV has got worse and it's not good enough. Well, they don't want you, do they? Why would they call you a star? Ex-celebrity Big Brother... what is she famous for? Is she famous for being trans? Or famous for doing something else? I don't know what she is. She said you only ever get to see trans women on TV to defend themselves. Really? Well, obviously got a different television from me. So he's an English newsreader, broadcaster and reality television personality. She's known for being Britain's first transgender national television newsreader at Channel 5 and the first transgender co-host for an all-women talk show, Loose Women. And I've never seen her on Loose Women. Producer's shaking his head as well. Perhaps she just did one appearance. But no, never heard of her. Never heard of her. An English newsreader. Is she still reading on Channel 5? I shouldn't think so. I've never seen her on there. Mind you wouldn't know, would you, really, I suppose? But we don't watch it. Mind you, people also searched for Anne Widdecombe as well, which I think is quite funny. I don't know why that would be the same thing. Also, Doctor Who legend Colin Baker is set for a stint on Emmerdale. Well, that's good, we like Emmerdale. Catherine Jenkins has appeared on that, and Marty Pellow and Ian Botham. Ian Botham, honestly. You have to laugh, don't you, really? And a whole page advert... They must have a lot of them sitting around. From Wham to Spandau Ballet. It's a love story. And this is Shirley and Martin Kemp. A whole page advert in the Daily Star selling this book in paperback, £8.10, and 40 rare and exclusive photos. Holly Willoughby said it's such a lovely book. Well, she probably features in it. But a whole page interview to sell that book, isn't it? Oh, it's an old one, isn't it, really? But perhaps it's come out in paperback after it's been out in hard, which is good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And what are they looking at here? Dave Snelling is doing Star Tech. It should be Will Guyatt, but that's, I'm only saying that because he's family. And my star signs today say, pause before paying a bill that takes you by surprise. Oh, God. Actually, no, it can't be. I've just paid all my bills. I don't have it. They just come out of the bank account. Yeah, they take you by surprise. You go, I don't remember paying that one. That's an interesting one.
Last year, many under-5s were hospitalised with flu and often in need of A&E care. This autumn, children with underlying health conditions from 6 months old and children aged 2 to 3 can get their flu vaccine at their GP, with children from reception to year 11 to be offered the vaccine at school. The vaccine is a quick and painless nasal spray and greatly reduces a child's chance of needing a hospital visit. The Autumn Flu Vaccine, helping to stop the spread.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. The heat has vanished, which is good news for a lot of people, because if you're having to travel on a train, and there's, you can always tell when people put their arms up to sort of cling on to a strap or something like that, they've got those damp patches under their arms, you'll think, oh dear, it's not very good, is it? Jamie Oliver buying his male employees new pants after having a eureka moment. He's discovered the super snuggly brand called Sax. And Dad of 5, Jamie, so there's nothing going wrong down there, is there? Says he likened it to being cradled by an angel. He said, I had a revelation about boxer shorts and we had a moment with the crew. And I said, what are you all wearing? They all pull up their bits and it's Calvin Klein. Well, that's what he used to wear. So perhaps he's sort of decided to change. People do that. And it doesn't tell me how much these things are. And they're described as life-changing underwear. Calvin Klein make all types of underwear now. Does it really matter? How many people see your underwear? In my case, nobody. And, but they do pants and boxers and slips and thongs and all sorts of strange things. But I'm not really sure about this one here. I don't think patterned pants is the way forward. patterned. You know, these boxers come in a wide array of styles and colours, including novelty designs. Who wants a novelty design on your pants? Nobody's going to see them, are they? Unless you're going to stand on the train and go, what do you want? What do you have a look at this? Hey, look at that. Woo! Yeah, plenty. Yes, you get plenty. Have your own seat very quickly. Married at First Sight contestant Nikita Jasmine. She looks though she's got issues. Has been kicked off the Channel 4 show after launching a foul-mouthed rant at her co-stars. There you go. George and Nikita accused cast members of only signing up to the show where couples first meet on their wedding day for fame. She was ushered away by security. Bosses said she would not be returning. A spokesman said Nikita displayed unacceptable aggression. Yeah, she looks like she's got unacceptable aggression, which means her husband's stint on the show also ends. A source said she screamed at everybody. Silly little nothing. Silly nothing. My friend Ant Payne got married the other day. Got married. He said I saw him on must have been a bank holiday actually, and he never mentioned he was getting married. He got married to his other half the other day, I think at Hackney Town Hall or something like that. And I only knew that because I spoke to a friend of mine. She said, "Oh, Ant got married." I said, "Did he?" Excuse me. I was promised chief bridesmaid. Matron of honour, you know, I mean, come on, page girl. I could have been flower gatherer, thrown flowers all over the place. Here he is, Prince Creepy Andrew, holding talks with the Queen. I mean, do you think she knows what's going on? Do you think he's actually been honest, or do you think he just tells lies all the time? He spent 90 minutes with her at a fishing lodge on the Balmoral estate, and he fled up there with Sarah Ferguson, because she's really busy, isn't she, doing nothing. And yesterday he arrived there. He's often described as the Queen's favourite, but not seen departing. He then left alone, or the driver did, in his Range Rover. He must have gone out by the back door because he'd been made aware of a photographer. He's just not pleasant, is he? All they want to do, dear, is know exactly what you know about a convicted paedophile who hanged himself in his cell. What did you know about it? It's not complicated. I don't understand why your arrogance is so stupid that you can't be bothered to tell people. Don't you care? Don't you care about people? Obviously not. Just about your own self, is it? You and that dreary wife and children. Anyway, this TV tribute will feature footage from the Queen's private cinefilm collection. Wow. It's going to feature everybody, including Prince Harry. Oh, God. Live without that one as well. It's getting worse and worse. I don't want it now, actually. And the celebrities will be honouring the health heroes. People like Tyrone Mings. I'm assuming footballer, but I could be wrong on these things. Jerry Horner, Sir Trevor McDonald, Mel B, Gary Lineker, Kate Garraway, Chris Evans, Davina McCall, Troy Deeney, Penny Lancaster and Rod Stewart. They sort of come as a package, I'm afraid. And good old David Beckham with another coloured hair stuck on his head. I mean, what do these people look in the mirror? I don't know. The Sun's Who Cares Win Awards. We were trying to find out earlier on who actually watched Bobby Cole Norris's little programme. Oh, it doesn't start till Sunday. Oh, we'll have to wait. But don't worry, we will find out. We'll find out who will be the huge celebrities he's going to be interviewing, because he's always wanted to be like presenter. So that'll be good, won't it? Rod Liddell's column today, talking about a new survey reveals that Italy is the country in the world where couples are most likely to use food during lovemaking. What? How does that work out? Food during lovemaking? Oh, I'm not sure about that. He says, "Come on, love, let's retire to the bedroom. I bought 2 Scotch eggs and a pork chop." Bacon butty in bed. Another bacon butty yesterday. Again, somebody else didn't know how to operate the till in McDonald's. I wish they'd hurry up and train them properly at Waterloo. Getting worse. Also, oh no, I'm not sure about that one. Certain companies are threatening to dock the pay of people who continue to work from home. Are people still working from home? I think people should come back into the office again. Although the trains are definitely getting busier. Definitely getting busier. Also, a mountain of rubbish dumped near homes for the past 2 years is now dwarfing properties. And this is in the West Midlands. There's generally certain people who go around dumping things. And they've dumped everything here, from mattresses to sheds and all sorts of stuff. It's not very good at all. So councils have to sort of go around and clear it all up. It's horrible. Only really, I think, half the number of people using the tubes in London as before COVID. Really? Wow. Although yesterday, didn't you hear the mayor? People who don't wear a mask shouldn't be allowed on the tubes and the buses and the transport. I totally agree. Throw them off as far as that. Let the driver sit there, turn off the engine and go, "We're not going anywhere till you get off the bus. You'll have to walk, won't you?" The man who staged his own kidnap in a scam was caught by poor spelling and grammar. Detectives noticed the same mistakes in Christopher Selman's own text messages and those of his supposed captors. He sent pictures and videos to 2 people in February saying his life was in peril, terrifying them. Selman, 28, and his ex Stephanie Gibb, 28, from Ashford in Kent, admitted blackmail offences. He was jailed for 28 months while Gibb got 18 months suspended. What a stupid person. But the trouble is, it's always the thick ones, isn't it? They can't spell and they can't do anything. So they make big mistakes. I'm not sure about The Wanted coming back. I'm not sure about The Wanted coming back. That's Tom, Max, Jay, Nathan and Siva. It's been 7 years and they've decided now is the time to come back. So they're going to do a charity show and I think they're releasing a greatest... How many hits did they have? Did they? Oh, right. Name one. Glad You Came. That's a good one, isn't it? Nice title. Glad You Came. I don't even remember that one. Can you sing it to me? Give me a rough idea. Oh, during the news. That's a bit mean, isn't it, really? Yeah, but Glad You Came is not actually going to fill up an album, is it, with greatest hits? And so they formed in 2009, topped the charts with their debut single, All Time Low, went on to release 3 albums. 3 albums! Good Lord, they're as good as Matt and Luke. Gosh, aren't they? Matt's marvellous. What a superior songwriter he is. Just can't get in the charts. And then they announced an indefinite break at the beginning of 2014. So now they're back with the Greatest Hits album, which is obviously a compilation of the 3 albums they released, 2 new songs and a previously unreleased live recordings. Wow, a lot has changed since they last worked together. I bet. It's been years. It's been years. But they all do it, don't they? Aren't that other group, JLS, aren't they reforming and doing some concerts and things like that? They're already touring, aren't they? Honestly, it's amazing, isn't it? All these groups that come back and ages. Apparently Mings plays for the Aston, says John in Birmingham. I knew that. I was just testing, actually. Your mate from Bros has a new CD out in November, says Dale in Birmingham. Well, he's already got a single out. That's gone nowhere, hasn't it? Whatever happened to poor old Matt Goss's single? We're waiting for it to storm the charts because they're so popular. And the album's coming out as well, which actually, if it's made of vinyl, you should better make it into a fruit bowl quite easily. Just heat it up gently when you put it on the fire. Poor old Matt Goss. I mean, he does try, but where do you go when you're 52? Didn't make the top 100. What, the single? Oh, dear. Oh, he'll be in such a bad mood. But don't worry, because his house in America is full of, strange things, to give you instant karma, and he's got rocks and crystals and all that kind of thing that the balmy people have, and he's sort of got it as well. And yet there's a nasty side to him where he's foul-mouthed and thinks that he's sort of cleverer than anybody else, which of course he isn't. So it didn't even make the top 100. Oh, blimey. What did it... Oh, not yet. Oh, right. So there's still time, isn't there? Because it's only been out a month, so there's plenty of time for it. Although I haven't seen any adverts in the newspapers. Normally you'd see an advert for, Matt Goss's latest single, but no, they haven't bothered doing that. Obviously, they think it's a disaster as well. And then the album will come out. Now, am I wrong in suggesting that most people would buy an album as opposed to a single? Because the chances are you buy the single, then you buy the album, you're going to get the single on the album anyway. So perhaps people are waiting. Let's err on the side of caution and say there's still a chance he might make it into the top 200. And be hugely successful, because he wants to move back here. For what? I've got no idea. I don't know what you do with him. When I say I don't know what you do with him, he's been in Vegas and he's done a few little bits and pieces, but we don't have venues like that over here, so it's a total waste of time. What do you think he's going to play? The Cricketer's Arms in Battersea, or something like that, presents Matt Goss. I mean, he's not going to be playing Wembley anytime soon, is he? The Jingle Bell, but he... Well, he wouldn't. I don't think any of the radio stations that we've got in this building would be playing anything by Bros or even Matt Goss, which is a bit. I mean, he's almost been a victim of his own success, hasn't he? If he hadn't been so arrogant on that DVD, it was of the time. I mean, they sold a lot of albums, but it was of the time. It's like S Club 7 and now S Club 3. S Club 2, I do beg your pardon, sorry, we've lost another one just in the last few minutes. They drop like flies. So S Club 2. And then there was another group called S Club Juniors. Whatever happened to them? No idea, honestly. Oh, and I'll tell you what I was thinking the other day. It was very interesting. There was a group years ago called Guys and Dolls. And they were on Magnet Records and had a big hit with There's a Whole Lot of Lovin' Going On. Anyway, one of the girls in it was Bruce Forsyth's daughter. And she was in the group together with her husband, who was called Dominic. And Dominic was a pretty boy. Lots of long hair, which was very fashionable at the time. And then they were talking about it. They had Bruce's widow, Wilnelia, on the television the other day. And she was saying that he just died. Dominic had just died. And he was 71. I mean, I thought he was about 35, 40, but of course it was such a long time ago. But so they're all in a little bit of a shock. And it's been 4 years since Bruce died. 4 years since Bruce died. Doesn't seem possible. People said that they knew, people who'd went to visit him at the house. And but he was what's commonly known as an entertainer. He lived for the business. He didn't really know anything else. He sang the piano. He used to say the same thing all the time. He'd come on stage, he'd say, oh, good evening. And he'd say, I know what you're thinking. He said, suit by Gucci, shoes by, Pierre Cardin, underwear by Tupperware. And they go, underwear by Tupperware? He'd go, yes, very uncomfortable, but keeps everything nice and fresh.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Apparently, Alan reckons that Rochelle Humes and Frankie Bridge were in S Club Juniors. Really? Well, goodness sake. I don't think they sing anymore, do they? Frankie Bridge now pitches up on television, I think on Loose Women, which is sort of lurches Loose Women. They can't, that's what we were saying about that woman earlier on who was trans, who apparently has led Loose Women. Well, I don't remember that, and I seem to catch it most days. But perhaps they said she was fronting it. Which, of course, is, they've had Colleen Nolan. She can't read autocue for toffee, poor soul. It's, one of her best sort of things. Dave says if Sunita can release an album of her greatest hits, then anybody can. No coincidence, she's a friend of Simon Cowell. Oh, they've known each other for donkey's years. Donkey's years. Really, really donkey's years. You know why? Because they used to go out and they used to go and do record promotion. Simon used to do the clubs and everything else, and Sunita would go with him. They've been friends for long time. But I don't think that was anything to do, because I don't think she was on Psycho. I don't think she was on the record label. She was on something else. But no, I've known her for long time. She's charming. She's absolutely charming. But she had quite a number of hits. So I could understand her having a greatest hits album. She has exhibited most of her body at any one particular time. I have to be honest, I don't know where people get the bravery for doing that. She was wearing there some palm leaves. It's very brave, isn't it? I wouldn't... we could get Connor in that. Connor could wear that outfit. Now he's shaved off the moustache. I think anything's possible. Anything's possible. I like the Native American Indian thing, because I don't think anybody ever wore headdresses like that. Every time I turn on the television in the afternoon now, I'm getting those cowboy and Native American Indian films, and some of them were really quite when they were sort of shooting people, one yesterday had I think 20 of the American soldiers confronted by 300 warring Native American Indians who were about to come down and scalp them and all the rest of it. And it was, how they made these films, I've got no idea. Because a lot of it, when they shot people on horses and the horse went down with the rider on the back of it, how these actors never got crushed, I'll never understand. They were black and white, yes. A lot of them were black and white. Loads have been made recently when they did Battle of the Little Bighorn and all these kind of things. And they used to put the chuck wagons into a circle. And so the Native American Indians would circle them at all. They were sort of providing employment for loads and loads of people. Loads of people. And in fact, I think it was even Sitting Bull who came over to this country and appeared with Custer's Last Stand in... they were doing they did a Cowboy and Indian show in London. And I think there were loads of Native American Indians came over as part, and they were attacking the wagons and people were cheering. It was like the original amphitheatre in Roman times. And it was big business. It was Buffalo Bill's Wild West show. There you go. I've just remembered that now, proving I'm not as mad as I thought I was. Buffalo Bill's Wild West show, and he brought over people who people had heard about on the news, like Sitting Bull and people. So they actually saw the real person. Be like us sort of seeing Gemma Collins turning up and being actually interesting or even educational. Pretty remote, I should imagine. Steve says, Luke, I've got a day off, want to catch up on some films. Any recommendations? No, what did I watch the other day? I seem to be catching up on, as I say, these cowboy films, which are they're all roughly the same sort of theme. There's always sort of a goodie. I mean, John Wayne made lots of these cowboy films. And I wasn't really into them. Perhaps I should start buying them. I like the World War films. I think they're actually very good. I like entertaining. I mean, Battle of Britain is one of my favourites, if only because of the music. The music makes that film. I remember seeing it on the big screen with my dad at the Dominion in Tottenham Court Road, and the music was just so good, especially at the very end where it puts up Churchill's words, because Churchill features in the papers today. You know, never in the field of human conflict to so much been owed by so many to so few. And it's on the Sun, the front page, and this is Churchill's charity, set up to honour him, has sparked a woke storm by changing its name and erasing him from its website. The Winston Churchill Memorial Trust has rebranded itself the Churchill Fellowship and removed every picture of the heroic wartime Prime Minister. One source said it beggars belief that the man who saved this nation on our darkest hour finds himself cancelled in this way. Although, as I've told you before, if you go to YouTube and you type in Churchill's funeral, you see them taking the cortege through the streets, all the way up Whitehall, people there, beautifully shot. And then at the very end, it was a state funeral, after they'd taken his body out of St Paul's, and I don't remember the funeral because I was young, but I remember my mother crying because he died. But when they take his body onto the Thames by the Tower of London, and they put his body on the back of this small barge, and it was seen by everybody, as the boat pulled away, all the cranes in London dipped. And I remember thinking that was the most fantastic thing I'd ever seen, until I realised later that the crane drivers hated him. They had to be paid to lower the cranes. But when you watch it towards the end, you will see as the boat moves away from the actual pier at the Tower of London, all the cranes dipped because they had to be paid. Because it took place on a Saturday where they normally didn't work, and they didn't like him anyway. So they were all paid a fee to dip the... I mean, it's quite a moving moment. It's quite a moving thing to see, and especially when you've got the music that goes along with it. There you go. That's the all the men. Not a very big boat, but the catafalque there with his coffin on, and then all those cranes in the background. They all dip, and that was it. I mean, the whole country came out to watch that. 1965 that was, and they went all the way down the middle of Fleet Street 56 years ago. Good heavens above, it's not possible. There'll be many of you listening who were probably there. They had all sorts of people who were standing in the crowds, you know, watching, because he inspired something. I mean, people got very emotional about Churchill, but to sort of change the name of the charity is really quite bizarre. Quite a bizarre thing. They say never have so many been upset by so few. And the outrage caused by the few chiefs of the newly renamed the Churchill Fellowship, and the bulldog spirit and everything else, they had feared that, I mean, his face is not seen once, yet there are numerous pictures of the chief executive, Julia Weston, and her board of trustees. I mean, seriously, honestly, I mean, God's name is she? Who is she? What's she got to do with it? Sorry, you're related to the family, darling. Why do these people think they're more important than the actual person who the charity is named after? I don't know. Downton Abbey's been hit by a streaker after a naked man was spotted waving at passing traffic. What is it with streakers who want to wave to people? What is it? Craig Upton spotted him at 7 a.m. on Monday and called the police. He was just stood staring at the traffic like in a horror movie. When we drove back, he was running off. Police have issued a photograph so that, you know, they're trying to find somebody who can identify him. Don't know why. And the father of Stuart Lubbock, Terry Lubbock, who I thought was terminal some weeks ago, he literally had days left, has now thanked all the witnesses who helped the police in the latest investigations, because the police arrested a man in March on suspicion of indecent assault and murder, released without charge in August. Nobody's ever been charged. Open verdict, end of. It's not going to be happening. So, you know, Stuart Lubbock's father, Terry Lubbock, is obviously hoping for some sort of closure. I don't think he's going to get it. I would love to talk to Michael Barrymore. And of course, that subject of what happened that night would have to come up, but I shouldn't imagine he would know any more than he's already told the police. He's been interviewed, I think, on a few occasions, and he doesn't know anything. He wasn't there. Did I ever interview Barrett? No, I didn't. No. He was a listener. Somebody said they've seen him in Twickenham because he doesn't live too far away. Because I think John, who works in Paul Cooper's, had said that Barry... Because we get loads of famous celebrities around there. me, and yeah, strangely drawn to the Twickenham area, mainly because we've actually got a thriving high street. We've got, we're about to have a little mini Tesco's opening up in what used to be Halford's bicycle shop, because we're not fit really round our way, and that we've got an Iceland. Well, Iceland took over the chemist shop next door and doubled their size. So popular is it, for people like me who go in there and get some little treats for the boys. They like a little treat, don't they? Every so often. Kebab meat. I had that this morning, actually. I had kebab meat this morning. Because I couldn't find because I keep moving stuff around in there. And, I couldn't find anything. So, for breakfast. Yeah. Well, why not? It's only chicken. I don't see any reason why you can't have a bit of chicken for breakfast. I mean, I'd rather have had a full English. Typical loose women must have been hearing my programme yesterday. I was talking about this Fray Bentos breakfast in a tin. So they had it there so that Janet Street Porter could shove her face full of it. And now they have to put down at the end, Janet Street Porter, CBE, the woman who was so anti-awards. Oh, I'd never do that, never do that. The moment it was on offer, oh, hello, thank you. I'm not doing it for me, I'm doing it for my mother. Creepy woman, very creepy woman. Steve, if you had to be stuck on a desert island, which one would you go for? Dreary Matt Goss, says Brenda in Cork, or irritating Bobby Cole Norris? Who would you pick? I'd go out with a coconut tree. Far more entertaining. Matt Goss, because you'd have to whittle him down to size, and Bobby Cole Norris, who would just be too pathetic for words. Couldn't do anything with him. There's nothing. I mean, talentless beyond belief. And poor old Matt Goss, who, admittedly was playing Vegas, but then loads of people play Vegas. But he didn't have any hits in America. They had the DVD out here where basically people were just horrified at his language and how badly he treated his brother and what a high opinion he had of himself. And the concerts that they had to cancel all the time. It was literally, we're doing this. This one sold out in seconds. Well, it's not physically possible to sell a concert out in seconds. They don't have that many phone lines, so they can't actually do it. And then gradually, one by one, the concerts were cancelled. They ended up doing, I think, 2. And that was about it, out of about 6 or 7 that was sort of scheduled. And then Matt was going, oh, yes, I love coming back to this country. And I've got a single coming out. And I thought, listen, who is his market? But we said this before, because nowadays the charts are very much dominated by the radio stations and the music that they play. Well, I was thinking, going through all the stations in this building, we wouldn't play a Matt Goss record, quite clearly. Radio X wouldn't, Capital Extra wouldn't. Capital wouldn't, Heart maybe, but I don't think so. And then there's all the other offshoot stations that we've got, Smooth and Gold and Classic. They wouldn't be playing. So who would play Matt Goss? Who in their right mind? If he couldn't make it into the top 100, and years ago there'd be places that would play the record, but I don't think now it's going to happen anymore. So I hope he saved his money.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Isn't it funny? You get a little bit of sunshine in this country, and where do we all go to? Ice cream shops. Where do we go to? I mean, to be honest with you, the cheapest place to get lollies, if you're a parent and you've got children, is Iceland. 10 lollies for £1, different flavours, and that's all kids want. They're not bothered about, something fancy and posh. They just want an ice lolly, and they do all sorts of things. It's the cheapest place to chill up your freezer. But anyway, the producer was out the other day. He's allowed out occasionally. He's on licence. And he went past an ice cream shop. I won't tell you which one it is, but he was horrified at how expensive it was. People were queuing to get ice cream because people think that in the hot weather, an ice cream cools you down. No, it doesn't. The thing that will cool you down is a cup of tea. It is. You don't go to Saudi Arabia and people are going, ice cream? No. Cup of tea to cool you down. Because if you lower your body temperature too quickly, it makes you sweat more. So that's why. So you don't have an ice lolly or an ice. It's a pointless exercise. A cup of tea will cool you down. But anyway, we were looking at the flavours of this ice cream, and this comes in a tub. Okay, so it's obviously mass produced, and I'll just run through some of them. Saffron, rose, and pistachio. Traditional Persian iced cream, golden saffron, crunchy pistachios, and rose, £7.50. Okay, so if there's 4 of you, you're looking at £30 for ice creams. Rhubarb, pomegranate and rose sorbet. Refreshing fruity sorbet with tart and floral flavours. Oh, she's back. £7.50. Chocolate, £7.50. Coconut and raspberry, £7.50. Baklava, ice cream sandwich, £6.50. Orange blossom and pistachio, cool and refreshing with candied orange pieces and crunchy pistachios, £7.50. In fact, it's all £7.50 apart from baklava piece, £3.50. You can just have a strawberry one for £7.50. It's a lot of money. That is an awful lot. That's almost the price of how much you'd pay for a dessert in a restaurant, isn't it? £7.50. And this is a takeaway shop. You know, but ice cream shops are very popular, but strange enough, not enough in this country. A friend of mine has got an ice cream shop in Richmond, and they make the ice cream on the premises. They don't buy it in, they make their own ice cream, and it's delicious. You just go down the high street, and it's nearly opposite Tesco, down the little alley. He's got a chocolate shop at the end, a clothing shop, and he's got this one. So there we go, and. The University of Ottawa, the results reveal a hot drink can cool you down, but only in dry conditions. Whilst you might be tempted to reach for a cold drink to help you cool down, surprisingly, hot drinks such as teas and coffees may be more effective. Honestly, I love the way you doubt me. I'm never wrong on these things. You should have learned by now. I've been doing this 42 years. I've been repeating this thing for ages. That's why you never saw Lawrence of Arabia with an ice lolly. You know, always cups of tea. But I mean, essentially, when you ingest a hot drink, you start sweating more. If the sweat is able to evaporate, it actually cools you down, more than compensating for the added heat to the body from the fluid. So there you go. So but the trouble is, most people go, oh no, I'd love an ice lolly. But how many times have you been out and bought an ice lolly, you go, oh, I could have another one? Because it only cools you down temporarily. And then it starts dripping all over you. And that's the worst thing. So, I mean, the hot weather's over for this year. So now you can have an ice lolly. It won't make any difference. But I quite like a cornetto. They're actually quite nice. And they do all sorts of things. They do an ice cream now. What is it? Slush puppy ice cream in Iceland. Slush puppy ice cream. I nearly bought it. But I didn't, actually. I really didn't. Neil says, I interviewed Michael Barrymore on many occasions. I remember him once telling me that if his showbiz career didn't work out, he would like nothing better than to open a sandwich shop. There used to be one here, Gary Glitter, if you please, had a sandwich shop the other side of Leicester Square, Piccadilly Circus, years and years ago. Little sandwich shop. Didn't work out, of course, as did nothing in his life at all. Steve Rogers says, thing is, most kids love ice cream, but not a cup of tea in the heat. Yeah, you can't get kids to get excited over a cup of tea. But me, cup of tea, given the choice, cup of tea. Especially in the boiling hot weather, because it cools you down more effectively than sucking on a Zoom. And I don't sweat anyway. Was that Prince Andrew's story that he didn't sweat? Yeah, right. You so want him to sweat, and then the press goes, see, he does sweat. Have you tried the Greggs Iceland range? No, I can just go to Greggs. We've got a Greggs down the road for me. I'd rather go and get it fresh as opposed to something frozen, which is not as interesting. What was the other one that I had here? Oh, yeah, a whole page in Simon Boyle's Bizarre column on The Wanted coming back. I mean, obviously means that they haven't got enough stories to fill the page, because this is literally, I mean, enormous. And Seaver said, we were all young and discovering the pop industry. Nathan was only 16. So I didn't realise that. He's grown his hair now. The trouble is he still doesn't look any older. He's just sort of got it. But the tour is taking us into February of next year. And then we'll think about our next move at Christmas. I don't know, is it going to work? I mean, I really don't know whether or not them coming back is going to be the best. I mean, I'd love to know what they've been doing up until now, because it's very difficult. They're two number ones, but, you know, the music business is fickle, to say the least. Steve, being an engineer and working in information, I like films like The Dam Busters. Oh, because of the bouncing bomb and things like that. 633 Squadron, said Conrad. And The Imitation Game, Alan Turing breaking the encryption code. Interesting. And another one says here, amazing Dr. Hillary's had time to write his first novel, Frontline, whilst being a GP and a morning TV celebrity. Yeah. He's a very busy boy. He never stops. How old is Dr. Hillary? 60-something? I would think. I don't know. You're going to amaze me, aren't you, and tell me something ridiculous like 87 or something, which I think, how old is he? 68. Yeah, I was close. Steve, last week of being a bus driver, been listening to you for so many years, but I shall still try and get out of bed early to listen. And just remember, A reminder to all those wonderful passengers out there. Don't forget, if you can't be bothered to put your arm out at the bus stop, we can't be bothered to stop. Did I hear, talking to Darren earlier on, some bloke who was sort of saying, oh, and of course, if you buy your lottery tickets online, you have to phone them. And I thought, yeah, how else do you think you're going to get the money? Well, yeah, I mean, you actually phone them and they will then check the account and they will go, yes, you are a winner. In the same way that if you have a ticket, you physically hold it in front of you. When you buy tickets online, you can see a copy of your tickets there and you say, I've got this and that, because they won't have access to that and they will ask you to read off the ticket. They can't see your account. That's why I didn't understand why this person didn't understand that. He seemed to think it was some conspiracy theory or something. Most peculiar. No, they can't see your account. You can see it, and then you tell them the different things. There's about 5 different things on that ticket that will tell them whether or not you're a winner. Apart from the number, there'll be all sorts of little coded bits on there, which you won't know. But he thought it was he was very odd, very strange. And he was going, I think I should tell people. And I thought, why? Why? Steve says, Connie, every time I see somebody coughing or sneezing on the bus and that person doesn't wear a mask, I always give that person a hard stare like Paddington because I hate it. Oh, I do the same. She says, is that a good idea? You cannot, listen, if you're wearing a mask, you can give a hard stare. Somebody says, why don't you take callers? Well, because I don't want to listen to boring voices, that's why. Seems fair enough, doesn't it? What's the point? Honestly. So, put it this way, we haven't taken them for donkey's years. We don't intend starting now, thank you very much indeed. Much easier to just do as my boss said to me years ago, he said, people just want to listen to you. He said, and also it holds things up. It gets in the way of the programme. It really does. I have taken calls over the years, after 42 years, of course I have. But you don't want to repeat, do you, of something else? You get something that's totally original. Daniel Craig on his struggles with the pressure of a super spy role. He said, I hated the fame that came with Bond. Yeah, money was useful, though. I tell you, if you don't like it, can we have the money back? There you go. A picture of Santa. Christmas is coming. It's time to fill the cupboards. And they're now saying at Morrison's, stock up. Quality Street, Roses, Celebrations and Heroes, 4 boxes for £5. 4 boxes for £5. And they're selling now all sorts of things. Christmas cookies. In fact, all Christmassy stuff that you should get in now, whilst you're thinking about it. And they've got a picture of Father Christmas pushing a trolley, because there's only just over 100 days until Christmas. And this gives you the gift of having a calm Christmas, because nobody likes stressing. I mean, I'm amazed at the amount of people who sort of go out on Christmas Eve to do their shopping. I mean, seriously, what is the matter with them? It's all wonder you've got stress and everything else. You can hear it in people's voices, can't you? Oh, I'm so exhausted. What happened? Couldn't find a space to park the car. Well, it's Christmas Eve. I know, but it's so busy out there, and I had to go and collect the turkey and in Twickenham, they queue up the high street to get their turkeys from Sandy's. When I'm done, I don't bother with Christmas. I mean, I buy things over the weeks leading up to it, quite clearly, but I don't need to buy a turkey or anything else because I'm having Christmas out, which is much nicer, much nicer. So I don't need to prepare anything. Everybody else goes and prepares it. I just sort of sit back and enjoy the rewards of I just turn up. The very act of me turning up warrants the fact that I get my Christmas dinner. And very nice it is too. Right, what are we going to do? We're going to take a short break for the news at 6 o'clock. Racing through this morning. Costa Coffee do an ice cream coffee, which is absolutely delicious, but full of sugar and calories, says Lauren. Of course it is. Of course it is. Of course it's bound to be full of sugar, but you try not to think about that, don't you? Because otherwise you go, I can't eat it. Oh, blow it, I'm eating it anyway.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Coming up 4 minutes past 6, Thursday, 9th of September, racing through this year. Very shortly, Christmas, and very shortly you'll all be going, I can't believe Steve was talking about it in August. Because we like Christmas. It's a chance to, just even seeing a Christmas tree in somebody's window makes me feel happy. Provided they've got decent lights on it. I don't like a cheap tree. I'm not into cheap trees. I like people to go berserk and literally, cover it with, have you ever left yours up? Do you pardon? The tree. No. I'm always quite good at taking them down. Actually, the one thing you don't have to do, people say it's got to be down on 12th night, but in fact, you don't have to dismantle the tree as long as you turn the lights off. That covers you. Otherwise, you get bad luck. And we don't want any more bad luck, thank you very much indeed. Imagine how many people left their trees up last year to give us the bad luck that we've had at the moment. Steve, I'm a carer at Maple Court Care Home in Newcastle. I can hear that our lovely resident, Anne Bell, is listening in her room, and she's 100 today. So wish her a very big happy birthday, says Matt. My God, she'll never get near the cake. Can you imagine how many candles you've got to put on a cake for 100? Good grief. So, Anne, happy birthday for today. 100, honestly, you've done well. You've done very well. What if I'll make a... No, I shouldn't think so. I don't think I'll make 100. I think, no. I mean, some days I think, yes, I will, and other days I think, no, I probably won't. I remember trolley buses in Twickenham High Street. You could hear the bus coming before you saw it by putting your ear to the trolley bus line post. Well, in fact, there is a DVD on... A DVD, what is it? No, it's a little film on YouTube, and it's a tram, I think, from Twickenham to Teddington. That's the trolley bus. You see, the difference is the trolley buses weren't on rails. It was a bus. It just had that pole at the top that was connected up to the power supply. And they ran from 1931 to 62. The first starting point for the first trolley bus route was at Twickenham. And there was space available, so it had to turn round. But there is a DVD. I keep saying there's a DVD. There's a film on YouTube. And it's Twickenham to Teddington by trolley bus. And it's very interesting because you can see what Twickenham... There it is. You can see what Twickenham looked like, you know, before they sort of modernised it. There you go. There's the old cinema. And there is a bus. And he's got... You see that pole on the top of the bus? That's connected to the electricity supply, which ran over the top. Like trains. But trams... See, that bank is still... In fact, all these buildings are still here. And there we go. The bus is turning round at what is now Barclays Bank. You must check this out. It's really good. It's had 86,000 views. That's Barclays there. And there's the bus turning round, the dog running through the road. That road that goes... I'm telling you this because you're not even connected to it, ladies and gentlemen. But you should really watch it because we've got a big thing. Welcome to our thing. And it was because of... Look, all the people. People sort of jumping to get on the buses and everything else. And the signs. That was a big old cinema. They used to have big boxing matches there. This is Heath Road. And down the centre is where they used to put the trams. And in fact, up by the green, they just filled in the road. So the tram rails are still underneath there. And trolley buses, the last one I went on. No, you don't see them now. Reading was the one I went on. And it would just literally, they would have to go, when they sort of did it, they would have a big pole and they would pull down the thing, which was on a spring, and then they would turn the bus round and then connect it up to the other side, and that powered the bus. Many of you remember that. You'll probably be telling me now, you'll probably be shouting into the radio, especially Anne, telling us that in those days, you know, to go on a trolley bus or a tram was a bit of a treat. And especially as you had a bus conductor on there, and he would turn his little machine, and you could buy those machines. My friend went years ago, I don't think you can buy them anymore, they found a big supply of the old ticket machines. They were selling them for 40 quid each at the London Transport Museum years and years ago. And a friend of mine bought one, and it came with rolls of ticket. And you would put it in there, and he would dial up the number and put it on. And if you were very lucky, you would get the end of the ticket roll, and he would give it to you, and you would. That was like, honestly, we were so easily pleased in those days. People say to me, you know, the kids nowadays have got everything, and it's absolutely true. We wouldn't have had a mobile phone. We didn't even have colour television, for goodness sake. You know, that was when I was 14, 15. Yeah, the wheel. You know, people did things. I mean, I don't even think we had laundrettes. I think everybody did washing by hand down at the stream, and then you said, yes, we had a mangle. We had a mangle, absolutely. Everybody did. You know, people laugh at it now, and you suddenly realise, my goodness me. But I remember going on a tram in. I'll tell you where they've still got trams. Blackpool, they've still got trams, and they're on rails. So that's what it is. And another one here that says, I should imagine it would be 100 candles. And another one here says, do you remember last Christmas? Cora and yourself said the LBC Christmas tree wasn't very good. You both had a laugh, says Shane. Yes, I probably did. I spoke to Corey yesterday, actually. He's very well. Sends his regards to everybody. And Waz says, I might get a fibre optic tree. Proper ones are too expensive. Oh, lovely. Lovely. Yes, I quite like the idea, actually. And another one here. Which says, Lorraine says, I'm in bed with a bad tummy and a migraine. Could really eat a mint choc chip cornetto. See, that's the trouble is, if you actually get a mint choc Cornetto, you should buy a load of them and stick them in the freezer, and then you've got them there as an emergency. Then you don't have to think, I don't have any Cornettos, I really want one. I always used to keep tons of ice lollies in the fridge. Roger says, by not taking calls, you're covering a much wider spectrum of subjects and not getting bogged down on specific subjects. Absolutely, couldn't put it better myself. Where else could you go from Her Majesty the Queen to Prince Andrew to sausages and batter? I love it. I love it. And somebody else says, the Wanted one celebrity hunted, says Nicola. She's on the Wirral at the minute. She says, lovely thunderstorm going on. Yes, well, we're going to get it here as well. Which is interesting. Wait a minute. I found one for the producer, actually. Oh, there you go. 0604 I found for you. I thought you'd be thrilled, which is quite nice. We haven't had one of those for a day or two, but we found one immediately, which means poor, sad and lonely. So Cressida Dick gets 2 more years. Now they've got a group of people who have been wronged by the Yard, have penned a damning letter to the PM demanding she be... Well, she's not... No, they're not going to do anything. They're not going to go, because 10 people turned up and said, we don't want her. We know she's got a bit of a checkered history. I mean, she has presided over a culture of failure and cover-up, say one of the papers. So they found these people, including Paul Gambaccini, Harvey Proctor, all people like that, who've been treated very, very badly. And that's what they need to sort out. Croydon has trams, apparently. Actually, I've just thought of somewhere else as well. Vienna has trams, which go round the ring and the Gürtel. Steve, my mum used to hire a video recorder and TV when she was young. Well, it's the only way you could get them. Nobody could afford the blooming things. Nobody could afford them. So, who's actually got trams? Blackpool, Edinburgh, South London, Tramlink, formerly the Croydon Tramlink, Greater Manchester, Nottingham, Sheffield, Newcastle-upon-Tyne and Sunderland and West Midlands, Birmingham and Wolverhampton. So they've all got them. They've all got these things. They're now, I think Blackpool, horse, conduit electric and overhead electric, and the other ones are all electric. But I think you'll find that Blackpool opened in 1892, which was a long time before anybody else's opened. 1892. It's amazing, isn't it? Operating systems still going. So that's why we go to Blackpool. You don't want to stay there. It's ghastly. Horrible place. You wouldn't like it at all. Yeah, you get the tram out. This tram is leaving shortly. Oh, thank God for that. What else have we got? What else have we got? Boris again. Boris still won't rule out anybody having to sell their home as a result of the social care cap. I'd start cultivating now. If you've got kids, be nice to them. Because there's nothing worse than they go, we don't want to look after you. Be nice to them, because then they'll take you in and look after you. That's what you've got to hope. Richard says, my nan had a twin tub for washing. Yep, everybody did. Yep. Steve, keep your Cornetto in the freezer, not the fridge. Well, in fact, no, I was right, because in the early fridges, the top of it was the ice box. And that's where you keep your ice trays and everything else. It's only recently the things have actually changed and you've had a separate freezer unit. That's when B-Jam came on the scene and they were selling freezers and uprate. It was the forerunner to Iceland. It was B-Jam. As I say, more magic than the film. This Frozen is one hot hit. And they've gone crackers for it. They've gone absolutely crackers. They've got Craig Gallivan, who works the puppet snowman Olaf, making him a goofy crowd pleaser, a cheerful idiot with all the best lines. And people, if you've never seen it, if you've been to Disneyland, they do a Frozen show there. And now they brought it in here. It's at the Theatre Royal Drury Lane. Now, I have to tell you that at one point they bring in an ice bridge, which is 70 feet long, which must take up most of the stage. Although the stage at the Theatre Royal Drury Lane used to have battles years and years and years ago. And they could open up the stage, the front and the back, and they had, they'd have hundreds of soldiers on stage in battles and all the rest of it. So no surprise to me that this is where Frozen is. So it's one for kids and adults as well, because everybody will love it because it's got little bits that you like. The characters are sort of a little bit unbelievable. There's transformation scenes, the songs, let it go, let it go. Tickets from £20. They say both people sing lustily, but Barks' Elsa is like Amanda Holden with booster rockets. I think Amanda Holden and booster rockets sounds like quite a nice thing to have, actually. Oh dear. We do laugh. After the mini heat wave, it's tropical storms. So that's what you've got in various parts of the country. Oh, by the way, St Michael is making a comeback at M&S. I mean, I didn't realise that they hadn't used St Michael for ages, but they're going to be using him, which is good. And here's a picture of miserable old Sarah Ferguson and Andrew. Crisis ravaged at Andrew's log cabin summit with the Queen. Where what we do, I mean, it's a terrible look for him. He must worry every day, but there again, he's so arrogant, he thinks he can make his way back into the public's affections like Harry. Not going to be happening. Bennington, fog, says Doug, this morning. Not so good.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
6:20, so there'll be chaos at Waterloo Station again today, but it's all right because I can get the train that goes to Windsor and Eton Riverside, because that just does Vauxhall, Clapham Junction, Putney, Richmond, and then I think it veers off and goes somewhere else because of issues that they've got. So thank you, Dan, very much indeed. He said to me yesterday, he said there was an issue, and whenever they say there's an issue, I always think, they never tell you what it is, but we had to get off the train fairly quickly. And he said it could be an issue. Sometimes, things have happened. But I never found out what happened yesterday. Will Guyett says, I got woken up asking to remove a bat from the house, if you please, flying around upstairs. Never a dull moment. Yeah, they are protected bats. Did you know that? Pipistrelles and little tiny things they are. But if you got one in the house, I mean, it could fly around for days. It's like my father once, we had a bird. This was donkeys years ago in one of our houses in Yorkshire. I say one of our houses. We lived in Yorkshire and we had a house up there. And it fell down the chimney. Now, the trouble is, our chimney was blocked off downstairs. And what we'd forgotten to do, when we didn't even think about it, is put a thing on top of the chimney to stop birds building nests and then falling in. Because once it fell in, you could hear it scrabbling around behind the bricks. So what my father had to do was sort of chisel away at the bricks at the back of the fireplace to get this thing out. Well, of course, he didn't know when it was going to emerge and all the rest of it. The blooming thing emerged covered in soot and proceeded to fly round the sitting room, affecting everything with soot here and there. Oh, God, it was a nightmare. I don't know who was having more of a panic, me, the bird, or my father. But eventually we managed to get it out, which is lovely. And it was a pigeon. Yeah. They make a lot of noise and mess. They really do. Oh, dear, dreadful, dreadful. Yes, flying rats, absolutely. That's why we don't encourage them in London. The only good ones are under the wheel of your car. Happy birthday to Dave Stewart, the musician and producer from Sunderland, founded Eurythmics with Annie Lennox. I did an interview with Dave years ago. He was great. He's 69 today. 69. But so happy birthday to him. And Julia Sawalha, the actress from London who made her name playing Safi in Ab Fab, complained last year she'd been plucked, stuffed and roasted after she was told she'd not be recast as Plucky Hen Ginger in the sequel to the film Chicken Run because her voice sounded too old. They call them voice actors in America, people who do the cartoons and stuff like that. We just call them voiceovers. Birthday today. Go on, I defy you on this one. You might know this. James Hilton, who died in 1954, the year of my birth. What was his... he did a couple of things which you would all know. What did he do? No, he wrote, and he's best remembered for the fictional utopia book Lost Horizon, and the other one was Goodbye, Mr. Chips, which he apparently wrote in 4 days and was turned into a film with Peter O'Toole, which is great, and I watched it the other day. It was fantastic. Margaret Tyzack, the Essex-born actress, played Claudius's mother in I, Claudius, and Winifred in the Forsyth Saga. So she says, if you were warned for inaudibility, if you were in the theatre on Wednesday and still couldn't be heard on Thursday, you'd be sacked on Friday. You had to learn very quickly to project. So it would have been her birthday today, and she died in 2011. And do you remember Evel Knievel, the bloke who sort of did all sorts of things? Well, back in 1974, he failed in his daredevil attempt to jump the third of a mile wide Snake River Canyon in Idaho, but he escaped with his life. His steam-powered rocket parachuted onto a ledge near the bottom of the 500-foot deep canyon. I never understood. We used to be obsessed with going to Evel Knievel shows. I never went to one, but he was terribly popular. Also, Bear Grylls attacked by cyber beasts. Poor old Bear Grylls. Former Chief Scout, or is Chief Scout, I think, and counts the Duchess of Cambridge among his friends, has been targeted by sophisticated cyber attackers trying to steal from him and damage his reputation and business. These people are a bit screwy, aren't they, really? It's not the full ticket. Also, I didn't know he went to Eton, actually. He went to Eton. But it's very interesting because they were looking at a report which lists the risks and uncertainties facing his businesses. And he's 47. He did get a payment of $405,000 in his role as a director. He lives on an island, I believe, with his wife and kids. He doesn't really encourage people to go there because it's private. It's his property. And he tries to discourage people landing on it because you have to have a boat to actually get there. Look at these holidays. Pages and pages of holidays. They're getting very cheap now, aren't they? And you're booking for not next year, but the year after, which is great. I fancy going to see André Rieu, King of the Waltz. He's performing Vienna, his hometown of Maastricht, or Amsterdam. And I don't know if you've ever seen him on YouTube. Have you ever seen André? He has a big orchestra on stage, and he's used the same people for years, and he has guest singers and everything else. And he packs out thousands and thousands of people go to his shows. They're really quite something. André Rieu, the King of the Waltz, and he plays the violin, and he's had all sorts of fantastic people on there. It's very popular, and at every show, there'll be British people, German people, Chinese, everybody. Just everybody. Want to keep your magic alive in your marriage? One lady here, who's a cosmetics guru, says, never let your man see you without makeup. There you go. So there's the advice. And would you pay 42 quid for a bottle of Posh Wash? Yes, probably. Posh Wash, for showering and stuff like that. Yes, I would, really. Yes. Or also... these adverts you see on the television for sort of stuff you can put in your washing machine, so it smells like it's been hanging outside in the garden. You get all those sort of things, lavender and everything else. I think it smells like sort of a fresh summer's day. You think, no, it doesn't. It smells like some cosmetic thing that you put into the washing machine, and this one will help, won't it? So you pour this stuff liberally inside, and it seems to work. It seems to work. But I like all those sort of things. I like smellies, especially in the bathroom as well. Steve, my mum... says Jim, was a conductor on the trolley buses that ran along the Uxbridge Road to Shepherd's Bush. She was so short she couldn't reach the end of the connector with the pole and had to get the driver to do it on every turnaround. I like that. Steve, me and my sister are coming to London tomorrow, and we're going to Hampton Court, seeing Cinderella, and then on Saturday off to see Pretty Woman. Looking forward to it. Sounds like a very busy day, doesn't it, on a Friday, says Louise. In Norfolk, you'll love it. My God, you have crammed it all in, haven't you? Well done, you. I always like it when people do that. Steve, when I was young, I lived on a council estate. It had laundries for the tenants to use. It had washing machines and gas-heated drying cupboards, so you could use them one day a week, and it was free. My mum's day was Wednesday. Yes. When did people start getting washing machines? Well, it really started with a guy called John Bloom, who was sort of letting people have washing machines and paying for them on credit. And he ended up living in the south of France, and he became known as the washing machine king. But you could rent washing machines. It's like people who used to rent their televisions, or people who had a coin thing next to the television. You put money in the television so you could watch the programmes. Without putting the money in, the television would not function at all. And you could rent your washing machine like £4.71 a week or something like that. They would deliver it, fit it, and then you rented the washing machine. I mean, everybody rented televisions. They were way too expensive to buy. It's only now televisions have come down. They're cheap as chips. Even a 55-inch. And that's the thing that most people can cope with, isn't it? I mean, that's absolutely enormous. But no, televisions you rented. Everything was rented. I mean, there were just loads and loads of things. Cooker. A lot of people rented cookers. They didn't buy cookers. People didn't have stuff like that. Nobody had fridges. You had a cupboard which had some air vents on the outside, and you keep the milk in there and everything else. Like the larder. People had a larder. My mother, when we lived in Yorkshire, we didn't have a fridge. And the winters were so cold. My mother would start preparing for Christmas back in October. You would take the apples from the trees, wrap them in brown paper, and put them in a box and put them in an outside shed. And so they would keep fresh. And then she could make, apple crumbles and apple pies and things like that. No, everybody did. When we didn't have supermarkets. First supermarket I ever went into was Mac Fisheries, which... We had one in Newbury, Mac Fisheries, and we went to... That's the very first place we had frozen orange juice. We'd never had it before. You have orange squash, and this frozen orange juice was... you broke open the packet, and then you put it in a jug, and you poured on water and stirred it and put it in the fridge. It was like sort of fresh frozen orange juice. Bit of a treat, eh?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
25 to 7. The reason I tell you is if you're going to Waterloo, make sure you've got plenty of time. There's various trains which have been cancelled due to an incident and they've got problems on the line or something outside Twickenham, so it's on the Hounslow side of it. So you can probably get to Richmond, in which case then you could probably get a bus. Well, in fact, you can get a bus outside Richmond, but that'll be the fastest way of getting there. But they'll be cancelled all over the place because I was going to get a Reading train and suddenly realised that the Reading train didn't appear to be stopping. So they'd obviously put that on a different line. So they've said the problem they've got at the moment is reports of a train hitting an object in the Hounslow area. So the train services might be disrupted at the station. See, the trouble is we don't know what that is. I mean, sometimes we've had incidents at train stations where somebody has leapt in front of a train, which can disrupt the entire system. The other day we had that incident with that guy who was disqualified from driving, the plank, and he was driving his car along the tracks. Anyway, he's now been arrested, and so that was very good news. And you can find that. We found that yesterday, the idiotic motorist. That's why do we have to be polite to people? He caused £23,000 worth of damage and delayed commuters for up to 8 hours. He's been jailed, actually. Best place for him. Probably safer. But he didn't have a licence, and he was immensely dangerous. He's only been jailed for 15 months. Should have been 15 years. Can you imagine if you were the one standing on the... He's also ugly. You imagine if you were standing on the station... And they go, I'm terribly sorry, you're going to be delayed for 8 hours. There were people yesterday at Waterloo, some very rude people, I thought, who obviously had to get to work, go, well, where are we supposed to get there? And I thought, why are you grilling the staff here? They don't know. They're just passing on, all the different, bits and pieces. And they said, well, listen, you can get on this train, then you can go to there. But, of course, a lot of people... for whom English was not the first language, weren't understanding where it was going, and they didn't have the faintest idea. But you need to check where the train is going. So a train that, what was it, about 4 or 5 months ago, I got on a train, Windsor and Eton, and for some reason it seemed to go in a completely different route. I didn't go anywhere near Richmond. And so I had to get off and then get back to where I came from. So always check on the board, because it said Richmond the other day. I mean, sometimes if part of the line is closed, they Bangkok, you can go round, and sometimes we went round and came back into Twickenham from the other side, which I thought was really bizarre. I've done that before now. So they do take a detour. So check and it's only Waterloo Station that's affected. Okay, but if you're thinking of going in half an hour to try and catch your train and you're heading in the Hounslow direction, there's a very good chance it might be cancelled. And we'll have more with Joanne in about 6 or 7 minutes' time. But take my advice, leave a bit earlier. And then you will be sort of not as stressed as you might be. Because people were getting really stressed yesterday. I couldn't believe it. I was very calm, just standing there thinking, what the heck? Who cares? I'm going to get home at some point. And Sidcup Julie says, you're full of information. That's why I love your show. Absolutely. Listen, we like to be informative. Train hit a trolley near Whitton Station yesterday, which means somebody must have pushed a trolley onto the line. Otherwise, how would it get on there? And that then sort of takes out... do you remember the slogan, the service you get renting your colour set from Granada? We used to have a Granada, Radio Rentals, Rediffusion. There was quite a number of shops in Twickenham High Street when I first moved there who were renting out televisions and video combos, which was very posh in those early days. Ron says, my first supermarket was Fine Fare in Chadwell Heath. It was massive compared with most people, as you remember, Ron, were just content to go into a little corner grocer where they would do you a slice of ham or one egg or something like that. But the supermarkets came along and all of a sudden it was a case of no self-service. No, you would stand there and ask for things. They used to have a machine. I mean, it was, the idea of walking up and down an aisle. When we got Mac Fisheries, you could walk up and down an aisle. I remember in an episode of To the Manor Born, Audrey Forbes Hamilton, who quite clearly had never been in a supermarket, she was amazed. She said, I'm standing here and nobody is coming to serve me, because she was used to going to the corner shop where you'd say, I'll have a bloomer and a small bottle of sherry. The prices were hilarious. The prices. She bought a stamp in the post office. It was 9p. 9p. And a bloomer was something like 1 and 3p or something like that. Anyway, whatever it was odd. But then she goes to a supermarket and she was amazed. You could just go up to the shelves and pick stuff off and put it in your basket. She'd never done anything like that before. And it was a bit like that for us. The washing machine rental people should contact all on EastEnders, as none of them seem to have one, and go to the laundrette, says Mark Inley. You see, the trouble is, Mark, you're not understanding this, are you? It's only pretend. OK, there is no place called Walford. There is no sort of laundrette, no fish and chip shop, no Queen Vic. It's all pretend. It's a set. It cost £87. million, and that's why. Because they're making a thing. And so, of course, nobody's got a washing machine. How boring would that be to watch people putting clothes in a washing machine? That would be ultimately dull. No, go to a place, the laundromat, whatever it is, and then people will go there, and then you've got another location to use for filming. And Dot was in it. Oh, I don't know, really, Rita. Who's Rita? I know who she is. She's on Corrie. Steve, I booked for Andre Rio for April next year in Birmingham and Barry Manilow in June at the O2. Can life get any better? Says Jenny, who says, I've been with you since 4 a.m. Well, I'm hoping a bit longer than that. I mean, I don't mind people joining at 4 a.m. every single day. Steve, I remember my great-grandmother renting a black and white TV in the 60s, says Shane in Sydney. Yes, I mean, everybody rented. You couldn't afford them. They were too expensive. It's about one of the only electrical items that has come down in price and come down quite significantly. You can now pick up a television for 100 quid, whereas years ago they'd be £1,500. They were seriously. I mean, you can still get a black and white TV licence, which is cheaper, obviously, than having a colour. But I mean, how many people do you know who only have a black and white telly? I don't know anybody with a black. I mean, everybody's got colour. Ian Dale will have one. I never said that, Ian. Steve, some South West trains go in a loop around Hounslow and Feltham, then back towards Twickenham and Richmond. And it's good. Remember radiogram, says Jeff? Certainly do. Parents had one. I used to love a radiogram. It was lovely. I loved everything like that. Things that makes you sound really old, doesn't it, when you start reminiscing about what this stuff was like. Looking at the trolley buses and the journey through Twickenham. The only reason I watch it, not because of the trolley bus, it's because of the scenery and how little has changed on the high street. Most of it's still there. The George pub is there, not open, of course, at the moment. And we've got a few other places. One which was a bakery, which is now a little kiddies swimming pool. Little children, like babies. Babies go swimming there, which is quite nice. And we do have, when all the other places closed down in Richmond and Kingston, looking a bit desolate at the moment, we're the up-and-coming ones. We've got a fresh fish shop, no Iceland in the old days, no Iceland. And then all of a sudden it was a case, you could buy fridges in Iceland. They sold fridges. You could go in there and buy a chest freezer and they'd have it delivered, and then you could put all your stuff in there. And that was lovely. I mean, we started relying on fridges, whereas people hadn't done that before. You just left stuff outside and watched tits pecking away at your milk bottle, which in itself was an achievement, I used to think. And you'd come out in the morning and the tits had a good old go at it. And I remember thinking then, so I got a box from my milkman, and he put the milk in this polystyrene type box, then put the lid back on to stop the birds getting at it, because all they wanted was the cream on the top of the milk. Cheeky little... I mean, you didn't want to drink it after they'd stuck their beaks in it. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, my nan in Teddington, says Harry, used to send us for a large split tin and a bloomer. She knew us kids would eat the inside out of any of them. A bloomer I remember, and I remember a large split, but I can't remember what it looked like. A large split. A bloomer was nice. I used to love it. A bloomer. Bread. You never had bloomers? Yeah, they were delicious. They really were. They were they had a crunchy top. Yeah, that's... right. Oh, that's sourdough bread. No, wait a minute. Down. Oh, that's a large split, is it? Oh, right, because it's got a split in it. Should you show me a bloomer? Show me a bloomer? Way, matron. Thank you very much indeed. And there it is. Look at that. White bloomer. Ooh, from the Sussex kitchen. Looks delicious. Why have they got pictures of baby's pants next to them? You type in the word bloomer, you get all sorts of things. But no, you used to love a bloomer, especially if you went into one of those bakeries where they could slice it on their machine. They'd put it on a machine and go, yeah, thick sliced. I always went thick. And then they'd slide the plastic bag over the top of it and then give it to you. That was always... They still do that in Marks and Spencer's in Twickenham. They've still got... We're a little bit backward, I'm afraid. And Steve. We used to have a slot TV. The money always ran out during the customary Christmas Bond repeat, says Simon. And somebody says, never owned a TV set, says Lawrence. These days it's the iPad for Netflix, YouTube. Yeah, I mean, that's the advantage. Look at the quality that you get on a normal telephone. I've got an iPhone, like millions of people, I should imagine. And the stunning quality on it is absolutely amazing. I mean, it really is very, very good indeed. Even taking pictures, that's why I always doubted the fakery of the Loch Ness Monster. And the reason being is because, A, it doesn't exist, because otherwise you would take a perfect picture, which you could then have blown up and see what that log was floating down the river, into Loch Ness. And so people go, oh no, I got a picture of it. And you look at it, you go, talk rubbish, honestly. These people, they must have drink problems, I should imagine. Albert in Croydon says, I remember the old mangle in the backyard. It was my job turning the handle whilst Mum fed in the clothes. Yeah. Yes. And do you remember B-Jam? Yes, because that was the forerunner to Iceland. We got B-Jam, and they sold freezers as well. There was a big one in Kingston, and we got a big Iceland in Twickenham. In fact, we must have very, very, very few empty shops at the moment. We're looking very promising. I mean, we've certainly got far less empty shops than they have in Richmond, where the rents must be astronomical. I think, Twickenham's looking so much better. Up-and-coming area, as they say. 2-bedroom flats, 700,000. I mean, seriously, I don't know how people afford anything nowadays. It's so expensive.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Did you know, according to the Express this morning, living near a noisy road raises the risk of dementia? Well, put double glazing in. Most houses now, if they're actually on a main road, most of them have got double glazing anyway, or secondary glazing, or sort of thicker glass in the windows. Oh, I tell you, there was something I was going to check with you this morning. There was a lady who turned up at the airport and they refused to let her fly. She was going to meet a friend of hers and she couldn't. And they went, your passport's out of date. And she went, no, it's not. It runs till 2022. They went, no, that's a mistake. And there are now different rules if you're flying abroad. If you're going to Europe, there are different rules on your passport. You've had to have had it for so many years, and you've got to have so much time on it. So for the passport to be valid, they were valid up to and including their expiry date for travel. Now, since the end of the Brexit transition phase, British passport holders apparently are treated as third country nationals with stipulations about passport expiry dates and limit on length of stay. So, in other words, the requirements are expressed here. If you're a non-EU national wishing to visit or travel within the EU, you need a passport valid for at least 3 months after the date you intend to leave the EU country you are visiting, and which was issued within the previous 10 years. Now, this does not apply for trips to Ireland, for which there are no limits on passport validity, and for which a passport is not legally mandatory for British travellers, although some airlines insist on it. So do check, actually, that your passport is valid. Your travel agent will be able to advise you on that one. Because this woman said, no, I thought it was fine. And they went, no, so they wouldn't let her fly. So it's got to be valid 3 months after your return date. I think my passport runs out next year sometime. So what I'll do is I'll get that sorted out and changed very quick. It's just something else to think of, isn't it? I mean, at least the car insurance and everything else seems to go through automatically. I don't need to worry about that too much. And Steve. I remember paying over £600 for a Ferguson Video Star VHS recorder in the 80s. Had to have finance on it, says Chris in Rayleigh. Yes, I mean, people had finance on they were so expensive. Steve, I was a Saturday boy on a Mother's Pride bread van, says Stuart, doing home deliveries. At the end of the day, I got the pick of the unsold bread and cakes. Happy days. I know. And your mum would say, what do you get cakes for? Where's the bread? Everybody wanted bread. And Steve, I took my niece to a hotel that had an old phone with a dial, and I asked her to call her mum, and she kept trying to press the buttons. Phones have changed a lot, haven't they? Phones have changed so much now. And Louise says, we had a TV, we had to put 6 pennies in it to make it work. I used to love an old telephone. Which was, you put your finger in the dial and it just sounded nice. Apparently, according to Chris Lowry, says you can now stay 90 days and 180 days in the EU now. So you can stay 90 days in 180 days, because he knows, because he's in España, after time. So do check. I'd hate to get to the airport and suddenly realise that you can't go anywhere and you'll be stuck in the airport for ages and ages. Andrew, utterly convinced he'll soon return to duties. When will he get it through his very thick head that we don't like him? Nobody likes him. They just want him to do, what is right. He obviously thinks that just ignoring things, makes you okay. So the lady and the hopscotch branded vandalism, strangely enough, Sarah Goodwin said her kids aged 3, 6 and 13 and some friends were accused of vandalism. She comes from Newport Pagnell. She wrote on Facebook, hopscotch, tracks for scooters drawing around themselves. It washed away a few days later. And Gemma Collins then tweeted, so we won't bother with that one. Not at all. Don't think we'll take any advice from Gemma Collins any day soon. But all this washes away. It's the new chalk. It's not like the old chalk where you wrote on the ground and went, oh, no, we were stuck with that. There's a woman in America, I told you on YouTube. I mean, she later found unhappy neighbours had called the police and the local housing association complaining of vandalism. What miserable people. Miserable people. You know, they're little children. You can get a bucket of water, throw it over that, and it'll all vanish immediately. It's as simple as that. It's been going on for ages. Honestly, well, these people are so horrible. There's a woman with a jet wash and the poor little kid is crying her eyes out because this nasty old bag from next door, a witch we called her, you know. Geronimo didn't have TB, insists Helen. And a woman who claims she kept 66 dogs has been given a suspended jail sentence for animal welfare offences. Maria Lee says she owned the dogs whilst living with her partner Stacey Humphreys, who's been banned from keeping animals. Apparently, the dogs were among 83 seized by police investigating alleged thefts in a March raid at a site in Ipswich. The court heard how the seized dogs were in varying states of health. They've all been rehoused. And one of them, Frank O'Toole, defending, said Lee wished to express great remorse and didn't intend to cause any harm to any dogs in her care. Liar. Liar. Honestly. Bear Grylls making a film to inspire school pupils after a tough 18 months. It was very nice, actually, very nice. And the Taliban have outlawed all protests and women's sport. In fact, there's a woman arguing the toss here, and there's a Taliban with a gun pointing at her. You know, these people, there's something they've got screws loose, haven't they? He points his firearm at a woman in Kabul because there are no women in their parliament. Of course there's not. They don't like women. It's as simple as that. Crime victims feel let down by the justice system. More than 80% of you have no confidence in prosecutions, which I'm not surprised at. And delightful, unseen, only fools pictures. Because it was very happy. They've all got on a bit now. They're all old, but it doesn't matter because you can watch them and you can go back to those days. Didn't they do so? They made a remake, didn't they? I think of Only Fools. Did it not work very? Oh, producer didn't like it. And there's a shocked homeowner. They're too old. Yeah, you can't. There's a limit to what you can do, isn't there? A shocked homeowner returned to find builders had put up a 20-foot high wall at the bottom of her garden. Sharon Everall said the eyesore barrier towers over her property and came as a complete surprise. She said she knew a new estate was being built and would come up to the edge of her property, but she had no idea a huge wall would go up and fears it could drive down the value of her home. The developers have offered £200 towards the cost of trees to hide the structure. So more than 270 homes being built on the Paddocks estate. Telia Homes said the retaining wall has been built in accordance with planning permission. The details were publicly available. People don't check, though, do they? They see something going up, you know, but builders now are so ahead of it. They know that you've got to have planning permission and you've got to make sure that you adhere to it. Otherwise, the council come around and go, you can take that down straight away. So she wasn't at all happy. Not at all happy. Also today, the papers are talking about the NHS hiring an army of bureaucrats. Oh, God, not more bureaucrats. Please, £200,000 a bureaucrat. That's what it's going to be. I have a feeling that things are not going to go down. How long do you think, when I said it to you earlier on about the M&S resurrecting the St Michael brand, how long has it been absent from Marks and Spencer's, the St Michael brand? 21 years, very good guess. He said 20 years. And vintage clothes have found a new audience in younger generations, so they're hoping to turn around their fortunes. I got to go because it's Thursday and it's going to rain. Yeah, fantastic. We do have a free little bit extra podcast, which I'm urging you to download. Jennifer Aniston makes a cringeworthy appearance on The One Show. They have to put it out of its misery. Towie's back for a new series. How will they survive without the GC? Very well. Leo DiCaprio selling his house for $10 million. Bit pokey, I'm afraid. Morning. Actually, the funny thing is, because of the National Television Awards, you can almost guarantee that Pip and Holly Booby will be off their faces. But I mean, sometimes they've turned up in the same outfits. Although really, by now they should have gone home. She only lives down the road at Barnes. So she might have got a little bit of sleep. But imagine perhaps they sleep in their dressing rooms there. Perhaps they've got beds in the dressing room. But they won the award, as you know, and you've just heard the awards. I'll run through them a bit later on for those people who are just waking up and joining the Spike on a Friday. They've done an autopsy on Les McKeown from the Bay City Rollers. He was killed by the rock and roll lifestyle. For that, read booze and drugs, apparently. The wife seems lovely, and she said, listen, it was never an easy roller coaster. It was up and down. We had good times, and we had, times which weren't so good. How to start your day the healthy way. This is where we're going to change your lifestyle. And apart from tuning into this programme every day, blood orange juice is the way forward. Who'd have thought? Yeah, blood orange juice. I have seen blood oranges quite clearly because they're slightly different in all the fruit shops, and in Paul Cooper's they sell blood oranges at a certain time of the year, and and then you cut them and they've got sort of veins of sort of dark orange going through there. But you can buy the juice. We've already checked online. They do blood orange juice in all the supermarkets. I might try that. I mean, I'm not supposed to have it because it's a bit tart. So a little bit tarter than normal juices. I might have that. That might be okay for me. I think so anyway. And I mean, it is actually quite dark. And people specifically ask for them. I've been in Paul Cooper's shop when people have specifically said for blood oranges. It does help because they're rich in antioxidants, which helps reduce the stress of oxidation and lowers your risk of chronic health problems like cancer, heart disease and diabetes. That would be the one to go for. It's too late. I mean, if you have diabetes, it's not going to sort of stop it at all. So there you go. They're also a great source of vitamin C, vitamin A, potassium, manganese, antioxidants, and dietary fibre. I'm going out to get some today. This sounds like the miracle of all miracles. And I do like it. I mean, I used to like the Tropicana juice, but only with the bits in. Because I felt it was like a proper orange. The one without the bits in, I didn't think it was a proper orange. No, I don't like smooth. It's funny, isn't it? It's like crunchy peanut butter versus smooth peanut butter. I don't know. There's a huge fan of people, a group of them, who sort of like the crunchy and wouldn't even dream of trying the other stuff. It's like Branston pickle. Do they do a smooth one? Oh no. I've had the one which is the sandwich spread Branston pickle, which is tiny little bits. And then they've got the other stuff, which is good if you're having a baguette with cheese in it. You just slice it down the middle, slather on some butter or something like that, and then put the Branston pickle over the top of the cheese. And it comes in a squirty bottle too, which is good. Oh, so smooth. Oh dear. You could probably make that yourself, couldn't you? I don't even know what's in it. It's got no chunks at all. So it's got onion, cauliflower, sugar, barley, spirit vinegar, maize, tomato puree, Dale paste, dates, rice flour, apple pulp, concentrated lemon juice. Good God in heaven. But they say just spoon it out and enjoy in a delicious pickled cheese and ham baguette. So you see, it's got to go in a baguette. You can't do it in a sandwich. It's got to be a baguette. And it's got to be of a decent size. So, and then you should literally just being careful, obviously, with the knife. Don't let the kids do it. And then you just literally bend it backwards, open it up, and off you go with the old butter. Layer some cheese in there, and then I'm going to squirt of the old Branston Smooth. I could eat it now, actually. Could eat it now. And of course, Holly and Phil don't go to work, do they, on a Friday? They get the day off. You've got to put up with Alison Hammond, bloody useless, and Dermot O'Dreary. And then some cheeky little wag, we knew they were having a laugh, said that watching Joel presenting last night on the National Television Awards, he's going to be the new Dermot O'Dreary. And I thought, what, another crap presenter? Surely not, please, we've got so many. Even Laura Whitmore had the audacity to turn up. I mean, it was called the National Television Awards here. What were you doing there? Honestly, Alison Hammond yesterday, even Philip Schofield had his head in his hands. Because first of all, she had holes in her jumper, and she wanted to know whether or not somebody could get her another jumper. So somebody came over and gave her one of the crew. No social distancing. She gave away the name of the road she was in. The camera panned back and you could see it. And it's supposed to be a secret. You go knock on somebody's door and Philip's going, no. And then Holly Willoughby thought it was £100,000 they were giving away. And he went, no. It was a complete disaster. So just as well. They'll be nursing really, their producer must have been awful yesterday, whoever that was. Honestly, you'd have kicked their bums down the street, wouldn't you? Alison Hammond's case, I mean, she could have rolled forever and a day. They should do a diet on that programme. They should do it, because the trouble is the food that they cook with Phil and with all the people on there and John and they had an Irish girl on there the other day. And Philip was saying about when he went to Ireland with the family years ago, they had like a camper van thing, and he kissed the Blarney Stone, he did everything. It must have been some time ago, because, I mean, who goes on holiday with it? That's right, Clodagh McKenna. She's an Irish-born chef, and she's demonstrated cookery on the Rachel Ray Show. What in God's name is that? It must be Irish, actually, I should imagine. She comes from Blackrock. Her partner, they're not even married, Harry Herbert. I mean, who in their right mind is called Harry Herbert? I ask you. But anyway, she was cooking sort of something the other day, which didn't look that exciting. People are ditching banana bread and going for something else. What she should have done is got some blood oranges out and squeezed them. My mother used to have a thing. We didn't have anything electrical. It was like a thing. You lifted the handle up at the back, you put the orange in, and you pull the handle down, and it squeezed the juice out. A juicer, yes. Yes, I think so, yes. It wasn't made out of metal. It was like an alloy or something like that. And it was really good because it kept all the pulp in and just gave you the juice. Because we did like orange juice in the morning, fresh orange juice. When I was in Vegas, that's it. It looks like, it's like slightly less sophisticated than the ones you're showing me. But I know what those ones are. UK juicers. Good Lord, that's all they sell is juicers, is it? Oh, heavens above. Oh, well, you live and learn. No, I haven't seen the one that... £299, and it's in stock. Look at this one, £449 in stock. It'll have to stay in stock, because it certainly won't be venturing into my place. I still like, and I've been trying to get for ages, one of these hot water machines. It's like boiling a kettle up, except you literally fill up this thing. In this particular case, 5 litres of water. Put your cup underneath, push the button, and out comes boiling hot water. Yes, like out there on the taps, but this is a machine that you fill up with water. Because they went out of stock for ages with a company called Cooper's of Stortford. And then I got a thing the other day from them, and it said, we've got the new catalogue out, blah, 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 blah. And I went onto the kitchen, and there was this hot water machine for 80 quid. 80 quid. So I've pre-ordered it. They've said, well, just indicate that you want it. I thought, well, I've been saying that for 20 years. And... so they're going to let me know. But it's the bigger version, 5 litres of water. And you literally put the cup underneath, push the button, and out comes instant hot water, which is so much easier than sitting there waiting with a blooming kettle. Who wants to wait for the kettle in the morning, honestly? You've got to get ready. Yeah, you've got to get ready and have a shave. And I was running a little bit late this morning. I was sort of halfway through watching, programmes on the television. 84850... steve@lbc.co.uk. So Sam, thank you. Sam was the one who told me Holly and Phil don't present on a Friday. Yeah, do you think they might turn up? Or there'll be an interview with them. Philip is there with Philip will have an ice pack on his head. And Holly will still be in the same gown that she wore for last night. But as I say, they were all there, the good, the great, and the terminally stupid who turned up for it, pretending that they were presenters on the television, even though they weren't nominated. But I think that when they go for this morning, I think they do it as it's an ensemble piece. Martin Frizzell will say, come on, everybody up on stage. Because I used to work with him ages ago at LBC. Martin Frizzell, who is like big chief down at This Morning, he used to work for LBC. He was one of our reporters. He's married, of course, to Fiona Phillips. Yes, definitely. Eamon Holmes turned up, but there again, he turns up everywhere with his stick. Obviously, that machine he's flogging isn't working very well, is it? Because his feet must be absolutely killing him at the moment. Also, wait a minute. Oh, yeah. A lot of people talking about and I only picked this up yesterday from Nick Ferrari's programme, where they were talking to somebody who's something to do with turning boats away from this place with the backing of Priti Patel. And the French are all up in arms. Oh, not very happy at all about it because they don't want them. We don't want them and the French don't want them. But so they've stopped selling canoes and blow up boats. And as if that's going to stop it. It won't, of course. And then, as this bloke pointed out, then Nick said exactly the same thing. It's you'll have a boat with, say, 40 people on it. What are the police going to do? Round them up and then tow them back where they came from? No, all they'll do is throw themselves into the water. They'll throw themselves into the water, and then we've now got the job of rescuing all these people. What do? Put them on the ship and then take them back and then dump them off in the shallows of France? Nick was talking, I think, to a rear admiral, who is Chris Parry. And I'd never even thought about that before. It had never crossed my mind. It's trying to find out which of these people is genuine and which are people that, maybe harbour strange views about certain things, because they did an interview in the paper the other day, because if they jump, we have to save them due to international law. But they were saying that when they get to this country, they can't have jobs, they can't drive cars, they can't earn any money. So what's the point of coming here? What is the point of coming here? There's no logical reason, unless they're going to indulge in, sort of unsavoury actions. There was one man who was saying he's going to have to sell his daughter. I mean, it beggars belief. And they keep turning up, and they've paid. Where do they get the money from in the first place? It's like thousands of pounds. Thousands of pounds. Clodagh is married to Harry Herbert. He's the Queen's godson, says Rachel. Is he really? Oh, wow. So I never knew things like that. Oh, Clarkson, Jeremy, has had a bit of a showdown with a bunch of old Nancy's from the village where he is, complaining about his farm shop, complaining about, basically everything. Somebody gave him the finger at this thing. Honestly, they must be really thick people. And Jeremy said, listen, he does his television job. That enables him to have a farm. And they go, this is what we do for a living. You're just a part-time farmer. And I felt like saying to this buffoon who stood up and said this, why don't you mind your own business, you Wurzel Gummidge? Why don't you go stand in a field and scare crows? Oh, I've just realised actually that's where it comes from. We call them scarecrows. And I've now separated the two words, scaring crows. I've only just worked that bit out, scaring crows. I just thought they were called scarecrows. I never associated with it, but they don't scare crows. What you've got to have is a machine that fires and goes bang every so often, and the birds take off, and then they go, joke, and they go back down again, and start eating the crops. But no, that's all he wants to do. He's brought a lot of trade into the village, and then there's all these buffoons there. Just a part-time farmer, aren't you? Yes, he's a part-time farmer, but he's obviously doing a lot better than you. You're the peculiar one. There's also a police officer, they've caught it on camera, who has assaulted an autistic boy at school by kicking him and being nasty. He would have been fired from the police had he not retired. So we didn't send him to prison, which is a bit of a shame, because anybody who attacks an autistic child, lucky he's named in all the papers today, we'll do it a little bit later on. Fancy a little bit of history. I've got a great bit of history for you. I think they've got the price totally wrong. What would you pay for Lord Nelson's sword? What would you pay?
At Eon Next, we believe life's better when you know that if you need help with your energy, there's a team of dedicated energy specialists who work hard to get it sorted, so you can get back to doing what you like quicker. We think that makes energy a little bit better. And that's why we're always working towards helping you get more out of your energy. So visit eonnext.com today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
What was that from? The Moulin Rouge has opened its doors again. Yes, there'll be canning down there. The only people who ever go to the Moulin Rouge and places like that are Japanese tourists. Because a friend of mine was in this show, and she said it's part of their tour. It's like American tourists and Japanese tourists come to London and they say, and you'll get to go and see a West End show. They think they're going to Phantom of the Opera. They send them to the Mousetrap. OK, so what happens is, because they're so tired, because they're trying to cram in as much as possible, and the same in Paris at the Moulin Rouge, it's all full of tables where people drink. They fall asleep at their table. So the girls come out to be confronted by a room full of people asleep, which I thought was very funny indeed. The sword, Nelson's sword. How much do you think it's going to go for? Now, I would have thought, they had what came up for auction some time ago, parts of the flag that were on the Victory. Parts of the Union flag that were on the Victory, and that came up, I think, for auction. The sword has just come up. They reckon it could fetch up to £50,000. I reckon it could go way more. It's Lord Nelson's sword. That's like sort of, his uniform comes up for auction. People would pay a small fortune with it. They say it's a steal at £50,000. It blooming well is. It'll go more. They weren't estimating that at all. They were estimating 3,000 to 5,000 for Lord Nelson's sword. That's like finding the Ark of the Covenant, or the crown of thorns, or the cross on which Christ was executed. But they did think that they found Noah's Ark, didn't they, on a mountain in Turkey. They're quite mad over there, I'm afraid. They thought that we found Noah's Ark. I remember it hit all the newspapers, and we all went, yeah, as if stuck on a mountain in Turkey. There you go. And they say the size and shape of the structure has led to its promotion by some believers as the original Noah's Ark. They're quite mad over there. Quite mad. It's not, of course. It's not, but they say it is. The real Noah's Ark buried in Turkey. So, in other words, the animals went in 2 by 2. This thing would have sunk immediately, I should imagine. About as seaworthy as you could ever get. It's an odd shape, but it's not buried over there. Okay, there is no such thing as Noah's Ark. I'm not totally convinced about the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, but I know that the lighthouse Pharos at Alexandria, that was real. That was to sort of stop ships crashing. But over here, we used to encourage ships to crash. We would shine lights from the cliffs, and the ships would go, "That's okay, we can head over there." Stupid sea captains. And then the ship would go down on the rocks, and then all the smugglers would be down there picking off its cargo. Yeah, smugglers used to have all sorts of tricks to try and lure ships onto the rocks. Come on, put yourself onto the rocks. We love it. Steve, keep us updated on the tennis. I'm sorry, we don't do tennis on this programme. We don't do sports, we don't do politics. We rarely touch religion. And some girl called Emma, who's obviously sort of the favourite at the moment, it's Raducanu, has won apparently the first set. Who cares? I'm seriously, I couldn't be less interested if I was sort of playing with my hamster again. It's as simple as that. And Steve, oh my God, Scarecrow. Why did I never figure it out? Yeah. I'd only just realised it's scaring crows. But of course, it isn't just crows now, is it? It's all sorts of birds that go down. We got crows in Leicester Square and ravens in the Tower of London. The reason they can't fly away is they've had their wings clipped. They go, otherwise they'd fly away, wouldn't they? Why would you want to stay inside the Tower of London? They don't fly anywhere. They just basically lollop all over the place. And somebody else says, I think we need better foods available earlier. I like the idea of, if we had some ice cold blood orange juice, I'd be trying that now. Ice cold blood. I might bring some in next week. We'll put it in the fridge. But the trouble is, you put it in the fridge, somebody might go, "Oh look, orange juice," and drink it. But it but it says for diabetes, it's all right. For preventing diabetes. Well, couldn't I just pretend I'm being prevented from having diabetes? I love that. So Lord Nelson's sword. I think it's going to go for more. I really do. It's Lord Nelson's sword. We are talking something quite amazing. Rashford brushes off the trolls who say he should stick to football. Who are these pathetic people? All orange juices are drinks best avoided by people with diabetes under most circumstances. Oh, well, I'm going to be the odd one out. I'm only going to have a little bit, just to sort of try it. I'm going to have a little shot of it. Because, why? Because I can. It's as simple as that. Jo O'Meara still trying to flog her album. She's in the Daily Star today. This is the racist who abused Shilpa Shetty. I don't care what she says. Her, Danielle Lloyd and Jade Goody Jade Goody was possibly the most disgusting person I'd ever seen racially abusing somebody. Really awful. Also, the NHS waiting list. How big is it now? 5.6 million. 5.6 million people shout at their GPs. One teenager is in the paper today. He died from a heart condition. The GP didn't see them, and the other GP was looking at the wrong slides. He was looking at the wrong slides. So he diagnosed said, "You're all right," and the kiddie died. Plus, shoppers put the boot into Quicksilver for selling white socks that look muddy. They're about 14 quid a pair. Seems like an awful lot of money, doesn't it, for a pair of socks? And Elton John is now flogging takeaways in a new career move. The size of him. Excuse me, Chubsy. You shouldn't be advertising takeaways, should you? Unless you need the money. I presume he does. Maisie Smith undresses for a night out. Apparently she's in EastEnders, or she was in EastEnders, or she might be leaving EastEnders. I've got no idea. But she dresses for a night out, really wearing one of the most stupid outfits I've ever seen. Not half as bad as, who's that racing driver that we have? Lewis Hamilton, another ridiculous outfit. Mr. Laugh a Second. But here's Elton and Lil Nas X, who's a rapper, dressed in very bright, extravagant outfits. And I don't really know what you can say about it. Apparently, the old Town Road hitmaker said it was an honour to be working with Elton. I bet it was. He said it's been absolutely... They're just advertising Uber. That's all they're doing. They're just advertising Uber. It's obviously for a fee, which I should imagine. Elton John would do anything. Yeah, would you advertise this cream? Yeah, I'll do that. And presumably he gets free takeaways for the rest of his life. Seems like a bargain, doesn't it, really? Just advertise that. What was I going to tell you? I was going to tell you something else, actually. It's such a good day yesterday. The weather was exactly what I wanted. It wasn't hot, wasn't cold. It was just sort of middling. It was middling, and it was okay. I don't mind middling. And I'm going to have a nice day today. I've already got a few things planned, which is very good. And then tomorrow, I'm going to have to start cleaning the patio tomorrow. We're going to have to start pulling plants up and filling up bin liners and everything else, which is okay. Jet wash it? No, don't jet wash the patio. It makes such a mess. Jet washing is terrible. Now I'll just have a little sweep up. 84850 Steve at lbc.co.uk for the attention of Steve Allen. Hot water dispenser by Breville Hot Cup in stock at Asda. 30 quid, says Kathy. Best kettle ever. You see, I don't want a kettle. This is a hot water machine that I've bought. So you fill it up and you push the button and it dispenses straight away boiling hot water. You can do five different temperatures. 5 different temperatures. I've had them for years, and I think it's a really brilliant idea. As I say, I've got a kettle as well. But I can't really be bothered. It's not particularly brilliant, is it? Regular exercise can stop your mental health going downhill, which is good. And I must thank my friend Bill Overton, who's working on our sister station, just literally just underneath me here. In fact, if I drilled down, I could probably land outside his studio. And I said earlier on, I've got a dreadful pain. And I said, have you got any Anodins or anything like that? And he said, I have in the studio. So we went downstairs and he helped me out. I normally carry Anodins. Henry says passion fruit Jaffa cakes. Did you leave them in there? Why have you left them in there? Don't leave them. You know what Henry's like? He thinks they're now a gift. Yeah, bring them round here, mate. Unless Connor's got his hands on them, in which case, we can forgive Connor anything. Ever since he shaved off the moustache. Apart from the tash, which just didn't go at all well. It was just, why is it something? I mean, he thought it was okay. Well, I don't think he thought it was okay. The girlfriend likes it, apparently. But there again, you can't educate some people, can you? I bet you'll go back now and these Jaffa cakes would have been half eaten. Henry will have looked on this as, oh, thank you for my treat. Seriously, he probably cannot believe his luck. He really can't. Yeah, we're waiting for him to turn. I'm looking through my door and I've got a little narrow window. It's like being on the Titanic. Well, it's not really like being on the Titanic because I'd be sitting in a lifeboat by now. But it's sort of it's a big heavy door. It's like a cell door, like the ones you have on interceptors and everything else, and a little piece of glass down the middle, which is sort of double thickness glass. It's very nice, but you can't really see out properly. I have to I see people out the corner of my eye just walking past, and I go, oh, they've gone. And sometimes I wave at Nick Ferrari, and sometimes he waves at me. What was the other one? Oh, yes, Harry and Meghan were put up on the screen at the NTAs and they got booed. Told you, nobody likes them. It'd be like, and here to present the next award is Prince Andrew. Boo! Boo! Or failing that, even worse, Sarah Dreary Ferguson, who said she'll always stand by Andrew. What does that mean, dear? Do explain more. Mind you, when I said earlier on, there were some people who turned up at the NTAs. Worst dressed Jordan, with the most ridiculous hair braided going down her back. She looks absolutely terrible. And she turned up with Harvey because I think they were nominated. Strangely, no husband-to-be was there. I thought he would have gone down with her to sort of, give her moral support. There you go. Henry started. He said, such a lovely gift. Such a lovely gift. I told you, he'll go through. He won't be able to resist opening the box. Kate's tears for Derek. He will get the chance to tell his story. And she thanked ITV as well for taking a risk. They didn't know what to expect. And she said he should have had a chance to tell his own story. She said, you will. You will, Derek. You will. I think he is the illest patient they've ever had to look after. I mean, he's been in hospital. Now he's at home. And the audience gave her a standing ovation. So they bloody well should have done, to be honest with you. How she's put up with that and held down a job. 2 jobs. Held down 2 jobs. Television and then her smooth radio show as well. And people just don't appreciate just what people go through. So it left a lot of the people in the audience crying. Because she's able to tell you firsthand, we thought we were going to lose him. He's clinging on at the moment. He's had all sorts of problems. All sorts of problems. Steve, did I hear Elton's opening a chip shop? Said Lawrence. Might as well. Might as well open a chip shop. Imagine. I'm trying to think of the staff you could put in it. Are crows generally put off by scarecrows? Says Kim. I thought crows were the Einsteins of the bird world. They are. They're not put off by it. They're not. That's why they've got these banging things now, which is a machine which is fitted with little cartridges, and they use it for sort of scaring people. They used it onto the Manor Born when they were trying to keep people away from poaching, and you get some of them are dressed up, but crows and blackbirds, it doesn't work. The effect is almost always temporary. Researchers have learned that those with realistic facial features and brightly coloured clothes are slightly better at shooing away birds. But what you've got to have really is a scarecrow that works. An animatronic scarecrow would be a very good idea. I can recommend Jordan for doing that job. She could just stand in a field and look like an animatronic, couldn't she?
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Sorry, I just heard some really, really good news. It's very rare, isn't it, that you hear some news that sort of gladdens your heart. But there you go. Steve, what about an instant boiling hot water tap? Says Jackie. I've seen that. Have you seen how much they are? They advertise them on the television. They're not cheap. They fit them and you get the fitting cheaper. I think it's about £100 for the fitting. But the whole thing is about 1,500-1,600 quid, which seems like an awful lot of money. But I mean, we have them in all our kitchens. It's a brilliant thing, and I love it. So in other words, we don't have to wait for a kettle to boil. We just push the button on the hot water tap, you flick a little thing down, and out comes boiling hot water. Or failing that, you go to the blue side of it, and out comes ice cold filtered water, which is it's really good. Very, very good, actually. Very nice. And somebody says, you mustn't jet wash the patio, Mr. Andrew. Think of the slugs, the snails, the grubs, and the insects. Oh, no, we'll still carry on killing those. Oh, yeah, we kill those differently. We have stuff we put down, especially for snails and for slugs. Yeah. And ants. You said insects. I'm thinking probably ants. Yeah, we have stuff that gets rid of ants as well. I put it underneath all my pots. I put little slug pellets, little tiny ones. Oh, get indigestion. And also I then put ant powder on there as well. And that generally sees them off. For some reason, though, this year, it's the first year I've ever had snails. I had 2. So they went to the happy hunting ground. And slugs are easier to pick off when it rains because they come out for the water. And you can see their little trails, little treasure trail, and you sort of pick them off. And I used to pop them in bags with salt in. I don't know why. Somebody told me because old-fashioned gardeners years ago didn't have all the sophisticated stuff that we've got now. You go into any garden centre and there will be hundreds, if not thousands, of different things for different problems in the garden. The old-fashioned gardeners use soot, broken eggshells. For keeping snails and slugs off your plants, broken eggshells. They won't go over a rough surface, and the soot was used. My mother used to use tea bags and tea. We had proper leaf tea, and she would empty that onto the garden, and it acted as a mulch. I know, it's the oddest things. It was a little bit messy, but nobody went out. I mean, we didn't have gardening centres. I don't think we did when I was a young whippersnapper. Whereas now, as far as I'm concerned, I'll be looking forward to shortly. Many of them will be putting in all their Christmas stuff in the garden centre, which I think is absolutely amazing. Oh, good. Henry's going to tell us the date of the party, which is lovely. I might even buy a new outfit, Henry, to celebrate. I wonder what Connor will be wearing. Perhaps we could start issuing. Connor is the one who had because Guy, who normally works on Nick Ferrari's breakfast show, so Henry's the editor. And Guy's gone off on holiday to Spain, I think, with his father and brother or something like that. So still no girlfriend. And then so we've got Connor, who normally sets up the breakfast show overnight. He's now doing it. And then when I saw him the other day, because I've not seen him since we sat in Hyde Park. Can't remember why we were sitting in Hyde Park. Oh, that's right. I'd been out for tea with Corey and Thomas. And then Chris, my ex-producer, turned up. So we're just sitting on the grass. I could have eaten an ice cream, but nobody bothered to get me one. I don't want to make a big deal about it. I don't dwell on these things. Makes no difference to anybody. And I hadn't seen Connor really since then, only just because by the time I get in, he's already left. And then all of a sudden he'd grown this moustache. And I remember thinking, because he's such a baby face, it looks it'd be like Corey, my groovy gang, it'd be like Corey coming in with a full beard, and I'd be thinking, I don't think so. It's like Henry. Henry cannot grow a beard or anything like that. He just doesn't have that sort of skin. It's just that Joe can't do it. He's just ridiculous, and here is Joe, a new member of the village people. It just people can't grow. I can't grow a moustache or a beard, so I don't bother. But I did say to Connor, I said, I'm not wild about the moustache. Blow me down the next day. Off it was. No hesitation there. Whereas opposed to my AP, it did take us a little while to get him to actually have a shave. Mihal. I never get it right. It's the Irish Michael Mihal. I'm going to have to write it down on the back of my hand. And then Michiel. And keep looking. Mihal. And he didn't shave for ages and ages. I remember thinking, when's he going to shave? So I mentioned it to him and he said, I'm going to have a shave tomorrow. And he had a shave tomorrow. He looks so much better. It took years off him. Absolutely years. So anyway, Steve, you can use salt to kill slugs and snails in the garden. Just sprinkle salt over them and around the floor. My mum used to do it, says Nat. Yes, I mean, salt they don't like. I used to put some salt in a little bag because, I didn't want sometimes birds come and, I tell you, that's where the snails could have come from. Birds could have picked them up from a garden, flown over and then dropped them. Because I think what birds do is they drop a snail hoping the shell will break and then they can eat the slug bit. They do it. Who have I seen doing it? Penguins or something like that, picking up sea urchins and literally dropping them. It might be seagulls actually, to crack the shells that they can get at the food inside, which is good. Thank you, Steve. Don't leave any food over the weekend, as Nick Abbott likes freebie. We've never given Nick Abbott food. Have you seen the size of him recently? He has ballooned. He has ballooned. It's unbelievable. The funniest thing on the television the other day, they were talking about, have you ever been mistaken for somebody else? And Andy Peters was on the programme. He said, and somebody came up to him and said, I know who you are. You're Philip Schofield. And Andy Peters went, no, I'm not. He went, yes, you are. He went, no, I'm not. Philip Schofield earns a lot more money. He said, I'm Andy Peters. He went, I know you're Philip Schofield. And you think, I'm sorry, Philip Schofield is white-haired old man. Andy Peters, young, vibrant, fit black guy. Hello? Have I ever been mistaken for somebody else? Bobby Crush. Years ago, the pianist. It's not funny. The pianist, I was going through, and I had long hair in those days, and somebody said to me, you Bobby Crush. They weren't actually saying I was Bobby Crush. They were sort of kind of asking a question. That's what I looked like there. That picture there. From early times. There you go. Look, there's me. Is that me there? No, that is Bobby Crush. Sorry, I thought it was me. Looks a bit like me, doesn't it? Really? No, you go down that one with the patterned shirt. That looks. I think that looks a bit like me, don't you? Do you not? Oh, is that funny? Oh, right. Not as attractive as me. Oh, love it. Steve, copper sticky tape placed around plant pots is a great way of preventing slugs or snails attacking them, and then leaves the slugs for the fate of the hedgehog. Unfortunately, because we're about 500 feet in the air, we don't have hedgehogs, unless they've learnt how to use the lift, which I think is highly unlikely. But yeah, I've heard of copper sticky tape. And also you can stop ants by a chalk line. If you put a chalk line over their runs, they get to it. They don't like to cross it. Yeah, they really chalk. Yeah, talcum powder as well seems to work for ants. They don't like to. I tend to find putting down ant sticky stuff. It's looks like a manuka honey kind of thing, and they eat that and take it back to the nest, and then it kills the nest. Because if you've got a dozen ants, bet your bottom dollar there's another few thousand sitting in your pots. And what they do is they eat the roots of the plant. So you can sometimes see, chalk line. There you go. Their pheromone trail is being temporarily disrupted, causing them to search in a different direction to find the trail again. Yeah. Yeah, yet they're highly sophisticated ants. Have you ever seen them? There's a thing in London Zoo where they've got lots of insects in glass boxes and everything else. And one of them, they've got an ant colony, but at the top of the ant colony is a piece of rope which crosses the road. And you can see them crossing the road. They're literally carrying leaves. Yeah, a bit like Tom and Jerry. And there's little tiny ants with a leaf, and all you can see is the leaf moving along the top of the piece of rope. Yeah. It's in London Zoo. I've seen it loads and loads of times. Loads and loads of times. And, I thought you were going to put up a picture of it. Oh, you're trying to find it. Yeah, ant rope crossing. There you go, look. And they literally, I don't think this is London Zoo. Oh, it is London Zoo. And they literally are carrying, the leaves are about 10 times the size of the ant. Because I bought an ant one year. And, it was gifted to me. Lovely Christmas present. And what you get is a certificate to show that you own an ant. And Ant will write you a letter and say how wonderful it is that you've sponsored him. So I went down there to try and find him. And I couldn't find him. A lot of other ants there, but none of them looked like my ant. Because my ant was, I think he probably, and then somebody broke it to me that he might have passed away. And I said, well, that's a bit cruel, isn't it? Other people get elephants and buffalo and stuff like that, and I get a blasted ant. But it doesn't matter. Best way to remember the pronunciation is Me Hall Stairs and Landing. Me Hall. That's a good idea, actually. I should try that, Peter. When he sort of pops into the studio eventually. I don't know where he is at the moment. Where's he gone to? Having something to eat? What the size of it, honestly. They spend all their life eating round here. I mean, thank goodness we rescued the Jaffa cakes back from Henry. Thank goodness. Because you know what? Had that box been open, they'd have slipped one in his mouth. Seriously, he'd have been like that. He'd have popped it in his mouth. Emma through to the final in the US Open tennis, says Craig. Yeah. Don't they say if the Ravens leave Windsor Castle, then Britain's been invaded? No, they don't have Ravens at Windsor Castle. They're at the Tower of London. And they say if the Ravens leave the Tower of London, we're all doomed. But so they've clipped their wings, so they can't leave. And they have a Raven Master who looks after the ravens down there. They just sit in a cage at night time, and then at daytime you'll find them hopping about all over. They don't have that many of them. It's not like there's an influx of ravens at the Tower of London. Still a good place to go to, though. Plus. What was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, there's a couple who love scuba diving. Never interested me in the slightest. They've taken the plunge. They had their wedding underwater. An underwater wedding. That must be quite good, mustn't it? The vicar obviously hated it, I should imagine, trying to sort of keep all his flowing gowns down. Yeah, you have to be quick on those. I don't know how long you can stay down. There was a couple of divers who got caught on a wreck and died a short while ago, down, I think, on Dorset or something. They were diving onto a wreck, which is a well-known dive site, and they didn't come back. And so either they got trapped down there or something. I've always got this dread fear that you're going to be diving and you're going to go onto one of these ships and there's going to be an octopus there, a huge one, and it's going to grab you and you're going to go, what the hell? Oh, I hate that. That wouldn't be good, would it?
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. I was just saying, so many things have happened recently. Coincidence. I've spoken about somebody or something, and then it's come to fruition. And I was thinking the other day, all the cars I get in, we've never once had a flat tyre. And then it sort of went out of my mind. I thought about something else. Blow me down. The car today, we go over the Chiswick flyover, and the guy pulls into the side of the road. I thought maybe there was a police car behind us, but there wasn't. And he said, I've just got to check. He said, it's showing I've got a flat tyre. And I thought, do. All this deja vu stuff. And Henry, I don't think he's got the money for something like that. Sorry, we're having our private conversation. If you're interested in tennis, and who isn't? Me. Emma Raducanu is through to the final of the US Open. The first British woman to reach a Grand Slam singles final for 44 years. Sorry, I nearly nodded off then. I'm so sorry. I appreciate the fact that Pete Murray, from LBC for years, he loved his tennis. He was playing tennis up until, I think, a few years ago. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if he still plays a little bit of tennis now. Amazing. And he's Andrew Castle plays tennis, of course, but he's sort of, I think, a better standard than Pete was. But Pete played, I think, to be fit. I did shuttlecock. I was happier with that, you know. If you could get it over the net, I used to say to myself, you've achieved something, Stephen. I was very happy. What are you eating? It's just non-stop eating with you, isn't it? What are they? Are they the things? I think they're quite nice, aren't they? They make like an ideal gift for an elderly person or a loved one, and you can sort of, yes. Let's speak with your mouth full. And very rude, honestly. I don't know where they get their manners from, these people. But at least it's Friday. And I don't know what the weather's going to be like. Should we have a look and tell you whether or not you need to take an umbrella or you need to sort of take a woolly or something like that? So I can tell you today, light rain showers and a gentle breeze. Boring. It's always a gentle breeze. Have you noticed? It's never sort of, a hurricane. It's always a gentle breeze. Saturday, 22 degrees, cloudy. Sunday, cloudy, 21. Monday, cloudy, 22. Cloudy with a bit of sunshine on the Tuesday at 23. And that's going to run all the way through the week till you get to Friday, when it's going to be 19 degrees, cloudy, a little bit of sunshine and rain. So it's typical weather in this country, isn't it? Absolutely typical weather. I mean, it doesn't. To be honest with you, it makes no difference. I quite like it when it rains a little bit. It sort of takes the heat off everything, and I quite like that. And Steve, somebody says, "How is your weight loss journey?" Oh God, I lost tons. In fact, if I lost so much when I was off that people were saying to me, "God, you've lost loads of weight." In fact, I'd lost so much weight, people didn't recognise me. Seriously. I also bought skinny jeans. I bought a couple of pairs of skinny jeans, which are fairly tight. And I put those on, and even my godchildren went, "God, you've lost loads of weight." And they don't normally say that. They don't normally say that to me. But no, I lost a lot. I'm still struggling to get them off. They're a bit difficult, actually. I have to go to bed in them, have a shower in them. In fact, just about everything. But no, I'm down to 13 stone, which for just under 6 foot tall is about right. I'm, in fact, the perfect specimen. But I think you could be too thin. I don't want to go too thin. I don't want people to start saying to me, "You need to stop, Steve, and eat a bit of food." So no, I'm very good at it. No. It's the 20th anniversary of 9/11. Yes, we know about that. Where were you when it happened? Here. I was the first person to talk about it because I was on air. Everybody knows the story. If you're a regular listener to LBC. 10 minutes of my programme, Alan Capra in New York phoned up and said, put me through to the studio. He was due to come on, but a bit later. And so they put him on air, and he said, "I don't know what's going on." He said, "Something's happening. A plane has just gone in to one of the Twin Towers." And so we followed it up with an interview and everything else. I think it's in the LBC archives. And then as I was driving home, because I finished the programme at, it must have been 1 o'clock, I think, or something like that. Was it 3? I can't remember. And then the next, Julia Somerville, I think, took over, and she then carried on. And then the other plane came round again. And then when I got home, I was able to watch it on the television. But they were talking about whether we should photograph things like that. You know, the man who we talked about the other day, who had thrown himself off the top of the building, and he then becomes an historic photograph, like the photograph of the little Vietnamese girl who was naked running down the road. And that sticks in your mind, you know, pictures of people in concentration camps when they'd been liberated. All these are iconic pictures, and whether or not we should show them or not. And people say you don't need to not show them because that picture tells a story. That man falling out of that building or throwing himself out of that building, you will remember that because you'll look at it and go, he knows he's going to die. There's no two ways about it. And it's such an iconic picture. It's almost as if it was sort of made from a film. He appears to have been upside down. Whether or not his body turned as he came down, I've got no idea. But he was known as the falling man. And that was a decision that he took. And you think to yourself, that's quite something, isn't it? That is quite something. I was watching a programme on the telly the other day, and it was about a Bollywood girl, a film star over there, not a major film star, who had taken her own life. And they were trying to unravel it, and apparently the police over there are just useless. You know, you're not supposed to touch anything at the scene of a crime. They did. They touched all sorts of things, and so they couldn't get and there were all sorts of things going on. Apparently the Bollywood film industry is rife with all sorts of shenanigans going on. People saying, you know, if you have a fling with me, I'll get you into the movies and all that kind. I thought that died out years ago. I had no idea. But this documentary, no, Bollywood. I mean, Hollywood was like that years and years ago. There's a very good book by Selwyn somebody called The Casting Couch, which I did on my programme years ago, and it reckoned that every single actress in Hollywood and that era went through the casting couch except one of them, who was called Bette Davis. Nobody ever asked her because she wasn't considered a beauty. But there were loads of them. And in fact, many of them were working as working girls. People who have, oh yes. Who was the one in Whatever Happened to Baby Jane? Joan Crawford. Well, Joan Crawford made porno films. That's what she did. She made porno films, and when she became famous, they tried to buy them all up. One of them involved her playing the part of an actress trying to get into films, and the casting director saying, well, if you go to bed with me. And she made these films, and so they tried to buy them all up, but they actually kept resurfacing. I think, and I tell you who else tells that story. It was told by Steven Spielberg, who turned up at her house, Joan Crawford's house, and she opened the door in a see-through negligee. She was looking to bed him, and he made his excuses and left. Apparently, she had a sort of a thing, not written in the contract, but quite close, that the producers would have to sleep with her. I mean, it was seriously, you'd never have believed it. But read this book, The Casting Couch. You can still get it. On 9/11, by the way, I was on midday till 2 p.m. in between Nick Ferrari, because we did that, and then we swapped over, but much later, and Tessa Dunlop. Thereby hangs another story. Honestly, it's amazing the people you work with. Perhaps I'll tell you one day. Somebody says men of your age shouldn't wear skinny jeans. Oh, look at you, mamby-pamby. Look at you. My God, I bet you've got stuff in your wardrobe. Men of my age shouldn't wear skinny jeans. Don't be so ridiculous. What do they make them for? 3-year-olds or something? Good Lord above. I love it when people start dictating what you should be wearing and what you shouldn't be wearing. I've got jeans on at the moment, actually, and a skin-tight shirt showing off my rippling muscles. I might go and get a tattoo later, so, I might get a medallion, slash open the top of my shirt, which I think is okay. It doesn't look good if you've just got a little bit of hair in the middle. That looks a bit silly, actually, so we shaved that off, and then, walk down the street. All right, babe? A bit like that. Steve, the Ravens can leave. And as detailed in the Evening Standard on the 21st of January and still on the internet, the wardens reported with much sadness that beloved Queen Raven Merlina was missing and presumed dead after not returning from her night flight. Well, I'm not aware that they fly. I didn't think the Ravens flew at all. I think that's why they're at the Tower of London. They're not staying there out of choice. They're staying there because they live in a cage. They've got the Raven Master and they hop everywhere. In fact, most of the time they just sort of sit there staring at everybody. I didn't know that they go for a night flight and then come. Why would you want to? Sorry, some dusty old building where they used to execute people. If I was a Raven, I'd be off out straight away on the train. Definitely. Talking about moustaches and beards, they say you should never trust a man with a unibrow, says Brenda in Cork. A unibrow? What's a unibrow? I've never heard of that. A unibrow. Oh, it goes all the way across. Oh, right. I thought that if your eyebrows go all the way across, that's a sign of intelligence. That's what I was told. Mine don't, because I'm a bit pale and insipid. I have put fake eyebrows on before. Yeah, they were selling us stuff on the internet or something, and it's like sort of fibres, and you sort of I put them on, and I look like a panda. It didn't quite look right, and I thought, as I was walking down the street, I thought people are looking at me thinking, what's he done? And so I stopped using it. Because I used to sort of dye them myself. I've got a little mixing bowl, and you get the 2 Dylon dyes, and you mix brown and black together, and then you put cold cream at the top of your eyebrow and underneath, so that the colour doesn't bleed into your skin, and then you just paint your eyebrows in. Am I facing the right way? I don't know. I'm telling you. Can't tell really, can you, with me? Nobody knows. Is he facing the right way? Nobody's painting his eyebrows on again. It's amazing the things that you do, isn't it? I used to dread it. If ever I had a date years ago, very rare, and you would guarantee the night before you'd get a spot. And you'd be thinking, oh, for goodness sake. Now, what do I do? Do I squeeze it? Or do I leave it? Or do I put hot water on it? And then by the time you came to go to the date, this thing had swelled to the size of a small dinner plate. It was absolutely awful. Do you put toothpaste on it? No, I used to squeeze. Or sometimes cut the top off and squeeze. Even worse. And then put hot water on so it seals it. I'm a mine of useless information, so we'll have more after the news.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Friday. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. It's coming up to 3 minutes past 5. And somebody says, they were talking actually about my weight loss, which has done very, very well, actually. And they've said, but you seem to be quite keen on other people's weight. Yes. You don't want to be clinically obese because you die early. I mean, of course I'm concerned. I mean, you have to be stupid not to realise things like that. It's like people who go out there. You see them sitting in KFC, people with 3 bottoms, on a seat, and you think, you shouldn't be eating that. You can eat chicken. It's the coating on it, which is the bit that we like, that's the bad bit. And people go, I mean, you see more clinically obese people in America where they have television programmes about people who are so big. One woman lifted her top up the other day to show us. I nearly passed out. It was literally, you could have put it on the table, her stomach. There was so much of it. And she was going, oh, I've lost a little bit of weight, so I can now have weight loss surgery. And you think, I don't think you can. It's purely, in most cases, unless it's, somebody's got a problem with their thyroids and things like that, it's overeating. When you look at what some of these people eat and you think, you can't eat this stuff. There was that girl, they had to winch her out of her house to go to hospital. She was so fat and bloated. What was she doing? Eating takeaways. She would have curry, then she'd have KFC, and then she might get a kebab later on. And her parents were encouraging her. And so anybody who sort of writes into me and goes, you're worried about other people's weight? Of course. Why do you think Gemma Collins had to lose that weight? She was clinically obese. It's dangerous. Any doctor will tell you. If you're that fat, the strain on your heart is really, really bad. And don't believe people when they go, oh, I'm really happy being this size. They're blooming well not. Oh, no, they're not. And so Alison Hammond should really lose weight. I mean, she's a big girl. She's 2 big girls at the moment. And you think to yourself, why don't they do a big thing? That'd be an ideal opportunity. It's so influential, that programme. I mean, Eamon Holmes could do it as well. He could sort of join. They could, because unfortunately, if you do a job like Eamon, where you're just sitting on your bum all the time, I mean, the only exercise I've seen him getting was when he goes out for a walk with Ruth after advertising that thing that vibrates your feet, which I find slightly waste of time, but there you go. And then he comes back in and he's going, oh, I feel a bit better. And then he's complaining on the red carpet the other day, he's got a walking stick with him. And you think, well, things are not looking good. Not looking good at all. Steve says, Gareth, I have a unibrow and I'm as thick as 2 planks. Well, you're right. You are thick as 2 planks because it's 2 short planks. Never just planks. And somebody says, sounds like you've watched quite a bit of Crawford's films. I know everything about Joan Crawford. I'm in Light Ent. Of course I know everything about her. I know all the films she made. I knew the rows she had with people. And you just sort of... all this is documented. Every single thing is documented. I mean, she hated Betty Davis. When they made Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, they hated each other, but that gave for a really good film. That really did. Check out Betty Davis when she came over to this country to flog her book, and she appears on the Wogan show on television. And they get a little way into the interview, and Wogan used to do the old Wogan, touch my leg and all this kind of thing. And, he did all that. So every American guest that came on, they were all told, they seem to like this in the country. So touch his leg, and he'd go, oh, don't know, can't believe you've done that. And they get a little way into this interview. Betty Davis turned up. She was wearing a wig, and the hat was sewn into the wig. I know, because my friend was the makeup artist. And so she would put the wig on and the hat was already there. And she sat there, this little made-up mannequin, and she gets a little way through the interview and then she goes, are we going to talk about my book? And she holds it up to the camera. Now, in those days, and even nowadays, that is totally forbidden on the BBC. We have adverts, but they're on ITV, not on the BBC. But you see more adverts on the BBC, and you ever see it. And she held it up, and of course they had to go, no, put the book, get the book off her, fell her to the ground, give us the book, you put it down, and all those sort of things. It was hilarious because Wogan was obviously getting people shouting in his ear, going, we're moving the camera away from her, and she's holding it up saying, can we talk about my book? To the studio audience. It was hilarious. And there it is. There is that famous picture. And she sat there with a cigarette. With a cigarette. Hilarious, isn't it? But I mean, she was mega. She was mega. But she appeared to have shrunk. And I still think, see, look, she's got the book on her lap. I'll tell you, it was the funniest thing ever. I love things like that. But Wogan was doing his usual sort of bluffing through. He had a guy on called Bernard Levin once. And Wogan was doing his sort of jokey bit. How are you doing today and all the rest of it. So Bernard Levin says, I thought we were going to be talking about my column in the paper which appeared in the Times. I think it was in the Times. And Wogan sort of laughed it off, haha. And Bernard Levin said, did you read the column today? And Wogan started joking, it's been a busy day and all this kind of stuff. He said, you've invited me onto the show, he said, to talk about my column. He said, and you haven't had the decency to read it. And he got up and walked off. Hilarious. Because that happened to LBC, to one of our presenters some years ago, where this particular presenter hadn't read the book that had been written by the guest in the studio. And the guest in the studio said, have you read this book? And the presenter said, no, I haven't had a chance. He got up and walked out. I can't remember who the guest was. I can remember who the presenter was straight away. I can't tell you. I can't tell you because that would be called gossip. And we don't do gossip on this programme. We work on fact. OK, so I'm telling you, I don't think the ravens fly. I don't care what anybody says. Sandra, I don't think they do. I'm pretty certain. And another one here says, Steve, I'm 60 in January. And I wear skinny jeans, and I hope and intend to be wearing them when I'm 70, 80 and 90, and when I'm sitting opening my telegram from the King. Hope I'm sat seated in them, says Kim. I love the way she's played, you see, from the King. She's working on the assumption that Charles will be king at some time. See, also, I don't think it matters what sort of age you are if you want to wear skinny jeans. I was amazed when I put them on, because we all wear things that are big for us. You know, it's like, it's sort of, if you look at Kim Jong-un, he's lost a lot of weight. Unfortunately, his clothes haven't. So he's still wearing trousers that look like they were D-Mob outfits during the war. He's got this picture of his the bottom of the trouser was about 30 inches across. It's there he is. I mean, he's lost. That was yesterday. He's lost a load of weight. You know why? Clinically obese. The little fat dictator, really was huge. And so now he's been pictured at a military parade. And he looks better. He looks better. The trouble is, I always thought, and I don't care what anybody says, but I watched him and Trump when they met. And I thought that was an achievement, because nobody likes Kim Jong-un. Nobody liked Trump. But they came together. And I thought that was quite an achievement, because we don't know very much about North Korea. We know that people go over there and disappear. We know that if people try and cross the border into South Korea, they'll be gunned down. It's like getting out of Kabul airport at the moment. They've just finally allowed another 200 out. So we're doing it. But I mean, very shortly, it'll just be the Taliban talking to themselves, won't it? Because they'll have nobody else to deal with. All their cabinet is made up of men. Women, are not allowed out. They won't be allowed to drive cars. They're not allowed to do all sorts of bits and pieces. Who'd want to live under a regime like that? Seriously. Very embarrassing. And any update when the spin-off from The Bill will start? I don't know, actually. I don't know. Oh, they've got an orchestra as well. Are they holding instruments? The trouble is, it's so in North Korea, it's so dictatorship, isn't it? It's all wave the flags, and sit down, and then they have somebody coming out. It's a bit like watching the sort of the uprising of Nazism and Hitler and doing the speech in front of it, and they go, hooray, 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 and all this kind of stuff. And you start thinking to yourself, why would you want to live in North Korea? I can remember that somebody did go over there, a journalist, and literally the army were on them every step of the way to make sure they didn't film anything they didn't want them to, or they didn't do anything they didn't want to. But they sort of show the world they're a superpower, but we just go, and they blow away. Seriously, even little Kim Jong-un, the little fat bloke, who's now a little thinner type bloke, but he's kept the same clothes. I mean, he must have gone on some sort of diet, or he's had his stomach stapled. Because if you remember, he disappeared for a little while because people thought he was dead. And then people would say, where is he? He was on a diet thing. He was having his stomach pumped. He was being pumped out. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Shane says Betty Davis loved her cigarettes. Well, she did. She did. Steve, let's talk Christmas, but not panto, says Joel. I live in Canterbury and got to put up with Duncan James prancing around the city. He said, I like panto, but it will be painful because, let's be honest, he can't sing. I don't know, actually. I've never heard him sing. He's done Cabaret, and he's done Chicago, and he's done... he was in Blue. Whether he sings or not, I don't know. I don't know if he's had solo stuff. I don't know enough about him. I don't. But he's doing panto. But everybody does panto. Well, they would have done, apart from last year, when panto was abruptly cancelled. But it's where all these people make a little bit of money. I mean, Biggins, does his pantos every year. The one at the Palladium has got Donny Osmond in, but it's called Panto Land. It's not a specific panto. It's sort of little vignettes and scenes and everything else. And it's got Julian Clary, who I saw a couple of years ago. He was very good. He was very, very good. It's, some people, and I remember when Paul O'Grady did panto, they persuaded him with huge amounts of money to come and do panto, and he absolutely walked it. It was like him going back to doing the clubs, being vile to the kids and everything else. And it was just wonderful, wonderful. And then it persuaded him to go back, and they paid him big money to do Lily Savage. And so out came Lily. But I remember Lily in the early days when it was filth from start to finish, but funny filth. Lots of the old comedians used to do filth, but it was all double entendre. It was never Danny LaRue used to do filth, but it was all double entendres, because people used to say, I know what you're thinking. What does he do with it? He said, well, I've been doing it so long now. He said, I whistle and it goes away by itself. All those sort of things. Danny LaRue had the same act that worked for years and years and years and years. And the lovely Annie as well. Steve, you're right about the ravens at the Tower of London. They've got their wings clipped so they can't fly. The ravens are collected to put aside every evening. Yeah, I've seen them doing it. I've had access to this kind of thing. If they were allowed to fly, why would they bother going back to the Tower of London? They would go anywhere. There we are, lots of people waving. North Korea, wave, wave, wave. He's much thinner, isn't he? Wave, 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 wave. He's really thin, isn't he? Wave, wave. Do you think he's anorexic? Wave, 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 wave. Do you think they have restaurants in North Korea? I don't know how much of an openness the country's got. But I bet they haven't got any Western things, have they? I don't think at Kabul airport you're going to be finding a Starbucks and a KFC, are you? Not now, no. You would have done, but the Taliban, well, let them stand in the kitchens and cook themselves, which is fantastic.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, and it's Friday. We love Friday. Unless, of course, you're one of these sort of people who has to work the weekend, in which case I've done that before, and it's still something to look forward to because you get the beginning of the week. Steve, talking about Lily Savage, I was at school, Paul O'Grady, didn't live very far from each other. It was always a little bit special. I can remember loads of us kids playing in the park, playing cowboys and the other people. Yes, Trucker Phil, listen, we all did that. You could go into a toy shop and you could buy a holster with a couple of guns in it, and you buy some caps and you put the caps in there and you go pew, 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 and you do that, and you had a hat and a bandana, which made you, if ever you went away to a holiday camp and they had a fancy dress thing, you would probably go as a cowboy or something like that. And I also had the red Indian feathers at the time, and sort of trousers which had legging bits on them and all sorts of things, because that's what we did. We amused ourselves. Nowadays, kids have got everything electronic. You sit in the bedroom, they go onto their computers, and they can go round the world. I can do that now on my computer. On my phone, I could do the same thing. I can go to America. I can go to various magic shops and things like that, and I can order stuff. When I'm sitting on the train at Waterloo, I can order stuff, and it'll either be FedExed over or DHL'd, or any of the courier companies were brilliant, within about a week. So you don't need to. It's a shame, really, because it kills things like magic conventions, of which there are still a number in Las Vegas. But the ones in this country seem to have fizzled out a little bit, mainly because people can sit on their computer, order stuff from America long before it reaches this country. It's killed the high street. Most people order now. I use Amazon a lot. A friend of mine uses Amazon for food, and he said, you can get it really quick. Like sometimes 20 minutes. 20 minutes, he said, depending on where you are from the warehouse. He said, because we went out for coffee one morning, and we just sat down. He went, oh, they're delivering the food. And so he then nipped back round home and picked up the food. Most people do it. Most people have Ocado or any of these other things. I've never done that. I've always enjoyed the experience of shopping. I like the experience of going out shopping. Today I shall enjoy the experience of going out for a cup of coffee, which I quite like, actually, with a friend of mine I've not seen for a number of years. Michael Palin in North Korea review. Yes, I mean, he went to North Korea, but I can't remember why he went there, because it's not the easiest place. He was making a documentary. He was very good, actually. I saw him. He must live around Marylebone High Street, because we were having breakfast on a Sunday morning and we saw him. He came in to pick up a coffee, and I thought it must be, really unusual if you're Michael Palin and you're very well known for, doing the Monty Python stuff and then for all the documentaries, which were absolutely brilliant. He just seemed to fit into everything. Very nice person. Mark says, yes, go Emma. We're very proud of our Bromley girl. Is she another Bromley girl? Good heavens, it makes two of us. Well, not Bromley girl, but I'm a Bromley boy. I was born in Bromley. I don't remember it. I was very small at the time, apparently. And I don't know anything about it at all. It's not as if I came out and went, oh, hello, where are we? Bromley. Oh, God, no. Yeah, I've been around a bit. It's funny thing is Bromley's quite rough, I think, in parts. I think so. It's sort of, it didn't have a particularly, people used to say, oh, Bromley. To make it sound like, oh, dear. Yeah, you've fallen out there, haven't you, mate? Excuse me, just have a little... There's an estate agent in the paper today. There's a big surprise, not. This one allegedly posted racist tweets about footballers. So he was suspended. He works for one of the big, well, he did work for, they've just fired him. They've obviously decided they've had an investigation, and I can't tell you what he tweeted about footballers, but it was to do with their colour. And you think to yourself, I mean, do these people have brains? Why would you want to tweet something about something which you would know as you were tweeting it would be considered offensive? I just don't understand. And you're supposed to be, I'm not sure whether you have to be terribly intelligent to be an estate agent, and I'm sure you must harbour all these views. Mind you, we had it with Joe O'Meara, who's now round flogging an album, forgetting quite conveniently, although it's been touched on briefly, about the Shilpa Shetty racial abuse, and them laughing at poor Shilpa Shetty. And I remember thinking at the time, this is wrong. Whatever Jade must have been, Thick was one of them, way at the top of the list. She just wouldn't let go. She was like a dog, with a bone, and she would not let go of the abuse for Shilpa Shetty, and she was shouting obscenities and all sorts. And Shilpa just looked very glamorous and said, "This is what you are. This is your life." Because Jade Goody didn't have a life. She made a career out of being thick, out of pretending to be thick, East Angular, and places like that. Shilpa won Celebrity Big Brother that year. Jade Goody's name was absolute dirt, together with Joe O'Meara and Danielle Lloyd. And so they came out to no audience at Big Brother. And Davina McCall had to say to them, you might not know, but I'm going to tell you the reason why there is no audience here is because of what's been going on inside Big Brother. Because I wasn't sure. Sometimes the press were outside shouting into the Big Brother house so that they would know what was going on. And as everybody said at the time, it was best that they came out to nobody clapping or doing anything at all, because it just encouraged it. But they didn't. But I've seen people behaving so badly on that programme, and it's perhaps they forget that there are cameras recording every single move. So when you used to get some of them complaining about the way I'd been portrayed, you think, no, that was you. They can't make you. They can't make you. Somebody turned up on the Britain's Got Talent programme, and I think she was a Pink lookalike, and she has a bit of a strop. So she sings na 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 na, whatever that song was, and they go, no, I'm sorry, you need to. And she said, and then she suddenly realised that she was going on there to try and start a career as a singer, not as a Pink tribute act, but even though she'd been doing that. And she then turned to them and she said, but you told me to sing that. And Tulisa said, no, we didn't. When did you hear any of these words coming out of our mouth? Anyway, this girl, they said, I mean, even Louis was quite gracious and said, listen, why don't you go away and try and find yourself? Be yourself. Don't try and be somebody else. It's like somebody saying, oh, I want to be another Roman Kemp or another Steve Allen or another this or that. Be yourself. You're never going to make it trying to be somebody else. And this might be her, actually. She flew into a frenzy. She was rejected by all 4 judges, and she had a strop. She went up, she threw her microphone down. These things are not cheap. We've had a couple of buffoons on there. And she throws it off. She goes off stage. Her father decides to come on stage with her. And Nicole Scherzinger stands up and goes, no, babe, no, stay on the stage. Don't come any closer. Because they thought it was going to kick off with her because she couldn't face rejection. You know, it's like, everybody's done it. I mean, Dale used to be a huge fan of Tony Blackburn. So basically, whenever Dale DJ'd, it was a little bit sensational. A little bit like Tony Blackburn. That's quite a good impression, actually. No extra charge for these. Seriously, man of a million voices. All of them sound like Steve Allen, but it doesn't matter. At least I make the effort. And so she then became quite nasty about the whole thing. And they said, listen, just go away and be yourself. Be yourself. And she didn't really know how to do that. What's the point? I mean, it must be quite good being a tribute act, but you've got to come up. Look, what's she dressed as? What on earth is she wearing today? Looks like she's joined the lifeguard. So I just look at one of our senior reporters on television who's wearing an outfit that looks like it's at the Prussian War or something like that. What is she wearing? Loving the show, Steve. Just love being part of the Spike. Listening in Russia. Working for 2 months. Missing Wigan. Not much difference, is there? Wigan and Russia. Depends where you are in Russia. Michael Palin lives in Hampstead, says Patrick. Well, not very far from Marylebone High Street. And Ron says, I had a cap gun with a ricochet noise. I thought I was the coolest cowboy. Yeah, well, I would as well, actually. I would as well. I thought, love stuff like that. Let's have a quick look, actually. Let's have a quick look. So the estate agent has been found. Oh, the Royal British Legion are going to sell a poppy pin for Sir Tom Moore. It's about 30 quid, and this is a special one. It, as I say, sells about 30 quid, which the producer thought was an awful lot of money. But the more money that's raised for the Royal British Legion, as far as I'm concerned, the better. So we always buy the little metal badges every year, and these are the ones here. And I'm tempted to say I think they should have been in red. The whole idea about poppies is the field of poppies in Flanders and the poppies that grow up every year. One is silver and one is gold. It symbolises Captain Tom's 100 years, his 100 laps of his garden and 100 years of the Royal British Legion charity. I wanted a bit of red on there. I think there should be a bit of red. That's what signifies the field of poppies. All the songs are talking about the field of poppies and stuff like that. So it's a nice idea. It's a nice idea, and let's face it, he raised a phenomenal amount of money for charity. I mean, it was a little one-man band he was, bless his heart, and then he goes and gets COVID. Over £30 million, by one man, and all he was doing, just walking up and down the garden with his walking frame and everything else. And you think to yourself, other people have tried it, but nobody's achieved what he achieved. And then he gets bloody COVID, as I say, and that because of his age and because of his health and things like that, it just took a hold very, very quickly. But as they said the other night down at the National Television Awards, come with me, says Kate Garraway. I'll show you hospitals with people with COVID. You don't want COVID. Take my word for it. And then you look at all the buffoons on YouTube arguing, I don't have to wear a mask. No, well, you're not coming in here then. It's as simple as that. We don't want anybody like that. So Joel Dommett is the new Dermot O'Dreary. As I say, I'd sue. Definitely sue on that one. And the Star Trek spin-off will get a third series in 2023. So I've never actually been into that. I have seen Star Trek, but it's. I mean, the makeup department must be hilarious, I should imagine, because whenever they go to a canteen shop, there's all these peculiar-looking people. And all that kind of stuff, and you think, oh, blimey, they've all got very bad colds and guitar. What was the other one? France has accused Priti Patel of financial blackmail. Yeah, we're not giving any money, okay? Comme si. To tell them that, they might be listening in France. I don't know. So somebody will tell them. And then this one I thought was hilarious, but it had serious implications. The astronauts on the International Space Station suffered an emergency. The smoke alarm went off. Where do you go? You're in the International Space Station. You're not sitting, at Cape Canaveral or something like that. You're up there floating around in the ether, and the smoke alarm went off. It was a case of, anybody want to go and sit outside until we've sorted this problem out? The crew activated air filters. It was a Russian-built module, a Zvezda, and occurred as the station's batteries were being recharged. Oh, honestly, how cheap. A rechargeable battery place. So the crew activated the air filters and returned to their night rest once the air quality was back to normal. And they're going to proceed with a spacewalk scheduled for Thursday as planned. Are we still doing things like that by now? We've done spacewalks before. How many spacewalks do you need? It's like, we're going to take the dog to the park again. Oh, God, go somewhere different. Get on a bus, go somewhere different. We're going to the park. The dog likes going to the park. Oh, go away. Goodness sake, get a life. Take it for a paddle in the Thames or something like that. But imagine being on a space station, floating around, being weightless, trying to sort of put your cornflakes in your mouth. Could be there for days, couldn't you, as your cornflakes are all over the place. I quite like the idea of being weightless. You can go to a place in this country, there's a few of them, where they make you weightless in like a huge tube, and you float up in it. That must be quite nice. It's just got giant fans underneath. It must be a bit like sort of the flying experience. You're nearly weightless now. I know. Look at me, little thin person. Honestly, sitting here talking to you this morning, like anybody cares. Do anybody ever care about what radio presenters look like? I mean, that's why I hate the internet on occasions, because that was the thing that people said, "Oh, wonder what Steve Allen looks like." Oh my God, you go. Well, try and visualise something else. Because I used to listen to a bloke on another radio station, and I had a vision of what he looked like because of his voice and everything else. And then when I finally saw him in a picture, I remember thinking, good Lord above, doesn't look at all like I imagined.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, Lawrence says, what do you look like? Well, okay, you've seen Tarzan. Okay, I'm a bit like that, just a slightly younger version. Yes, of Jane. Shane says, have you heard from Stephen Milne? I did a couple of weeks ago, actually. I just noticed the Sydney Shopping Channel has closed down. Has it? Because he was doing it the other day. He was on not the Sydney Shopping Channel, TJC. I think it's called TJC in this country. And he was working from I think, Sydney. Because he left here and went over there. And that one, I don't know what the Sydney Shopping Channel is. That the same thing, or is that something completely different? Albert says, do you remember the Spud guns? Do you remember Spud guns? I remember Spud guns. It was a gun, and you'd push it into the potato, and you'd get a piece of potato, and then you go and fire it out again. Yeah, the Spud gun. It was a toy. It was a toy gun, but the caps were made out of potatoes. So you got a potato, and you pushed your gun into it, and that sort of collected a bit of the potato, and then you fired it. It was on a spring. You never seen one before? Isn't it funny? Well, I'm sure we had much better toys when we were younger than when you were younger. There you go, Spud guns. They look like they're made of metal, don't they? But the fun time metal Spud gun. You could probably take somebody's eye out with it. It was probably quite dangerous. There you go. 3 assorted, only 1 supplied. That's on Amazon. I love that. Isn't that amazing? You could still buy this stuff. Yeah, I might have to go and buy one, actually. I bought another thing the other day, and I can't remember what it was. Oh, it's another drone. But it's a small drone, tiny, but it's got 4 propellers on it. So I saw it in Costco and I went, I'm having that. I'm going to buy that. Because sometimes if you see it, if you don't buy the stuff straight away, it's gone the next time you go in there. So I bought it. And did you ever see the other ones I had, whereby you charged it up and you throw it up in the air and you guided it by your hand? You put your hand here and it would go this way, and you put your hand there and it would go back that way, and it would go up and down. Really good. Great fun, with flashing lights on it and everything. So I've now got, I think, 8 drones. I know. I've got one big one which has got 2 cameras on it. 2 cameras. And it's legal because it's the size of it that determines whether it's legal. Because otherwise, these things are very powerful. I remember seeing one some time ago. I think my goddaughter's boyfriend at the time had one of these things. And this thing was like something Sky News would use. Very impressive. Very impressive. And Steve says, Catherine, I remember in the 90s having an overnighter in St. Petersburg. I used to work on a cruise ship. We got very drunk on vodka at an Irish pub. I had a call down to my cabin the following morning. My friend had slept with the captain, and I had to meet her with her uniform. Honestly, how disgraceful, Catherine, honestly. All these goings on, it's dreadful. And Catherine said, yes, the Irish pub was in St. Petersburg. Well, I remember when they opened an Irish pub in Vienna. I went there with a friend of mine, and people were going, it was because there's obviously so many Irish people in Vienna. And I went there, and of course, the person I took was working on the radio, and he liked Guinness. Me, I didn't do Guinness at all. I mean, in fact, I didn't really drink properly. I was not a drinker. I would have sort of a fizzy Coca-Cola or something like that, or a Fanta, or a fizzy Ribena. So I never did gin and tonic. My friend John Warrington does gin and tonics. He used to finish doing my show in the early hours of the morning, go home and have a gin and tonic, and he'd say, I'm sitting here with a gin and tonic at home. It'd be like 6 o'clock in the morning. I've never done that. I have sat on the train, though, going home in the morning years ago, in the early hours of the morning. And I found that very stressful because the noise of the train would just make you want to go to sleep. But I got home the other day quite easily. There were a few people queuing at Waterloo, and it was all done, and it was all very good. And Simon says, younger than Tarzan. Well, Johnny Weissmuller would be 117 now. Oh, right. Shane says, sorry, Steve, it's called the Open Shop channel. Well, he does work for this TJC channel. And I think they've got about 2 or 3 offshoots, because he does it from Australia. So the Open Shop channel. Well, we had one that closed here. It was called Bid Up TV. And that closed because I had some friends who worked on there. And Price Drop TV. But Bid Up TV, a friend of mine used to work on it, and they used to sell globes made out of precious stones. And it was all, this is agate. I didn't buy any of them, actually, but he said that was our biggest seller. He said they used to shift thousands of these things. It's like Ideal World must shift thousands of electric bikes and stuff like that, because that's what they sell. And they always say the same thing, listen, we're now down to limited stock. And my response is, don't lie to people. Just go and order some more. You've been doing it for ages and ages. But I do like them. I mean, I'd love to see how big the warehouse is. Mind you, for QVC, they must shift some stuff. They say, well, we've now sold 10,000 of these. I start working it out. I have to get my calculator out and start banging in the numbers and everything else. And somebody says, I think you're suffering from CBD, compulsive buying disorder. No, don't think so. No. I mean, I just buy what's necessary. If I see something I like, I buy it. There's nothing compulsive about it. It's a case of, I don't want somebody else to have it. I want to make sure. I mean, what a necessity nowadays would be on average between 10 to 14 vacuum cleaners. That would be the thing. People sort of say, oh, why have you got so many vacuum cleaners? Because I can. It's as simple as that. And so if I see something I like, I buy it. And sometimes I don't even take it out the box. I've still got a Henry vacuum cleaner, which is rechargeable. So it doesn't work on any cable. And I bought it about 4 years ago now. It's still in the box. I haven't taken it out of the box. And my brother's youngest, I gave her a really nice vacuum cleaner I bought. Again, still in the box. And she just moved into a new flat. And I thought, well, she can have this. It's a rechargeable upright vacuum, but very expensive one. Very expensive. It's not cheap. And the Henry wasn't cheap. I mean, in terms of, it wasn't a Dyson, no. They were selling Dysons the other day. So expensive. So expensive. But you're paying for, it's, good thing. We used to say, says Catherine, what went on at sea stayed at sea. That's called being buried, isn't it, at sea? When they say we're going to bury you at sea. I always fancied that idea. I wonder how long it would take, and also you'd have to hope that the coffin would sort of, oh no, they're not in coffins, are they? I've just realised. They're in coffins, but then the coffin is open at one end, so you sort of shoot out and you're wrapped up. And then you presumably, I don't know how long it takes to, get you dissolved, as they say. I know it generally takes about a few months, isn't it, if you're buried? That's what they say. Because of the heat. The heat is intense because you're buried about 6 feet down, and there's no air, and it's like having a compost heap. In the middle of winter, you'll see steam rising off. You open up the middle of the compost heap, it'll be razor hot, whatever razor hot is. I've got no idea. And Steve, did you read about the NHS nurse threatening to resign as he's refusing the COVID vaccine? Really? That would be very unwise. Lots of new measures in America today. I'll find out about that one, actually. But apparently now American companies with more than 100 employees must ensure their staff are vaccinated against coronavirus or tested weekly. He's tightened the rules, says Biden, for federal employees, saying they have 75 days to get vaccinated. If not, their employment could be terminated. But this one here, so this NHS nurse threatening to resign as he's refusing the COVID vaccine. Everybody in the hospitals that I've been in wearing masks. I can't imagine why anybody, knowing what the dangers would be, would ever want to refuse it, because you would have to lose them. You don't want somebody like that who could be spreading. I mean, everybody, from the people who brought your food round in hospitals to the people who clean the wards and the nurses and the doctors and the ancillary staff and matron and all the other people. They're all wearing their masks and they've all been vaccinated. I mean, you'd be silly not to, especially if you're in a hospital and you look at somebody who's dying of COVID and you're going, oh, I don't think I'll bother being vaccinated. And you think, well, we don't want you working here. It's as simple as that. But you get the feeling, don't you? If somebody says something like that, you're thinking, why would you be saying that? Are you now going to take it to court because it's against your human rights and you don't have to be vaccinated? Well, you shouldn't be working with people. It's as simple as that. Javid has launched a 6-week consultation on whether coronavirus vaccinations will become a condition of employment for frontline workers in health and care settings. I should imagine it would have to be. Definitely. Somebody says, why buy something and not use it? Are you a hoarder? No, not particularly. I just have a lot of things. And I have a lot of DVDs. I spend a lot of money on magic. And what else do I spend a lot of money on? Well, the vacuum cleaners, yes, but then I've always bought vacuum cleaners, and when they get a bit manky, that's when I get rid of them, and then I bring out the new one. So I've always got a vacuum cleaner in reserve. Yeah, 13 on standby at the moment, which is quite good. But I only bought the Henry because I thought that's a good idea. It's exactly the same as a normal Henry, except it's got a rechargeable battery. You plug it in, charges up, and then you can go whizzing around as much as you like. So I thought that was quite good. Claire Rayner was a guest on the ship, says Catherine. I stupidly went up to her and said, "Are you Claire Rayner?" And she said, "You must be mistaken, my dear." 23 years on and I still cringe. Isn't that embarrassing? Embarrassing. Anybody who travels on TfL's buses or trains without wearing face masks should be photographed and their photos displayed on billboards across London. Wait a minute, what a brilliant idea. And who owns all the billboards across London? Global. What a brilliant idea. I shall suggest it to our management immediately. Thank you. You mentioned, says Michelle from the Spiker Group here, TJC and Bid Up. My niece worked for TJC, and I have a feeling I know who you're referring to when you said you had a friend who worked for Bid Up TV. Did the friend's name start with an A? Might have been. Don't want to go any further with that, but yes, possibly.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Apparently, doctors, according to the papers today, should use emojis to communicate with patients. Isn't it funny that people come up with these sort of things? You do worry about it. Anyway, the National Television Awards, and who did very well? Kate Garraway, choking back the tears. She got a standing ovation for Finding Derek. And she said, when she accepted the gong, she said, stricken Derek will get the chance to tell his story. She said, believe it will happen. And that's what everybody's waiting for. And as I say, people were in tears and all the rest. Anton Deck, AIDS, got top presenters for the 20th year. Sins Ollie and Holly with Phil. Ollie from whatever that was, Years and Years. And so that was good. Harry and Meghan got booed, as you can well imagine, because they showed a clip, of Harry and Meghan and their blockbuster interview in March, shown to the packed-out London O2 Arena, who were loudly booing them. Nobody likes them. And it's got nothing to do with anything apart from the fact we just don't like them. And people are allowed not to like people. Trevor McDonald introduced the series of clips on stage, which featured some of the biggest moments of the past 12 months. And that would be one of the biggest moments. A former member of the royal family and his dreary wife talking to Oprah Winfrey. And as I say, there was lots of booing. Do you know how old Anton Deck are now? 45. I mean, how long do they play young? I suppose because they look young. They've got the Bruce Forsyth Entertainment Award. Good game. The first year they won an NTA, Tony Blair was the Prime Minister and Newcastle qualified for the Champions League, Ant said. Just goes to show how long ago it was. They say it's pretty overwhelming. Well, I mean, they must, because they have to supply 2 of these things. For people, so they can put them on their shelves and stuff like that. And then they all turned up in their frocks. Somebody called Maya Jama. She's a disc jockey, but nobody's ever said she's a good disc jockey. They've just said it's Maya Jama and she's a disc jockey. Alex Scott. We know who Alex Scott is. She's a TV presenter, apparently, yeah. Ex-pro footballer scored a winner with this sheer see-through beaded black dress. A bit tarty, dear, isn't it? I mean, honestly, if you want something like that, this is a television award. It's not, who can advertise in a phone box first. Ridiculous outfits. Davina McCall got it right. Show a little bit of leg, a little bit of boobie, and that works well. Eamon Holmes just dragged out his clothes again. Joel Dommett with his wife. Vicky Patterson. Frankie Bridge. She doesn't do anything now, does she? But luckily she wasn't wearing a bra, so there you go. Another tacky old photograph. Maura Higgins. I'm sorry, it's for people in the television. It's called the National Television Awards. It's nothing to do with you. They had a woman on the television the other day, and what was she doing? She was going around the country talking to people. This could have been on BBC. And people who perform on the internet. People who would take their clothes off for money. They had a mother and daughter on there. Very tacky. And this girl who was the reporter, who obviously thought she was some force to be reckoned with, going around there going, people are asking to see more and more and all this kind of stuff. Do you do full frontal? And some of them said yes. And I think they had Moira Higgins on there because she makes money out of it. And you think to yourself, I can't believe people actually pay for this. But of course, when they're paying, they're asking, can you now show this, show that? And when you look at what Frankie Bridge was wearing, doing that. Let's show one of these pictures where I'll turn sideways so we can see your boobs. Very cheap and tacky, dear. She claims not to be on OnlyFans, Moira Higgins. Is it not? It must be the other one then who's on OnlyFans. There's so many of these different sites. I didn't realise. I thought there was only the one where you got sort of old baggages, like can't remember her name now. People who go on there and you think, oh dear, honestly, that's the extent of your life, is it? I seem to remember somebody saying to Jordan, you should go on there. Some of them make a lot of money. One of the girls made, I think she said, £30,000 in a month. I thought, yeah, okay, we'll take away the tax here, and if you don't pay it, the tax man's going to come down on you like a ton of bricks. Never ever be very clever with the press and go, oh, I made £1 million last year, because the press will be going, okay, where's the evidence of it on your tax return? Love it. Rochelle Humes was there, dressed up like a bandage. I've just wrapped with this sort of white thing. Emily A. Tack. People are still trying to work out who she is. Pixie Lott was there. Vic Hope and Holly Willoughby. Again, just simple but elegant. Ant and Dec were there with their wives. Alan Carr and Beverly Knight. There's a combination. Martin Compston and his wife Tiana. Who's Martin Compston? Don't know who he is. Oh, wait a minute. I'll tell you who he is. He's D.I. Steve Arnott, and he's in Line of Duty. They got a special recognition award. Yeah. Katie Price revealed she was due to film a new show with son Harvey. I still think that was she looks awful. Luckily, they didn't bother putting her down in any of the pictures of what the glamorous people were wearing, because she looked, seriously, like she'd either dressed herself in the dark or nothing fits her anymore. Nothing worked. It was awful. And she's got this pretend hair going all the way down to the floor at the back. And yet no fiancé there. I thought he'd be there to support her. I always get it wrong, don't I? I'm hopeless at things like this, just because I like to see happy families. Parents in a fury at a new TV Thomas the Tank Engine. Thousands of angry parents, because what they've done is they've given him a menacing children's look. It's Thomas having a bit of a mare of a day, grrr kind of thing. And one parent said, it's frightening my 5-year-old son. It's very upsetting. Is it? Must be the same as when Daddy comes home from work, slightly tiddled. So, I don't think it looks that bad. It's just Thomas who's obviously going grrr at something that's happened. He doesn't look like that all the time. He's normally quite a happy little camp train. I don't mind him. I don't mind Thomas the Tank Engine. But he's allowed to have another side to him, isn't he? Don't you think so? Yeah, the dark side of Thomas. And all the other... See, I didn't know that all the other trains had names. But apparently they have. I think that's beautifully made. It doesn't really interest me that much, but on the odd occasion I have seen it. It beats that Peppa Pig. Have you seen that one? The only thing I like about it is the music and the credits. Ringo Starr used to do the voiceover for Thomas. Chuff, 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 said Thomas. Thomas was always going on his way to an accident. It was a bit like, Cabot Cove. There's always going to be a murder. Or Murder, She Wrote. There's always going to be something there. And along comes Miss Marple, and the local police chief goes, listen, please leave this up to the professionals. What she should have said was, I've been right every week so far. Why do you think now I'm going to get it wrong? Biggest flu jab rollout in history. Ad blitz to target the most vulnerable. I can't tell people anymore. I've always lost the will to live by telling people, get the jab. Get the 2 jabs. Want to die? Die. Seriously. But if you get the jabs, you stand a much better chance. Much better. Don't listen to the poor, sad people. The poor, sad people who sort of say, oh, it doesn't make any difference. Go to hospitals, have a good look at the people who haven't had the jabs. Steve, you should start up Eddie Mair's sound bites of the morning. Well, we're never right. We're never right on all those sort of things. So yesterday's Steve Allen's soundbite. This is what Eddie Mair does every day. He picks a little bit, and the other day we had a 2-second one, which seemed to get a lot of words into 2 seconds. This one's 3 seconds. We're obviously improving. Eddie Mair obviously likes us a lot more. So this was yesterday's. By the time we got to Clapham Junction, it was jam-packed solid. That was the incident, which turned out to be a trolley on the line at Whitton Station. Whitton Station. So that's why there were all the problems. And Paul says Ant and Dec have a new song. It's called Let's Get Ready for Rheumatism. I should imagine they've got it already, actually. You do exactly the same as I do with vacuum cleaners. Buy a new one, then leave it till it's absolutely necessary to use it because you don't like to change. Maybe you're the same, says Hayley. I don't like dirty vacuum cleaners, which seems a bit pointless, I realise, because they do get dusty and things like that, and I don't like it. I like them when they've just come out of the box and they're all shiny and lovely and little handheld ones, or an upright or a rechargeable or cable or anything like that. But the moment it gets dirty, it's got to go. It's got to go. I just don't like, it's like saucepans and stuff like that. I have been known recently to, look at a saucepan and go, I can't really be bothered to clean that. We'll just throw it away and go and buy another one. So that's what I do. I do the same with socks and pants, so I don't think it makes any difference. Some people think it's a peculiarity, but it's my peculiarity. And somebody says, crossing from the Isle of Wight on the ferry, Priti Patel has turned us back. You see, the trouble is, if you heard the other day, Nick Ferrari talking to that admiral about the people coming over from the Channel. The French don't. The French are glad to get rid of them, so they arrive here. But if we're then turning them back, all they'll do is throw themselves in the Channel, and then we've got 40 people to go and pick up because we have a duty of care. Unless, of course, we pick them up and take them straight back to France. That's the only thing that you could do. I don't see any reason. I mean, where are these people? They can't work. They can't get any money. They can't do anything. What are they supposed to do? Just wander about for years on end? Of course not. Of course not. And Sandra says, don't be like this chap. Britain's biggest hoarder amassed 60,000 items worth £4 million crammed into a terraced house. 60,000 items. Pfft, amateur. Oh, I can beat that. Beat that easy. And Steve, my ex-wife told me she'd dance on my grave. So I've decided to be buried at the sea. It's an old one, isn't it? So a lot of people talk about, didn't the mayor say the other day about travelling on the buses without wearing a mask? And he said, you've got to wear a mask on public transport. People should be made to wear a mask. Don't wear a mask, you're not getting on the bus. It's as simple as that. Unless you're exempt. Well, of course, all they'll do is say, I'm exempt. What do you do about that? You can't prove it, can you? Of course not. Steve, it's not Miss Marple. Her name is Jessica. Very, very familiar, aren't you? Jessica Marble, chatting away to her. It's coming up to the news at 6 o'clock. It's Friday morning. It's the 10th of September. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Still to come, the bad news is that Phil Collins has sparked fresh concerns for his well-being. He can no longer hold a drumstick. And that's what he lived for. He told the breakfast programme of his sadness of not being able to form with his drummer son, Nick, who is now playing with the group. He said, I'd love to, but I can't hold the sticks anymore.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's LBC. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. And so they've got a lovely picture of Southend, the beach yesterday, empty. And the beach the day before, chock-a-block. But now the mini heat wave has washed away. Storms and heavy rain have swept in. Power cuts hit Newton, Ferrers and Plymouth. 2 inches of rain they had. Better weather forecast for some parts today. Possible highs of 23 in London, Brighton and Southampton. I mean, even when it stayed dry, few people were on beaches which had been packed. Well, I mean, you can't sit on a beach. There's a couple sitting here and they're surrounded by seagulls on the beach. You know what a mess they make. I mean, honestly, ghastly. Did you know that we love a mishmash of condiments? And I've never heard of these before. I mean, obviously, it's quite a normal thing for people to mix condiments. So mustard, mayo and ketchup is at number 10. Number 9, mustard and barbecue sauce. Well, you mix them together in the same bowl. Is that how you mix these things? Oh, apparently, okay. Number 8 is ketchup and sriracha. Sriracha? What's that? I've never even heard of it. Shiraka, Japanese, okay. Mayo and salad cream. What's the point of that? Mayo and... They're not unsimilar, are they? Tomato ketchup and barbecue sauce. Tomato ketchup and salad cream. Well, that you can do. I was always told that tomato ketchup and salad cream or mayonnaise, that's the sauce that you put over prawns. Well, I love Thousand Island. I had to hunt around for that. You can get that in Waitrose. Mayo and barbecue sauce. Mayo and... What do we call that stuff? Shiraka. Sriracha. It's a chili sauce, apparently. Tomato ketchup and... The tomato ketchup features in nearly all of them. Number 1, mustard and mayo. So is that mayonnaise? Mary Rose sauce, yeah, that goes on the prawn cocktail. I love that. I love that with beetroot. That's quite nice. Chopped beetroot. I don't do whole beetroot. Mustard mayo. No, I've never heard of mustard mayo. So that's just sort of mustard, yellow mustard or brown mustard? The yellow, well, the stuff that takes your top of your roof off of your mouth. That yellow stuff. Oh my, that yellow stuff stains. Oh, they do a mustard mayo. Oh, it is already mixed for you. Look at that. Waitrose's mustard mayonnaise, rich and tangy. Woo! Look at them, honestly. All very sophisticated. Very nice. They do so many different types. I went into Costco the other week and they had a whole pack of 6 of them, all different mayonnaises and everything else. I bought them. They were quite nice. Still in the box, still in the boot of the car. They'll never see the light of day. In fact, they'll be past their sell-by before we can open the blasted things. Steve, I used to collect vacuum cleaners, but I had to get rid of them because they were just gathering dust. Ha-ha. And my daughter, Steve, is one of the vaccinators at the Stoop, Roehampton and other vaccination centres. Very much encouraged to have the AstraZeneca vaccine like ourselves. My daughter's been having palpitations and bruising on her thigh. Really? Oh, good Lord. After many hours at Westmid, they were concerned that the vaccine's given her a pulmonary embolism, which is blood clotting, they're all very safe. And they say, there are definitely some people who fall foul of things like that. Some people have minor side effects, but they've been tested. They couldn't give stuff out, really. If it was going to be, bad for people. I mean, there's very, very, very few. The numbers are infinitesimally small. Much better than sort of getting COVID to have the injection. I mean, I know some people who've had COVID. In fact, I work with somebody who's had COVID. And I know a number of people who've had it as well. Believe you me, you don't want it. You really don't want it. This particular person is what? Sorry? Yeah, take the vaccine. I said, well, I've been saying that all the way through, but some people, they don't want to. They'd rather not do anything at all, which is a bit of a shame, really. What have we got here? The Venga Boys had 2 number 1s, and they're back again. That was in 1999. They're taking us all back there. The group of today made a comeback with new music, releasing a cover of Charlie XCX and Troye Sivan's song 1999, all about wanting to go back in time to the year when the Dutch group had hits Boom, 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 and We're Going to Ibiza. You can tell I don't do music, can't you? I don't know about these things. Stormzy is supporting a food bank. That's good news, actually. Lovely surprise, they said, when he showed up. And James Corden's been granted a restraining order against a woman, he says, keeps insisting they're getting married. Well, she's obviously got some illness, hasn't she? We've had this before, though. There used to be a woman who chased a DJ, and she thought she was engaged to him. She would turn up at the radio station, very well-known DJ, and she turned up at one of Dale's shows. Yeah. She turned up at one of Dale's shows, and he didn't know who she was. And I had to remind her, I said, don't get anywhere near her. She's mad as a fruitcake. She used to turn up here. I saw her here on a few occasions. But she turned up at Dale saying, hi, Dale, and all the rest of it. I won't tell you what her name was. And she would start imagining all sorts of things. I mean, she really wasn't the full ticket. Eddie says, I was disappointed to see Christmas goods in Costco so early. Why? Well, for Christmas. You just answered your own question. What do you think they're doing there for? Happy Hanukkah? Happy Easter? Happy 4th of July? No, they're there for Christmas. They do it every year. What do you mean? Have you just arrived on the planet? Where have you come from? They do it every year. Selfridge's Christmas department open very shortly. And Harrods' Christmas department open very shortly. Have you been there? I have to go there. And I bought Christmas stuff already, yeah. I bought some Disney characters with lights in and things like that, yeah, from Costco. They've got quite a few bits and pieces in. I love it when people sort of say, why is it on sale? I mean, did you not hear the programme yesterday, Eddie? When we've already told you that Waitrose have told you what food they're doing for Christmas. Marks and Spencer's have said what food they're doing for Christmas. It's not Eddie Mayer, is it? No, he would like Christmas, I would think. He'd definitely be a Christmas lover. 106 days to go. Not very long at all. Not very long at all. And we will be decking the halls with boughs of holly. Over in Twickenham, the fish shop always has a very good display of Christmas lights. He's having lights fitted to the top of the building, the whole front of the building. He's got these lights, which apparently are going to be super. It's taken about 4 men to put them up. They're fixing them to the wall so they won't sway about in the breeze or anything else. And God knows what they've cost Stuart. God knows. But I can't wait to see what they look like. Very nice. Very nice. The BBC is set to confirm the appointment of a woke warrior in a top news role, despite fears about her neutrality. And I'm sort of thinking, is that a good idea? I don't know. They're obsessed with these sort of things. And Steve, when I worked in that building, I used to have someone who kept showing up to meet me. She called herself Dark Mavis. Dark Mavis. Lord above, Ian. Obviously. There's also, but people do get obsessions with radio. I know people get obsessions, but this particular one I was talking about, the one who met Dale and this other presenter. I mean, she thought there was somebody on one of the television programs, could have been Brookside, who thought that she was having a relationship with one of the guys on the thing, you know, in the sort of program, but she wasn't. It was all total fantasy. But she went round to his friends and was saying, "Oh, we had a lovely night last night, and you know, I stayed over again. I think we're going to get married early." And of course, he didn't know anything about this at all. You can imagine all his friends going, "Good on you," and all this. He's going, "What are you talking about?" Denied it, and all go, "We know why you're dying it." Charlie Gerling says, "Mince pies or Stollen?" That's a tough one. That is what you don't like Stollen. Obviously, I quite like Stollen bites, but I suppose given the choice, Charlie Gerling, it's got to be mince pies. Listen, I would happily eat both. I don't know. I could say, but the trouble is, Stollen is a lot of marzipan and stuff like that, and it can. It's very, very nice, very pretty, but hangs in the stomach a little bit. And Steve, recently I've had to sell my vintage collection of tractors that I've been saving over the years. Does that make me an ex-tractor fan? Thank you. In the Netherlands, says chips. Oh, no, it's not chips. In the Netherlands, they do chips with mayonnaise, chili-flavoured peanut satay sauce, and chopped onions. It's called Chips of War. Actually, in Bruges, in Belgium, what are they famous for in restaurants? Chips, apparently. Like like over there, it must be a bit of a thing for the Belgians to go, "Oh, we have chips." And you go, "We've been having chips for years. What are you on about?" Very odd thing to have, isn't it? And Steve. Talking about yesterday's bath, when I was a kid, I used to see how long, says David, I could hold my head underwater, thinking I was the man from Atlantis. I vaguely remember that man from Atlantis, but I quite like the idea that you could go underwater and carry on breathing. But there are people who could do that, aren't there? There are people who can dive in, hold their breath for like minutes. They literally 20 minutes. They'll slow their heart rate right down, Joe. And they'll go down and they've got no air down there at all. They're just purely doing it. A lot of the people who go fishing, I think off the coast of Indonesia or somewhere like that, they have to go down to the bottom of the ocean and they can go all the way down. They've trained their bodies to slow right down. I tried it in the bath. I didn't do any more than a minute, which I think was quite long enough. Brett says, "Play Misty for Me" is a great film on the subject. Yes, it is. Very good. And Hope says, "Costco mince pies are the best, trust me." No, they're not. No. But don't be fooled by the name French fries. The origins of that dish can be traced back to Belgium. So it's Belgian fries. And so it was introduced to the delicacy. The soldiers nicknamed fried potatoes French fries. And Brussels' fine array of fritures have been trying to reclaim their legacy ever since. So they're really Belgian fries. They're not French fries at all. But that's what we've sort of grown up with, isn't it? World War I, that was, when the American soldiers were stationed in Belgium. They believed they were situated in France. Not very bright, their soldiers, were they, really? Shane says, "Yes, mince pies, please." Well, soon. Some you can buy all over the place. You could probably go to garden centres and be able to buy mince pies at the moment. And why not for good? It's just a pie with a bit of mincemeat in it. Why it should be traditionally Christmas, I've got no idea. It's like turkey. People say, "Oh, turkey for Christmas." You can eat turkey all year round.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. 6:20 is the time. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. I've just found an absolute cracking thing, which is coming up for sale at auction. And again, you're going to want a bid for this. Stuart from Sandy's The Fish Shop says, "The light fitting went all to plan, mapping and testing in 2 weeks' time." I can't wait to see this. It sounds like it's going to be absolutely fantastic. And my friend Ian has bought a Christmas pudding. He bought it back in 2019. What? He bought it in 2019 and it's good until March 2022. So, in fact, what you're supposed to do every year is buy 2 Christmas puddings. One you can eat and one you save. And then the next year you buy 2, eat 1, and save 2. So you've always got a Christmas pudding ready to eat. The longer you keep it, and it's got to have booze in it, the longer it will keep. You know, some of them will go for 2 or 3 years. My mother used to make 2 Christmas puddings every year, and then she put one away, and then it would be for next year. By the time it had matured, with all the booze in it and everything else, it was quite an alcoholic timer for Christmas. But here is something that is coming up for auction in Geneva on November the 9th. Now, these jewels were owned, wait for it, Queen Marie Antoinette. Now, you remember Marie Antoinette because she was France's last queen before the French Revolution. She was publicly executed. They shaved her head. She was taken to the square where they did all their executions, convicted of high treason, and beheaded in 1793. What she'd done is she had some diamonds, 112 gems, which was set as a pair of bracelets, purchased by her in 1776, the year she turned 21. They've been valued at between 1.4 million and 2.9 million, according to the British auction house Christie's. So she'd sent the gems out the country for safekeeping, and they're coming up for auction. Who she sent them to, I've got no idea. But I love the idea that these things, it's just two bracelets, but because she was beheaded, they become, and they come in a little box as well. So they're set in gold and silver, 112 old cut stones. It's the fact that the provenance is Marie Antoinette. I was quite when you look at it, that's an awful lot of diamonds, isn't it? Was she the one who said, let them eat cake? Or something like that. But interestingly enough, because she lived at Versailles, and the French Revolution was so anti that kind of thing, and yet, strange enough, they didn't burn it to the ground, and yet now it's one of their biggest tourist attractions. And when you go inside there, you suddenly realise the opulence. Mind you, can go inside any palaces and you'll see the opulence. But that's quite an interesting... So in one programme, we've had Marie Antoinette's diamonds, just two bracelets, one for each wrist, I should imagine, and Nelson's sword. Only 50,000 for that. That seems relatively... Somebody will buy that. Apparently, the man from Atlantis is on Forces TV on Sky. I don't have Sky or Forces TV, but the man from... Was it Bobby Ewing who played the man from Atlantis? Was it Patrick Duffy who was the man from Atlantis? Didn't he have webbed feet or something? I might have got that completely wrong, but I've just got an image in my mind. Yeah, it was Patrick Duffy. It came out in 1977. He was the man from Atlantis, which was a year before Dallas premiered, 1977, and he spent most of his time with his shirt off. So somebody obviously decided that they were going to... By Jove. And so it looks like my body. That's what my body looks like in my dreams. Yes, well oiled. And so they then put him in Dallas, and he was married to Swellen. No, was he married to Swellen, or was that somebody else? Was that... I can't remember now. It was Patrick Duffy. Whatever it was, he sort of came back to life. He came out the shower and we all went, oh, goodness me, honestly. That was the way they explained it. But as I've said before, Jock Ewing had been dead in real life for ages, and yet Miss Ellie, his widow, was still talking to him on the telephone. Oh, hello, Jock. Oh, yes, we'll look forward to seeing you back soon. Bye-bye. And I'm thinking, he's dead. Who are you talking to? Steve, have you tried the Heston Blumenthal mince pies with a lemon twist? I quite like that expression, a lemon twist. Do you put up your own Christmas decorations at home? I don't put up decorations at home. I don't do decorations as such. No, I have things. I've got maybe ornaments for the sideboard and things like that. And I've got some lovely things with little trains that go round and stuff like that. I don't have tinsel. I've got nowhere to put tinsel. I don't know what it is. My mirrors, I've got big mirrors, as you can well imagine, being a vain person. And twisted in the mirrors, because they've got lots of sort of cutouts in them, I've got twigs and stuff like that. They're only fake things. I bought them from a garden centre. And then I've twisted lights in those as well. So I have lights up all year round. I spend a fortune on batteries. You wouldn't believe it, honestly. My bedroom is just chock-a-block with things that take batteries. But I love it. And still waiting for you to visit, says Ian, so we can do the Dallas tour, because South Fork is 20 minutes from his apartment as the crow flies. And, of course, the only thing that they used was the outside shot South Fork, and then I used to think they've got so much money and they live in this pokey little farmstead. I couldn't believe it. J.R. Ewing. I mean, you have to sort of take your hat off to him. You couldn't have found sort of a more evil person. He was married to Sue Ellen, wasn't he? Who was Bobby married to then? Who was Bobby Ewing married to? Sorry, Bobby's character. That's right, married to Pamela Ewing. Was that Victoria Principal? Was it Victoria Principal who was married to? In real life, she was, I don't know if she still is, to a plastic surgeon. And so she had lots of plastic surgery. Pam Ewing Barnes is a fictional character. And, so Pamela Jean Pam Barnes. So wait a minute. So that's Victoria Principal, first appearing on the show, entitled Digger's Daughter. So she's, right. She was very pretty, wasn't she? Very, very pretty. Very, very glamorous in that sort of... She married two people on the show, but there was Joan Collins was in Dynasty, as the Americans called it. Charlene Tilton was the Poison Dwarf. That's what they called her. Terry Wogan nicknamed her the Poison Dwarf. And then somebody wrote to me years ago and said, you can't call her a dwarf. And you go, no, it's exactly what you can call her. She's got dwarfism. She was a shorter person, and she was good. She was very sexy. Lots of blonde hair. Lots of very blonde hair, but we loved it. And when they did the Who Shot JR programme, they flew the tapes in under great secrecy. It came through with an armed guard at Heathrow Airport. These were the tapes of the killing of JR and everything. Who killed JR? And I can't remember who it was now, actually. Somebody will have to tell me. Oh, webbed fingers, says Chris Intring, the man from Atlantis, had webbed fingers. So, odd thing, isn't it? What use would that be if you're swimming? But, Steve, you do have Forces TV. No, I don't. No, I mean, I have loads of Freeview channels, and radio channels. I've got on my television. I go up to channel 749 or something, which is very odd. Very odd. So, JR was married to Sue Ellen, with one who drank, and Bobby was married to Pamela in Dallas. Forces TV is channel 96 on Freeview. Wow. I might try and find that. The trouble is it just takes you ages to go backwards and forwards, doesn't it? You all right, Poppert? You okay? Oh, good. I love it when he just sits there and you think, any minute now he's going to close his eyes. It's so relaxing, isn't it? When you listen to somebody who's got a very mellifluous voice like myself, all of a sudden you sort of just feel very tired. And you could just sort of drift away. And then all of a sudden somebody says, you've got to wake up because you've got to go to work today, except Phil and Holly, because they get Friday off. So that was lucky. I wonder if they managed to change the day of it. So it happens on a Thursday. The whole awards ceremony. We'll do it on the Thursday so Holly can get drunk. Because having seen her on various programmes over the years where they sit there looking like, this is the worst job I've ever had in my entire life. Because you can't work if you've been drinking. That's why I never do the Christmas party at Global. I'm always invited. Well, I think I am anyway. I don't know. I've never actually seen an invite, but I'm sure if I turned up, they'd be very nice. Because I can't do it. I couldn't just go somewhere and just have, one little drink. Because you have to have a few little drinks. And then you go, I'm going to drink the colours of the flags of the. Have you ever done that? Drinking the colours of the flag. So you say, okay, we'll pick Ireland. So you've got to pick, a green liqueur or a white liqueur. What's the colours of the Irish flag? Green, white, and orange. You've got to find something. So you've got creme de menthe, vodka, and orange liqueur. So, and you drink all of these things. Well, by the time you've got through about 3 flags, you're on the floor. It's a very interesting concept, and it's called drinking the flags. I've never done it personally because I don't do things like that. But we did do it. We had a party to celebrate LBC's 30 years once, and they very unwisely, had a free bar. Totally a free bar. They had all these Australian barmen in, but it wasn't just soft drinks and beer and wine. It was all the spirits and everything else. And I remember distinctly going up, they had all these characters from Only Fools and Horses, the looky-likeys. So we had a Patsy and a Dina and people like that, all these lookalikes wandering amongst us. And Sandy Toksvik was giving a speech. Well, people were so drunk, they started heckling. And because the barman had said, you don't have to have singles, you can have doubles or anything. So people were having doubles and trebles of vodka and stuff like that. And they were just loading it with ice and everything. So people were off there. I remember one time, one of the presenters got into the managing director's car that was waiting outside. They'd take me home. And the driver set off down the road. I don't think he knew who he was taking until they phoned up the driver and went, get back here now. And they turfed the presenter out, ex-presenter. Apparently it was Kristen, who was Sue Ellen's sister, who shot JR. Thank you, Stella. Thank you, Sophie. And Steve, wasn't Pam Unwin married to Ray Barnes the drunk, says Sid Cup Julie. I can't remember. I'm going to try and see if I've got that on 96 and see if I get anything.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Well, here's a dilemma. A family who cremated a dead cat. They thought it was theirs, and it turned up and dropped dead. And so they went, oh, it's a shame. So they had it cremated. Next day, their cat turned up on their front doorstep. Freddie and Sinead, their little moggy called Simba, had gone missing overnight. They found another identical black cat with an identical white chest patch dead in the road. They assumed it was their 14-year-old pet, took it to the vet, where they paid 60 quid for a cremation and even bought a headstone as well. But as they consoled their sons, Connell and Stefan, at home, the teen saw his childhood pet with Freddie walking right up the drive. Everybody was screaming, Simba's come back from the dead, and we were all very happy and celebrating. Can you imagine? They just had paid for somebody else's cat to be cremated. But Sinead of Belfast says, I'm just so embarrassed. It was a crazy day. I posted what I'd done on social media, and when Freddie went to work the next day, people were meowing at him. Wow, wow. They do make a noise, cats, don't they? If ever you go to Gran Canaria, and I wouldn't recommend it, it's it's all right, but don't go if they might have an off season, with a bit of bad weather. Place is full of feral cats. If you're in a hotel, they're on the corridor all night. Well, because most of the hotels are they have open corridors. You walk to your room, and then. But I had cats sitting outside all night. Seriously, they're dreadful. Hundreds and hundreds of these cats all over Gran Canaria. Ghastly things. Honestly, rip your eyes out, they would. They're dreadful. I mean, the worst thing was they were building another hotel next to the one we were staying in. So from 7 in the morning, hola, hola, that's all we got. At 7 o'clock in the morning. What with that? I was beginning to think, God, I tell you, I've arrived in hell. Tom Cruise, still doing his own stunts. I mean, and, he's 59. He parachuted from a helicopter in the Lake District 4 times to get the right shot. I mean, as I said before, I should imagine getting the insurance for him must be an absolute nightmare. Hit 90 show Gladiators. Please God, they're not bringing it back. Oh, I hated it. People, they had female athletes included Jet, Diane Udale, Lightning, Kim Betts, and Nightshade, Judy Simpson, along with Wolf, Michael Van, whatever his name was. I mean, honestly, have you ever seen anybody look so ancient? Also, Saracen was Mike Lewis, and Ulrika's favourite and former lover, floppy-haired hunter James Crosley, who's now bald as a coot, I'm afraid. And it was very popular with young people, not popular with sort of anybody else. It was a bit naff. And here is EastEnders actress Maisie Smith dressing for the hot weather. I don't know what she thought she was wearing, but I mean, I'm sorry, dear. Look in the mirror, okay? Wrong outfit. Not for you, okay? She's wearing 2 little bits of material covering her boobs, and she thought that was something to wear going out on the town. There's a little tiny skirt. She's got legs like tree trunks. And I mean this in a care. I'm just merely telling you what I'm seeing. And I'm thinking, so here she is. She looks like she's been at a lock-in at the Queen Vic. She plays Tiffany Butcher Baker. But she wore this revealing top and miniskirt to GAY. But that went down like a lead balloon at GAY. People in there going, just round the corner, yeah. Is it still going? I'm not even sure if it was still going. It's still, oh, right, okay. But and then she moved on to Freedom. She stayed out till 4 a.m. Try and dress properly next time, dear, okay, please? Honestly, start dressing like that. People get the wrong idea. Dermot O'Dreary, talking in a magazine on Sunday, actually, coming up, on how he dealt with the This Morning backlash and overcame tensions with Alison Hammond. They have no chemistry at all. I was really quite surprised, but I can spot it a mile off. That there was nothing going on at all. And what have we got here? This is, I think that's Rita Ora. It is Rita Ora. Also got Maura Higgins. Honestly, these people are stick thin. How they stand up on those spindly little legs, God alone knows. And Bella Hadid, Megan Fox. Don't know who she is. Actress, I suppose. Zendaya was the one that we had the other week on the programme. We didn't know who she was either. I got very confused by these people. Definitely. We'll take more of your texts and emails. I want to clarify, says Jason in Worthing. I've clarified it for you. We've already had this discussion, Jason. You were quite wrong. Winnie the Pooh is dead. Paddington is very much alive. Okay? Paddington, obviously, is the better person and nicer and caring, and Winnie the Pooh was just slightly peculiar. Okay? Anybody who goes wandering down to the wood with his friend Eeyore and also didn't wear any trousers. Okay? What do you think was going on? You know, Paddington was far better. At least he was dressed. He came, and he liked his Aunt Lucy. You never saw Winnie the Pooh talking about his family, did you? Because they'd left him. They dumped him in the 100-acre wood. Whereas Paddington was sort of looking after his great Aunt Lucy, who was in the retired home for bears in Lima. And he came over here and he fitted in very... All right, so he flooded their house once. Okay, one mistake he made. Skateboarded down the stairs and a few other little incidents. And he got arrested. And then he went to prison. He was very popular. A talking bear, you can imagine, can't you? Come and see the one we got in now. But meanwhile, Winnie the Pooh is still talking to Eeyore, Piglet, and Roo, and Tigger, and all the other... I mean, there was a bright bunch of oddballs in that jungle, so you're completely wrong, Jason. I'm quite sure that you're a fan of Winnie the Pooh, but as I say, he's not with us anymore, whereas Paddington is very much of the moment. But this way, you can go round to any tourist shop in London. I defy anybody. You won't find Winnie the Pooh on sale, but you'll find millions of Paddington bears. Seriously, millions of Paddingtons, obviously all lookalikes. And if you go to that big toy shop, Hamleys, which is in Regent Street, you don't find Winnie the Pooh dolls and stuffed things in there. Paddington. Paddington is it. You know why? Because Paddington's a born leader. Paddington could be Prime Minister of this country. Winnie the Pooh, nothing. Lady in waiting. Lady in waiting. And Steve, I had to take my mum's cat to the vet today. So if anybody sees a man in Paisley with what seems like a possessed box full of demons, it's me. Lovely. And Sula says, I can't stop laughing. Muse interspersed with, hola. That was the only thing I learned actually in Spain. I never learned anything else. I'd love to be able to speak it. I have my two friends over in Spain, of course, Chris and Steve, and I should imagine must have picked up quite a bit of Spanish. In fact, I think it's very likely they picked up a bit of Spanish over there. And Steve, I use lots of batteries. When I go to IKEA, I stop up with AA and AAA alkaline, much cheaper than anywhere else, says Jed. Well, I get mine from Costco. Because you do seem to get through a lot of batteries. I seem to have loads of items that take batteries. And quite happy I am too as well, actually, which is good. Steve, I can't stand Bon Jovi. Well, don't listen to them then. Honestly, but I can't be here as guidance for you. Heavens above, listen, if your medical advisor has given up on you, there's no good latching on to me. I can't deal with things like that. Didn't they have a song called More Than a Feeling? Bon Jovi? Oh, that was Boston, was it? Oh, clever clogs. Nothing worse than a smart person at this time of the morning, is there really? The Daily Star. Emily's on the attack, except nobody knows who she is. That's the trouble. You know, I've seen her on the television. Apparently she's got a comedy show, but she hasn't made any impact as yet. Wrestling star Triple H is in hospital. He suffered a cardiac event. His name's Paul. Doesn't quite sound the same, does it really? They always have names like this. He went into a procedure and he had a genetic heart thing. He's a 14-time WWE World Champion. I don't know what that is, actually. I think it's where they all pretend to be fighting in the ring and sort of somebody bounces on the ropes and then they throw themselves onto somebody else and we all go, fake, frauds. You know, we do things like that. There used to be a woman in this country who used to go to the wrestling when it was Giant Haystacks and Big Daddy and all the other people. And she would sit there dressed up as a princess. And if ever the wrestlers came near her, she'd beat them over the head with her wand. Seriously, she was most peculiar, most peculiar. See, Chris Lowry's just texted me. Buenos dias, Steve. ¿Cómo estás hoy? Do you know, it's amazing, isn't it? I just pick up languages like that, honestly. I'd love to go to bed and then wake up and be able to speak loads and loads of languages. English should be helpful, I suppose, but I just quite fancy the idea of speaking another language. One of these days they'll invent something that you plug yourself into when you're sleeping and then you wake up in the morning and I can come in here and speak to them in fluent Cantonese. You know, I think that'd be quite nice. Or Welsh. I'd like to better speak Welsh. And I don't know what, you know, I'd quite like to do Russian. My German's rusty, but it's okay. I can get by. I can put it away. I'll always eat as long as it's sausages. It's like my mother, when we went to France once, she said, I speak French. And we went, oh, good. And the only thing she could order was omelettes. So every restaurant we went to, there was never any choice of anything on the menu. It was a case, we'll have omelettes again, because it was the only thing she knew how to order. But never mind, we didn't complain about it.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I don't know why we're in a good mood. There's no reason for it. It's just the joy of living and the fact it's Friday, which is very nice indeed. So Marks and Spencer's have unveiled their Christmas food range, and it includes the popular Light Up Gin. And to be honest with you, anything that lights up, I quite like. And this is their Light Up Snow Globe Gin Liqueur. Now, this would be ideal for me, except I can't stand gin. I really can't stand gin, but they've got that. So there are three different types there which light up, which is very nice. And they've got, oh, that's nice. This is a box of, they look like little houses in a village, but they are in fact chocolates in a box. And I think this is a light up thing here. This is a collection. And I'm liking the look of that. I think that's very nice. And it's a light up chocolate box, 20 quid. 20 quid. And all the chocolates in there, they don't look like chocolates. They look like the roofs of houses. I think that's very clever, very interesting. The other one is shortbread light up houses. They're only £5 each. They're available in stores from tomorrow. Today, now. Oh, right, now. You can, good ground. Might have to nip to Marks and Spencer's a little bit later on. They've also got golden blonde chocolate spread, £3. And what's this one? Christmas pudding truffles. Oh, go back to the Christmas pudding truffles. Oh, they look quite nice. So in other words, it's a truffle, but with Christmas pudding in it. Oh, bite size. I feel ill already. They have all the flavours you find in a traditional Christmas pudding in a bite-sized portion. I mean, that's been the dream of my life, actually, a bite-sized portion. And that was lovely. So that's just some of the things. Presumably, they will then have, different sandwiches and stuff like that. Yeah, savoury things. I like the little food. I like the little food things. You can sort of, heat those up, and they're actually quite delicious. Steve, Winnie the Pooh can't be a lady in waiting because he's a male bear, says Tanya. Oh, how little you know. How little you know. Yeah, he could have been anything, Pooh. When my daughter was younger, she used to sleep with her grandmother, and she'd tell her that during the night, the grandmother, who could barely speak English, would sleep talk and have a full-on conversation with somebody in perfect English. Oh, I've heard of people doing that before. That's nothing unusual. That's nothing unusual. Somebody who can somebody will have something, they'll hit themselves or something, and all of a sudden they're speaking another language. You don't know how it occurs, which is ever strange, I think. Did you get the fuel sorted on the car, says Rachel? Yes, it's 5. I do. Of course, it would have to be, wouldn't it? Most expensive petrol that you can actually get, because that kind of ties in. Have you ever had to rent a storage unit? Yes. Yes, I rented a storage unit for about 5 years. And then we went down there because after my mother passed on, we went to have a look at what we were going to put in storage. We put loads of stuff in storage without realising at the time, all the years later, when we went in there was her exercise bike. So that was thrown away. We didn't need that. We had a few sort of little sideboards that went the other side of the bed. We got rid of those. And the only thing we had that was left that was safe, we've been paying a fortune for this for years, was a Victorian table with all the carvers and all the rest of it. And so we took that out, and that was it. And we kept that because, we sort of kept all our parents' furniture. You have to, really. Your parents saved up for it. It's part of your family stuff, isn't it, really? It's like Buckingham Palace. I mean, I'm not saying that my furniture is anything like the furniture at Buckingham Palace. Although I saw a nice piece in Country Life. They always have a company in there. They might be called Windsor Antiques or something. But they always put an item in there, and they go, this is so-and-so, so-and-so. And they had a lovely marquetry box and all the rest of it. I remember looking at it thinking, that's really quite nice. £58,000. I'm obviously hopelessly out of touch with how much these antique things cost. It was only from the 1800s. Whereas, in fact, really, for sort of £58,000, I can nearly get Marie Antoinette's jewellery. Nelson's sword. I could get Nelson's sword for, admittedly, you can't put anything in Nelson's sword, but it's the fact Nelson held it in his hot, sticky little hand, bless his heart. Glamorous racegoers, they tell you in the Daily Star today, went all out as the St Leger Festival hosted Ladies' Day at Doncaster Racecourse. I don't know where they found these two from, but dear God in heaven, the one thing they're not is people who should be recommended. Fascinators and fancy frocks. Apparently people are encouraged to embrace the rainbow for NHS staff. But yeah, both the people that they've picked here, basically far too over made up, and tattoos all over the place. Really, don't go to Doncaster. There's a place to avoid. Rapper KSI was disqualified from the Duke of Edinburgh's award for going to McDonald's mid-hike. I suppose if people are addicted to something, how you do that, I don't know. Halfway through the trek, which required walking a minimum of 12 miles each day, he took a detour, even though somebody said to him, "You're not allowed to do that." So went to McDonald's. I mean, I suppose if you like that sort of thing. Somebody the other day had the audacity to suggest that I was eating, their breakfast. What do they call them? The potato things, hash browns. Which actually, I don't even like their hash browns. I like the Burger King ones better, but they're not open at Waterloo Station at this time, which is such a nuisance. You had a little bag of them, just pop them in your mouth. You can pop 2 in the mouth. I used to sometimes go in there, and the girl who was working behind the counter, I mean, she was always very nice to me, and she'd always give me extra. I'd sort of smile and go, and she'd go, "Your usual." I used to think, yeah. And so I could see she put an extra scoop in there. I sometimes walk out. It was like I was feeding the family of the 5,000 and Winnie the Pooh. Lady in waiting, and I'd sit on the train and eat these things until I make myself sick. And I went back there the next time, and she'd left. Apparently, they were a bit short on the hash browns when they came to do a stock take. I don't care. The Nation, the UK, nation of armchair detectives, with a third of us believing we could solve a crime. I don't worry about things like that. I'm not one of these people. I know people go to see Agatha Christie shows. My nose is running now. And Agatha Christie show, and people sit there with a packet of boiled sweets trying to work out who did it. I thought, well, read the book. It'll tell you at the end of the book. And the murderer was so-and-so, so-and-so. But people love doing it, especially at seaside shows. People love it. It's like people going to see Countdown. Once you've taken your eyes off Anne Robinson's hair, the next thing is to try and work out exactly what all the words are. It's quite clever. I mean, I can do it. I'm better at the numbers game than I am at anything else. Very good at the numbers game. Steve. Emma got through to the final. Amazing, says Jill. I hope you've known and just not discovered that. We told you ages ago. And here they are. This is schoolgirl Felicity Warburton. She beat the bullies by turning up at her prom night with an escort of, wait for this one, 300 bikers. Daily torment left Felicity, who has dyslexia and Asperger's, feeling worthless. So her mum asked a local bike club for support, and 300 bikers turned up. How brilliant was that? Absolutely brilliant. So well done to everybody down there. And so she'd been bullied by people. I hope that put the bullies in their place. I really do. Mind you, there's a policeman in the paper today, and you won't want to hear that story. Kicked an autistic boy. But because he'd quit the police force, they didn't have to get rid of him. He'd already gone. Should have been sent to prison, but he didn't. Also, Star Trek spin-off Picard will get a third series due to air in 2023. Acting legend Patrick Stewart will return. How old's he now? Patrick Stewart. He must be getting on a little bit, mustn't he? But he'll return as the retired USS Enterprise captain Jean-Luc Picard, and his team attempt to save the future after time breaks. He's 81. Good grief. Hope for all of us. Listen, that's it. Thank you so much for your company this week. It's been fantastic. And thank you for all the downloads. We're very happy with the way you're downloading. I do have a little bit extra today. Philip and Holly win another NTA. Can't believe Steph McGovern left empty-handed. Joan Collins put everybody to shame as she turned up looking fabulous at the age of 88. People are calling Joel Dommett the next Dermot O'Leary. That's his career finish. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome back to Monday. Isn't it vile? Who the heck wants to go to work today? Who the heck wants to get out of bed? Everybody lying in bed going, I don't want to get up today, Steve. It's nice and warm in bed. It's not that it's cold or anything like that. It's just that, once you're in bed and it's all snuggly buggly and you think, do I really want to get out of bed? And you think, I don't really. So you have to force yourself. So what you have to do, you have to put one leg outside of the duvet and then gradually slide. And as you slide out, the person who's been sleeping next to you, you might not know their name. I have no idea. I don't like to inquire on these things. Then moves onto your bit because it's nicely warm. And that's always been, or failing that, you're trying to rescue the duvet all night from somebody who, when they turn over, they roll with the duvet, which is very embarrassing. Anyway, Monday morning it is. You've had your weekend. It's now Monday the 13th, so thank God it's not Friday the 13th. And we've got all sorts of stories for you today, including the University for Women, Taliban style. Cover your faces. Cover your faces. Don't be seen by these men. Not that they're interested. I just love saying that because I know it'll wind them up because they're just as camp as Christmas, aren't they? Yeah, I hope they're listening, actually. I hope they're listening. Beatlemania all over again with ABBA. Literally, they're back in the charts again. I'm delighted. I couldn't. I mean, it's not that I'm sort of huge, super duper fan of ABBA. I just like the idea that you can come back after 40 years and go back into the charts, and poor old Matt Goss, who sold millions of albums, can't get back in for Love Nor Money, together with all the other people. And here they are. One of the reunion tracks, Don't Shut Me Down, has gone in at number 9. I mean, the other track, I Still Have Faith in You, is a new entry at 14. And they've got ABBA Voyage, which is set to be a bestseller. And I'm thrilled for them, absolutely thrilled. As I say, it makes a mockery, doesn't it, of the Matt Gosses and Louise Redknapp and people like that. They've sold 250,000 tickets in 3 days for what Ticketmaster called the busiest pre-sale and on-sale launch so far this year. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, still the interest. You know why? Clean, wholesome music. Nobody's swearing at you. Nobody doing anything else. And ABBA Gold has gone back into the top 5 of the album charts this week. Seriously, I mean, can you still get ABBA Gold on Amazon? Because most of the time it's sold out. Yeah, have a check, and you'll all of a sudden discover ABBA Gold, which if you haven't got it, and I don't like to sort of push things too much, but it's got all the hits on it. ABBA Gold, there we go, it's on there. Oh, that's a nice one. Gold Greatest Hits. So what's the difference between that top one at £5.99 and the other one for £5.32? That's audio. Greatest Hits. Yeah, what's the difference? I don't see the difference here. I'm sure there must be. Special edition. Well, go for the special edition then. Definitely. But when you listen to their stuff, it's perfect. You can play it in the car, and you know the good news is you can sing along. You can get it in vinyl at $29.99. Mind you, who's got a record player now? But you can buy record players you plug into your computer, which is very easy. Just on one of those funny little... Yeah, they are back. Vinyl records are back. You know, as the needle bounces about all over the place because you've left it in the sun. The record, that is, as opposed to the needle. I mean, you know, I bet even Neil Diamond says Roger's amazed that his old hit Sweet Caroline's become so huge. I know, we were singing Sweet Caroline, where it began. Ooh. I mean, everybody sings along, because that came out in what year? What year did Sweet Caroline come out in? I don't know, I'm guessing at 75? 69, was it really 69? Good Lord. Happy days. And then everybody sings along to it. If you get Neil Diamond at the Madison Square Garden, his band are so tight that, you know, they're brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And everybody sings along to Sweet Caroline. And it was played, of course, at the Tennis last night. It used to be, eh, Macarena, eh, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I don't think it went, eh, like that. It was, eh. I love those two men because they brought them on at an Andre Rieu concert, the two guys, and he starts saying, you know, here, Los Lobos, but he called them something else. But it was the same two old men, and he said, the Macarena, and they come on, and he has to cue them in. They don't know when to come in because they're so ancient. And everybody in the crowd, it wasn't the orchestra playing, it was quite clearly a backing track, you know, Macarena, eh, Macarena, eh? And it was Los Del Rio with Macarena, and it was so good. It was you know, everybody's dancing away and people are doing the arm things and everything. I love it. Still not as good as the, you know, what was that? I'm going to hip. Was that the tomato ketchup song or something? Las Ketchup. Oh, Pizza Hut, Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut. I like all of those ones as well, actually. But Neil Diamond must be still getting in royalties. Which is good. I'm very pleased. That's why I'm pleased for ABBA. Why not? But I'm sick to death. You know, who gives a toss about Matt Goss? Who cares about Louise Redknapp? You know, what people want nowadays is they want something that you don't open up the papers every day and go, here's somebody else from ABBA giving, you know, their story. Nobody's interested. And they know that. All people want to do is hear the music. I couldn't care less whether Louise Redknapp poses with her bits out or she doesn't. It makes no difference at all. You're not going to sell any records based on that. I mean, Gold, as of July 2021, became the first album to reach 1,000 weeks on the official charts with pure sales of 5.61 million copies sold in the United Kingdom. That's not even including the rest of the world, just in the United Kingdom. You know why? Because you know all the words to all the songs. You can sit in the car and sing along to them if you're over the age of 5. Everybody knows them. And Sweet Caroline. I like Brother Love's Travelling Salvation Show. Pack up the babies and grab the old ladies and everyone. All of his songs were good. I thought love was only true in fairy tales. How many records have ABBA sold worldwide? Oh, I should imagine 600 million. Is it? Is it 400 million? Well, it was close. I mean, come on, only 400 million. I tell you, it makes Matt Goss look like, don't even bother, mate. It's not worth it. You can't compete with that. That's what people are looking for. They're looking for something that was fun. When you saw ABBA on the television, they smiled. You know, their outfits were somewhat peculiar, but I mean, you know, that's what people wear if you're in the popsicle world. And they had their sort of silver boots on and their gold boots and everything else. And it was just beautifully orchestrated and put together. And they could deliver it live. You know, when you look at sort of some of the other groups who are desperately trying to get into the charts nowadays, and, you know, they'll have somebody who'll say, oh, you know, you can do this, get yourself some publicity. It's like The Wanted coming back with a greatest hit album and a new single or something else in a tour. And I'm thinking, I don't know, is this going to work? You know, because you feel a bit sorry, because unfortunately nowadays we just take people. They don't necessarily have to have any talent, because as Louis Walsh said, it doesn't matter that you can't sing. Because we can put you into a studio and tweak it with auto-tune and everything else, and people will believe you can sing. What we're doing is selling an image in this country. There'll be people listening at the moment going, we're going to be the next, you know, big thing in the charts. No, you're not. No, you're not. You know, and if you do, it'll be just the one-off. You know, whatever happened to those blokes who did My Mama Can't Dance or something? What was it? My Mama Can't something. I said, and I can't remember what the song was. Come on, it was two blokes. And they used their mothers in the video. Two blokes, and their mothers are in the video, and the mothers sing along to it. Yeah, 85, you know, that one, steve@lbc.co.uk, because I can't remember who they were. But they had a couple of hits, and then they disappeared completely. Is it Your Mother Can't Dance? Or something like that? If you see it, you'll go, oh, I know what song that is, Steve, straight away. Come on, put it. I know it's only 4:10 in the morning. Is it Your Mother Can't Dance? Logins? No. This was within the past few years. They were sort of young, a couple of guys. And they made their own video. Oh, blimey! Somebody'll do it. Rizzle Kicks. Imagine not knowing that. I had to get one of the audience to tell us it was Rizzle Kicks. But what was it? Was it called Your Mother Can't Dance? Did you ever see it? Mama do the hump. No, not Mother. It doesn't quite sound the same, does it? Mama do the hump. And it was the boys' parents who featured in it, the mums. And also, who turns up in it? James Corden. James Corden turned up to do the, you know... And I thought they were brilliant. That's right, it was all this, wasn't it? It was brilliant. So we're all doing it in the studio, except Joe. And Joe doesn't dance, you know. At parties, Joe's always standing in the corner with a tray of vol au vents in front of him. Yeah, with a cigarette in one hand, tray of vol au vents in the other, and trying to desperately balance a glass full of wine on his knee. But yeah, Rizzle Kicks, Mama do the hump. It was brilliant because it was fun. It made you feel, you know, because sometimes, come on, be honest, you do wake up in the morning and you think, God, it's going to be another crap day, isn't it? Yesterday wasn't very good. Today's going to be even worse. Whereas we had a really nice weekend. I went down to see my godchildren. I got lost again. I just end up going to the wrong place. I don't know. I've sorted it out now. Yeah, I've got sat-nav, but it's the bit round Stansted Airport I get a bit confused in. And I found myself heading off to Braintree, which, of course, was miles out. But I eventually found it. Because if you remember the last time, I needed to go to the toilet so desperately. And I was thinking, I'm miles away. I might have to pull into a lay-by and go to toilet. You know, it's one of those sort of desperate things. But anyway, we were all chatting. We went out and got some food in, and we just had what we call a buffet lunch, which was, we had sausage rolls, quiches, sandwiches, and salad, and all sorts of things like that. Potato salad, coleslaw, and it was just really nice and relaxed. And there was about 5, 6, 7, about 9 of us, which was great. And we were chatting about about sort of the gossip on the programme and things like that, and Meghan Markle. And I thought, oh, God, I'm going to get attacked here on all sides. And they went, no, nobody likes Meghan Markle. They really didn't. Not one person in this group of people, and they were a good mixture of adults, could stand her. They thought she was on a mission to bring down the royal family because she thinks she's something special, as opposed to being, you know, an average actress who happened to marry a bloke. But she was trying to get fixed up with a footballer. And that makes you a little bit suspect at the best of times, doesn't it? A little bit. Laura Tobin, the weather presenter, reports from the Arctic all this week. She's got a guard to protect her from polar bears. Because polar bears can sniff out people from about 2 miles away. So that's the trouble with aftershave, isn't it? My they'd sniff out straight away. They'd go, that's Steve Allen over there. And polar bears, if they're feeding cubs, they have to either catch seals or they'll attack hunters. And so if you're going over there I don't know why they're sending, it must cost a fortune unless it's sponsored, to actually do the weather from the Arctic. But they've got somebody with a rifle who can probably just scare off polar bears. In one town, the polar bears go in the winter to look for food because they know that there's food around. And so what they have to do is dart them with a thing, and then they lift them up in a net with a helicopter, and they'll take them 200 to 500 miles away and dump them off somewhere else, somebody else's problem, because it's too dangerous to have them in the town because they will attack people if they think they're going to get a meal out of it. It's scary, isn't it, really? So just be careful. Somebody else has withdrawn from the Celebrity SAS Who Dares Wins. One of them, that Dreary from Loose Women. Can't even bear to mention her name. Because she's just moaning Mary. Unfortunately, her name's not Mary. And Donny Osmond has fought a battle to walk again after an infection left him unable to move. I'm like that. I'm always complaining about my food. We went to pick up a new car for the parents of my godchildren, and they've got it from the garage. They need it for their business. And they said, we'll walk over here and have a look at some Renaults and some Peugeot. Oh, God, honestly, I hate walking over a weekend. Johnny Smithfield says, Joe, he's always in the kitchen at parties. He is. He's good like that.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Steve, as soon as you start talking about Neil Diamond and Sweet Caroline, I was taken back 49 years to 1972 when instead of revision for my geography O-level, I went to watch Neil Diamond perform at Southampton Guildhall. I still remember the concert, one of the best, got a rollicking from Dad, but passed the O-level anyway. God, dear, I paid money to interview Neil Diamond. But now he's not very well, is he? And so he's retired from music. But get that DVD. I think it's Neil Diamond live at Madison Square Garden. And he does all the hits. And he talks about, because the first time that I was aware of Neil Diamond, it wasn't with Sweet Caroline, it was Hot August Night. Hot August Night, which I think they recorded at the Greek Theatre in Los Angeles. And he said this was the album that went round the world. And they recreated it. He's got Parkinson's, that's right. But he recreated it on stage at Madison Square Gardens. And it's an instrumental, but it's bloody brilliant. It builds and builds and builds and builds until in the end, you just look at it and you think, God, imagine writing stuff like that. It was fantastic. Really fantastic. So it's worthwhile getting the album live at Madison Square because you get all the hits and the crowd stand up and sing, And when Sweet Caroline starts, blimey, it was like a jet aircraft taking off. Hot August Night from Madison Square Gardens, 2010, 10 years ago. But it was a super bit of music. Really was. And, oh, look, there's the Pope getting off in Alitalia. Fag in one hand. When we flew, it wasn't Alitalia we flew. Who did Dale and I fly with? It was the Italian airline, but it was in the days when you could smoke on an aircraft. Literally, each, seat had an ashtray in it and all the rest of it. And before we'd even taken off from Heathrow, the door to the cabin at the front where the pilot was swung open, and the pilot's got a cigarette on, and the stewardess has got a fag in her mouth, and I'm thinking, everybody smokes. It's like you go to France, everybody smokes. In this country, people do smoke, but they stand outside buildings in all weathers, getting absolutely drenched and sort of, and they're determined to keep that fag in their mouth going, I'll tell you, woo! And but it's, every time I see the Pope, I often imagine that he sort of gets back on the aircraft, sits down and goes, I'll have the whiskey now. There's a little boy. It's a really cute bit. It's not with this Pope. It's with, is it this Pope? No, it must be the one before, I think. And he obviously had a little audience out somewhere, like in a garden. And they've got all the security because if ever you go to Vatican City, the place is full of men in dark suits, dark glasses, and talking brooches. They're all over the place. It's his security, I think. But this thing is a little boy, and each little child can get up and ask a question of Papa. And this little boy gets up and he can't get the words out and he starts crying. And so one of the officials, because they're quite bossy over there when it's to do with the Pope, takes him up to see Papa, and he puts his arm around him and the boy starts talking to him in his ear. And it turns out his father wasn't religious and he wanted to ask the Pope, is his father in heaven because he died? And it's sort of, and the Pope says, I've asked him if I can tell you what he asked me. And he does a roundabout story about, your father. He was a good man and all the rest of it. He didn't quite commit himself to saying he's in heaven because he didn't follow the religion. But it's such a touching little thing. And the little boy sat down again at the end, and he'd had that meeting with the Pope, and then the Pope turned up at somebody's house for something. This woman lives in this. It was this Pope, was it? It was called Emmanuel. Whisper your question in my ear. Look, it is. I'm sorry, we're sitting here watching it, and you can't see this. I promise you, if I tell you something's worth watching, he can't stop the crying, but he's meeting the Pope. It's like meeting, your best footballer, and eventually he gets the words out to Papa, and he's able to sort of say to him, "Is my father in heaven?" And he's only a little lad. He can't be any more than 8 or 9 or 10, and he's cried. But and he talks about, a little while ago, my father passed away, and he was a non-believer, but he had all 4 of his children baptized, and he wanted to ask the Pope if he was going to go to heaven. And the Pope sort of goes round and round. He basically says, listen, he was a good man. He had you all baptized and that kind of thing. But it's this little boy who's sort of, he's overwhelmed with the whole sense of the occasion. Because we do that, don't we? We watch things now and get a bit carried away. It's like there are certain actors who can play religious figures. And they do it very well. I mean, I couldn't do anything like that at all, actually. I'd just be a total useless person. It's not that I don't have a belief. I do have a belief. I believe in global. I've decided, actually, that's I'm worshipping at the altar of global, very much indeed, because very, very strangely, I went down to see my godchildren, and some friends of ours popped over as well, Dawn and Pete, and they just come back day before yesterday. They'd been to a hotel, and they said, they were sort of chatting away to me. They know where I work, but they don't know the company's history or anything else. And they were sort of saying about, they went to this fantastic hotel in Barbados. They said it was the best hotel we've ever been to. They get off at the airport. They're ushered through as if they were VIPs. And they were only there for 4 days. And they loved it. They said it was the best hotel. They said the only problem was you could never top this. It was they checked out all the reviews from hotels in the area, and this one had literally pages of fantastic reviews, pages and pages of it. And I shouldn't imagine it was cheap at all. And when they told me the hotel, I went, my boss owns that hotel. I said, that's their hotel. And it's called Sandy Lane. And it's the place where Simon Cowell goes every year. Jonathan Shalit goes every year. All the celebrities go over there. It's utterly beautiful. Zora and I were looking at this. Zora and I were looking at pictures of it this morning. It's stunningly beautiful. But Dawn and Pete went over there, and they said they had the most fantastic time. They said it's just beautiful. Have you seen it? It's beautiful. They had a picture of them taken eating as the sun sets over it. It's just stunning. They said when they got to the airport, they were ushered through. These are VIP guests, and the car takes them to the hotel, and it's got the white sandy beaches. But in Christmas time, it's always full of celebrities. And do you remember? You might not remember actually. The deputy mayor of Westminster. He used to be on LBC all the time. He went over there one year. They'd invited, I think, about 13 or 14 people over, and for New Year's Eve, the cabaret was Take That. And this bloke said to me, he said the cabaret was Take That. He said, from this little group of us, he said it was the most fantastic thing you'd ever seen. He said it's like sort of, all of a sudden bringing out Frank Sinatra for 3 of you or something like that. And he goes through the repertoire. They said it was fantastic. I said, that's my boss's hotel. I said, he goes there every Christmas. I said, I'm not at all surprised at the because it's credited for its service, and nothing is too much trouble. Nothing is too much trouble. It was, and I thought to myself, and then we looked at the price. Well, we looked at the price for September at the moment. It's £1,000 a night. But that's, I think, for 2 people. So that's £500 each, which, if you're looking for something which is totally, away from, and it's not like going to Benidorm or Malaga, and you're not going to go to the Travelodge, but there's a history that goes with it. There's a history that goes with the hotel. The original one was knocked down, and then they built up this new one, but they said the service, and they spoke, Dawn and Pete, to one of the girls working there, and they said, do you ever take this view for granted every day? And they said, unfortunately, we do take it for granted, but we see it every single day. This beautiful beach, people who, some people stay out there for 3 months, which is going to be an arm and a leg, but it's just, I think it's above my sort of thing. It's got an outdoor bar, it's got the swimming pools, you just don't need to do anything. You don't need to do anything. I've stayed in some. Oh, they've got a nice Rolls Royce out there as well. By the look of it, it could be mine, except not in that colour. Not in that colour, but apart from that, it's lovely. It is lovely. I mean, I've sort of thought to myself, because it's a place where people go because they know how to deal with celebrities, and they don't get sort of, picked on or anything like that. They can just have a very, very nice time. So, Steve, was Hi-Ho Silver Lining re-released in the 70s? I'm sure we used to do a communal dance. Come sing along. I don't think so. The Jeff Beck song. And it's hi-ho silver lining, anywhere you go now, baby. No, I don't think there was another version of it. If somebody knows differently, do tell me. I'm always willing to learn these things. Do I need to take a break? No, not just yet. We've got different water today. It's a shorter, a fatter can, which is there's something about ice cold water. It's like they did a film, and it was called what was it called? The Littlest Show on Earth. And it was an old British movie about a couple who inherit a cinema. And they get a thing through from the list saying, oh, you're so-and-so, your uncle who's died or grandfather used to have a cinema and he's left it to you. So they go to this town, and the only cinema that they see is something the size of the Hammersmith Odeon. And they go, wow, look, there's people queuing outside and all the rest of it. So they meet the solicitor and he goes, it's just round the corner. And it's the local flea pit. And it's so bad that every time the train goes over, all the lights flicker and all the rest of it, because it's built on one of those kind of junctions. And they go there, and it's got Peter Sellers in it, and lots of old actors who sort of, I think Peter Sellers is the alcoholic projectionist who can't get anything right. So they decide that they're going to open up and with a cowboy film on. And so they put a cowboy film on. They have the front doors open to get kids in there to go and see it. And there you go, The Smallest Show on Earth. Virginia McKenna, Peter Sellers, Margaret Rutherford and Bill Travers. It's a super little film. The Bijou is the cinema. But they decide to put on a film that's set in the heat, and they turn the heating up in the cinema. So as the couple on the screen are sweating, climbing over the sand dunes, the audience are sweating buckets at the same time. And so they then go, right, interval time, da-da-da-da, and they rush out there with ice lollies and everything else on trays, and they clean up. It's a great little film. And Margaret Rutherford, as I say, I would walk 1,000,000 miles to see a Margaret Rutherford film. So Christmas has arrived. Oh, yeah, they were worrying the other day about Christmas and saying, what are we going to do? We won't get presents in. They've just had the biggest container ship arrive in this country with 23,000 containers full of Christmas stuff. So you don't need to worry. No, we're going ahead with Christmas, no lockdown. They've said no lockdown. Might be other things that come in, but they've said no lockdown. And there's only, I hope you're crossing them off on the advent calendar, 103 days to go. Imagine if you had an advent calendar with 103 bloody days on it. You imagine how big it would be. You'd open up and, what's in this one? I think we've got a kitten and small puppy and everything else.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Steve, fantastic. 23,000 containers. We just need 23,000 lorry drivers to deliver them. You're right. We're right. That's all we need, isn't it? That's all we need. I don't know why we can't find enough lorry drivers. We should have thought about this before. But we didn't. What have we got here? Oh, yes, a mum of 3 who used her dead grand's blue badge to dodge parking fines. Simple as that. People die and they use them, and they're crooks. So Warren says, not long until Cliff now. He said, I need to speak. He said, read Drink and Nibbles in our box. Cliff is here rehearsing. It's going to be good. Oh, I've no doubt at all. This is in October. Cliff's playing the Royal Albert Hall. He's going on tour for his 80th. And we shall be there. Somebody said, if you sing something on air, does LBC have to pay royalties to the songwriter? Not if you're only doing seconds. No, if you're only doing seconds. If I'm singing the entire song, well, then obviously yes. But I can't do the entire song because I can't remember the words. So not much point, is there, really? Steve, I thought originally you were building back your days, but is it official, says Alison, that you're only on 5 days a week? Yep, absolutely. Yes. I did 6 days a week for 7 years. And Ian Payne now does Saturday and Sunday, which makes far more sense. And it gives me my whole weekend off, which is very nice. Thank you very much. Steve, talking of Christmas this year, I'm going to get myself the Lindt calendar. Have you seen how many berries are on the trees this year? Hope you're working Christmas Day morning. Do you know, we haven't got as far as Christmas Day morning yet. We haven't, I don't think we've worked that little bit out. I'm sure that Ollie will come up with something, and Tom between them. It'll be lovely, whatever it is. And the Lindt calendar, you mean the chocolate Lindt? I always bring in chocolate reindeer and stuff. Oh, that's pretty. It's got a bunny on it, hasn't it? £18.60, the Lindt Teddy Advent Calendar. That nice? I think that's quite pretty, actually. They're all different. All these Advent calendars. There's all sorts of things. The phone's going off again. I quite like that, actually. But I'm not, as you all know, I'm not a chocolate eater. I mean, I have eaten chocolate, but I'm not a huge chocolate eater. Given the choice, chocolate or Twiglets win hands down every time. Yeah, or a cheese football or something like that. You know, but something savoury, And Bonnie, always on holiday, says Warren. She needs to get her bottom back from the Algarve. Well, I mean, not just her bottom, all the rest of her, I think. She's always on holiday. Listen, nothing the matter with that. Blimey, I mean, I'm all in favour of people taking holidays, just not for me. John says, did you watch the last night of the proms on Saturday? I didn't, but I know it backwards. I know how it works. I remember it when Malcolm Sargent did it. Apparently, Chris says, Hi-Ho Silver Lining was indeed re-released in 72 and got to number 17. We shall find out. See, that's it. Years ago, you'd have to go to the library to get the books out, to do the research, to find out. Now, you go to the internet, you type in something, and up comes the answer immediately. And I love it. I absolutely love it. So not quite immediate. Sometimes the producer's fingers don't have the gift of engineering in them. Sometimes they sort of freeze, and so he doesn't get it. So we should have it in a minute. So 1972 got to number 17, and just while we're getting that one out, Mark says, I put my leg out of bed. It was a bit chilly, and decided I'm going to have another half an hour. You thought it was chilly? I thought it was quite warm, actually. Hi-Ho Silver Lining, and no, it was the Attacks version failed to chart, while Beck's reached 20 of the native written about 67. No, it was the same person, Jeff Beck, in 72 as well. So it was re-released. And it was still Jeff Beck. Hi-ho, silver lining, anywhere you go. And reissued in the autumn of 72, peaking at number 17, stayed there for 3 consecutive weeks. 3 consecutive weeks. It was good. I still like Norman Greenbaum's Spirit in the Sky. And I loved the Kumar's version. That was very funny, with Gareth Gates, where sort of Gareth, who can't dance for toffee, really can't dance for toffee, but he's sort of doing this, and he just looks a bit sort of odd. But, I mean, it's such a clever song. And I told you that Norman Greenbaum, that was their only hit single. They got booked for an event, and they played it 23 times. That's all they did. They just, when they finished playing, then they started back from the beginning again to play it, which was a bit like Jasper Carrott, wasn't it? When Jasper Carrott had a record out called Funky Moped, but on the B-side was the record that became the hit, which was called Magic Roundabout, and people would stop in discotheques. You'd have to play Magic Roundabout, but the Funky Moped bit was, when I'm on my moped out on the road, I'm gonna ride, and he went off to play this in a swimming pool. They only had the one record. They played that constantly. Then the agent shouted over the top of all these school kids at the local disco, at the local swimming pool, "Carrot, I've got the money!" And they sort of picked up the money and ran. He went, "Good night," leaving everybody saying that. Which one? I didn't see it. Oh right, I didn't see that. Steve went to Twickenham on Friday afternoon, stopped by Harrison Hoole. Do you know what shop they're building next to it? I think it's Tesco's, isn't it? Yes, it says on the window Tesco. Do you not read? What's the matter with you, honestly? You get people saying, oh, look, there's a shop here, and do you know what they're building next to it? And you go, well, it says on the window Tesco, so I'm assuming Woolworths. Oh, I love it. I love it. 20 minutes to 5 is the time. Racegoers take to the streets in Doncaster. My God, what a rough lot they are. I tell you can always tell, can't you? The blokes have got these really naff, sort of peculiar sort of northern hairstyles, which involves leaving a bit on the top and then shaving the side bits off. Very odd. Karens want to cancel a new range of cards, because that's what we call peculiars. In America, they're all called Karens and Kens, and they're vile, foul-mouthed, racist, homophobe anti-Semitics who shout obscenities at people. And in this country, they brought out a set of cards. all about Karens, and people who are called Karen are very upset. They get really upset about it, which of course makes the rest of us laugh, because we all know what Karens are like, and they're proving their point. They are quite nasty. So that's the way it goes. Not all people called Karen, but obviously in the card shop that's selling them and all the other people, you'll buy them everywhere. And here they are. One of them's got, what's it got on it? Hello, my name is Karen, and it's my birthday. Can I speak to your manager? That's what they do. They stand there without their masks on. Then there's another that says, don't be a Karen. And the whole Karen movement is hilarious. But, of course, the Karens are a bit upset about it. Mainly the sort of people, they don't understand it. They don't understand but you have to watch them on YouTube. Some of them are just vile. They're middle-aged women. Middle-aged women. Who quite clearly, many of them appear to have drink problems. Many people have drink problems, which I suppose is sort of an occupational hazard, isn't it, if you are a Karen? And, of course, because the Karens don't understand why they're called Karen, when somebody says, go home, Karen, my name's not Karen. I mean, these people call out. I mean, there was a black couple having a party, and Karen turns up. She doesn't even live in the area, shouting obscenities at them. You know, get out, my husband does this. She turned out to be a drunk. The police were called, she got arrested. But some of them come right into your face. I'm not wearing a mask. You are, we're not serving you. You will serve me because this is a public place. No, this is a private shop. You can walk in, but we don't have to serve you. Simple as that. Talking of Tesco's, I was in Sainsbury's, witnessed a mother allowing a child to drink a drink and then throw the packaging back on the shelf, says Mark. Oh, I see that all the time. Yeah, it's called thieving. Yeah, they do. There was somebody walking around Costco the other day, a bloke, should have known better. He'd bought a packet of crisps, he hadn't paid for them, and he'd bought 2 packets of crisps. One of them he was opening and eating as he's going round there. If I'd been the manager, I'd have said, excuse me, pal, give us your card, rip it up, out. Not shopping here again, thieving little toad. Until you've paid for those goods, they're not yours. And then mothers do it. You see them picking off fruit and giving it to their kids as they're going round. Fat little children sitting on the trolleys or playing in them as if they're sort of like some rocket ship or something like that. Or they give them sweets or crisps. They open up a packet of crisps. Thieves. Thieves they are. That's what these people are. They've thieved it. They haven't taken anything. Shane says, you mentioned Woolworths. I've just come back from Woolworths. Yeah, you have them over there in Australia. We don't have them here anymore. They tried to open one. It didn't work, I don't think. And our one was just that the local school children used to thieve in it. Seriously, dreadful. They would pick up because the staff were a little bit, well, they weren't the brightest. And the kids would pick up sweets, walk to the back of the shop, put them in their bags and walk out again. It was. I saw it on a few occasions. And do you remember I did this years and years ago? And the headmistress, because they were in their school uniform, so I knew which school they'd actually come from. The headmistress wrote in and complained, saying our school children wouldn't do that. So I promptly wrote back and said, they blooming well did, darling. You need to get your finger out of your ears. Stupid people, honestly. See, why they be named Karen? Now, that I can't tell you. That I can't tell you. I have no idea, but it's an interesting question. It's the sort of thing you should probably ask James O'Brien, who could be a Karen himself. Couldn't he? Yeah, he could be no, he'd be a Karen. Far more entertaining. Far more entertaining. Gran told to take down a pirate flag in her garden. She's put a pirate flag up for the kids, you know, the skull and crossbones and all the rest of it. Somebody in the local neighbourhood, the Karen, complained to the local council. Local council come round, take it down. Sorry? Take it down. Why? Because you can put flags up of nations, but you can't put up something that's advertising. What on earth she thought Skull and Crossbones was advertising? Anyway, the council, a bit dim in their own market, as we'll be telling you about later on, changed their mind then. Oh, no, you can keep the Skull and Crossbones flag. It's for kids. You know, how many people did not build a pirate ship in their back garden when you were young? You got boxes out, cardboard boxes and everything like that. No, just me again. And built, you know, Tinkerbell's castle. Again, just me. And then here we are on the planet Mars. Again, just me. But no, the pirate ship was very popular. And we had cutlasses and avast there, ye brigand, or whatever they were. I can't remember. They were, and we used to sort of attack, you know, the neighbour's cat and things like that. Yeah, I don't know why the cat would be there. Because if it was sort of a black and white cat, it looked like it was a pirate from next door. And but we didn't have a pirate flag. We couldn't afford a pirate flag. And but we had all the rest of the outfit. We had the bandana around our head, you know, the gold earring. I thought it was quite fetching, actually. Very gay pirates round our way. We're very camp. Avast there. You know, sort of pirates who'd be looked after by sort of somebody like Rylan or something like that. We couldn't find anything on poor Bobby Cole Norris and his little chat show because he wants to be a presenter. I would have thought, actually, he'd want to be anything. But unfortunately, he achieves nothing at all. And there was a very good film yesterday. Oh, apparently Karen originates from the website Reddit in 2018. Reddit. When a user was talking about his ex-wife Karen, who used to display antisocial behaviour. No, I watched a good film on the telly, very old film, called McKenna's Gold. Did you ever see it? It was very good. It was about... No, not Paul McKenna, no, might as well have been. And it was about cowboys, had Yul Brynner in it and people like that. And they're looking for Indian gold. And they know that in the desert is this huge rock formation, and at a certain time of the year, the sun strikes a rock which then bounces off another one and points the way into this ravine which is in the middle of this thing, and only then can they get access to the inside, where there apparently is gold everywhere. And it's very good because in the end it shows the greed of gold when, you know, Yul Brynner shoots dead 2 of the people who are with him to try and go and find it. So that, yeah, spoiler alert, but the film came out in about the 1950s, and so if you haven't seen it by now, it's your own problem. It's like Winnie the Pooh. Did we tell you the latest on Winnie the Pooh? Went into the 100-acre wood, never came out. And in there with his friends and his chums and everything else. And, so they then get the gold out, and only 2 of them are surviving by that time, because then the whole canyon collapses in, because it's an Indian sacred place to go to. But there's gold lying about everywhere. I thought it's like the streets of London. Somebody told me years ago the streets of London are paved with gold. Which ones? I've been here for donkey's years. 40 years I've worked in this city. I've never seen any street paved with gold. Ridiculous.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Somebody says the streets of London are paved in litter, Steve, not gold. I think not. I think we have some of the best cleaners in the entire universe in Westminster Council. And I can prove that because every time we have an event, like, for example, the New Year's Day parade, which runs for about 3 miles... Literally, as the last bit of the parade is going, there is an army of Westminster cleaners behind them, sweeping up and cleaning up, and they get it all perfect. Seriously. You know, even in the early hours of the morning, they're cleaning out there. They're hosing down the street. We've got little trucks that go round, disinfecting everything. Oh, God, yes. Oh, yes. So the streets of London, not... I mean, to be honest with you, the people who throw the litter down should be thrown down as well at the same time, because they're the people who do it. It's people who have an inability to actually put their rubbish in a bin. I don't know why. I mean, perhaps they're a bit simple. But when we had the Scottish fans invading Leicester Square, dirty people. Look at the rubbish that they left, literally on our corner. This is drunks, you know. And it was. But the next morning, Westminster Council had cleaned it all up. They were even squirting fairy liquid into the fountains here. Dirty people. And yet Westminster Council, in the next morning, in Irving Street, just down here, right next to our building, look at it. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know whether they're just peasants or, you know, it's men in skirts that don't know where to put rubbish. I've got no idea. I mean, look at they just literally obviously eat something or drink it, mainly drink it, and then just throw it down on the ground and just leave it there. As I tell you what I'd love to do, I'd love to sort of get it all picked up, all the sacks, go up, pick one person out of all of this lot. Look, this sort of, what are they doing? Good Lord, I don't want to go there. But, I mean... Pick up all the rubbish, pick one person up out of it, go round to their house and dump 3 tons of it in their front garden and go, oh, sorry. Oh, which fans are those? Scottish, are they? Are they really? They don't look Scottish. Only because they look a little bit campy-wampy. You know, they're sort of... they're a funny little lot. But thousands of them... Look what they've done into our fountain. It was a muddy bog after they finished. But Westminster Council cleared it all up, and all of a sudden... Perfecto. You see? That's why we're the capital and they're not. Because we're very important. Anyway, nice to have your company if you've just woken up. And I'll remind you, in case you're suffering with one of those, oh, my head hurts, it's Monday. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast. And we're with you until 7 o'clock, Monday through Friday. We take all your texts and emails, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk, unless you're particularly stupid, in which case you never sent another text in your entire life. It means that you're totally isolated, and you might as well be put on a fort, you know, off the coast of Essex, and you might be left there for the rest of it. That's what we used to do years ago. We sent them all to Australia. Seems an awful long way if they texted in the early days. We used to send them off on a ship, they'd arrive in Australia. There must have been somewhere else you could have dropped them off before Australia. Why did you have to wait? I mean, they could have gone to the Isle of Wight, but it would have. I suppose they actually could have tunnelled their way out of that. That would have been easy. Bonjour, Steve. Listening to you from Saint-Sauveur, Montreal. Brilliant the way they deal with COVID here. 99% following instructions. That's why the COVID infections are so low. Yeah, Scotland, terrible. Wales, terrible. You know, and all these people. I was talking to one of my neighbours the other day, and he said, and he's just recovered from COVID, literally just recovered, and he said, you go out, nobody's wearing masks. I said, that's why it's being spread. He got it from somebody on a bus. You know, you get a few people. They're getting better on the buses. Most people are getting on, and even young people that you would think would be a little bit glib about this and go, I'm not going to wear it. They're actually producing masks in their pocket and putting them on and getting on the bus. It's still people on the trains, thickos I call them, or spreaders, which I think is a lot better. And then there was a group who were going to go to Morrison's. They're anti-vaxxers. They don't want to wear masks. So Morrison's have said, well, you're not coming in. And so what they've done is, this was the funny thing, they've started a campaign to boycott Morrison's. So on Twitter, people have been writing going, thank God for that. At least we can go shopping now in safety in Morrison's without all these anti-vaxxers, or as we prefer to call them, stupid people. Very stupid people. People who, you know, will just be taking up time at the NHS, in the hospitals, you know, because they won't. I think they should just check with them and say, oh, sorry, did you wear a mask? No. Well, better go and find some treatment elsewhere. But we don't do that because we're good. I mean, over 48 million people have been vaccinated now. But there's 66 million of us in this country. There's still people that don't want to be vaccinated. The anti-vaxxers are so peculiar, you might as well have them all committed. They're not in the real world. They're too daft for words. Over 90% of adults have been vaccinated. So good for you. You know, you stand a better chance of survival than the people who haven't had anything at all. There's a piece in the paper today. Dale used to do a programme on the television. It was about pampered pooches. And he would demonstrate dog beds. Was it Pets Win Prizes? I can't remember. Whatever it was, he would sit there going, you know, this is a pet, a bed for a dog and all the rest of it. And it's covered with diamantes and stuff like that. And it was all very nice. And I used to think, God, this programme's rubbish. And I told him so. But it was an opportunity for him to get into television. Anyway, they've got a thing in the paper today. It's a dog bed company. They make beds for dogs. And they're like sofas. And they charge about £12,000. Now, I don't want to point you in the right direction, but I would avoid these like the plague. If you want your dog to lie on a sofa, you can buy a sofa for 600 quid. Why don't you go and buy a sofa for 600 quid and let your dog lie on it? I can't understand why anybody in their right mind has spent £12,000. I mean, you know, I couldn't believe it. There you go. Barking mad, they say here. And you look at it and it just looks like, that's 12 grand, is it? Pfft, somebody's having a laugh. Somebody's having a laugh. So the fool and their money soon parted. And designer Christopher Howe offers bespoke dog settees from $12,300. Just go to DFDS. Go and buy something else. I promise you don't. Yeah, DFDS. Yeah, DFS have a range of dog sofas starting at 269 quid. Next have got them for £125. Made.com have £129. 12,300 quid. You're having some sort of stupid laugh. I wouldn't mind if it looked classy, but frankly, it looks like it's made up out of driftwood. Have you ever seen anything like it? And they've got 4 dogs and 2 sitting on the ground. Don't want to go in that house. That must smell a bit, mustn't it? I should imagine. That cannot be from £12,300. It can't be. That is just taking the Michael. He's going to get trolled today, isn't he? But people are going, you're having a laugh. You're taking the mickey out of sort of dog lovers. Blimey. Steve, sorry for being an Aussie convict, says Shane. Don't worry, we're not letting you back in again. You're not coming home. Steve, the only street paved with gold is outside the front entrance to the BBC, says Paul. North of Oxford Street. Everything's north of Oxford Street, isn't it? North of Oxford Street. I tell you, the funniest thing to do is to go past the back of the BBC in wherever it is at night time and see how many people are not working. That's always my favourite thing to do. You can drive past the back and you can see there's hardly anybody in there, and those that are in there don't appear to be doing anything at all. What a waste of money. Steve, isn't the Morrison's boycott by anti-vaxxers because the supermarket is cutting sick pay for all ill, unvaccinated staff? Yes. Seems perfectly normal to me. perfectly normal to me. There are a lot of companies in America, they're not taking people on unless they're having the vaccinations. Don't have the vaccination, you're not having the job. It's as simple as that. I mean, it's common sense. I've seen stupid people, the Karens and the Kens on YouTube, and they really have no idea. I mean, there are vulnerable people, but you don't have to, to have the vaccine, but then you get somebody else to do your shopping for you. You don't stand there making some demand of get the manager here, and then the next thing that they ask in America is, give me the corporate numbers. You think, I tell you what, why don't you go to the internet, sweet cheeks, and go and find it out for yourself. Not going to waste time with you anymore, are we? Other stories guess who's number one in the papers today? Come on, guess who it is? It's tennis, and it's Emma as well, revealing her tough to please dad. That's the Emma Raducanu. She's only 18. They reckon she can make about £1 billion. Good. I don't care. Didn't make any difference. Why do they say that? Do they encourage people to go and play tennis or something? Or are they just sort of... Because the taxman will be going, really? £1 billion? Well, put it this way, she won't be living here much longer, will she? She'll be in exile. I mean, she was doing A-levels 3 months ago, and all she said she wanted... She likes the Lawn Tennis Cup, which is all right. It's got people like Billie Jean King on it and stuff like that. In fact, it's got Billie Jean King's name quite a lot of times on it. She said she just wants some chocolate and stuff like that. Chocolate with sort of chocolate and with other chocolate. And she seems grounded. I just hope that she stays grounded, because it's very easy for people to be taken and then they turn out to be sort of slightly pains. But, I thought that was good. Listen, at least we've done something. And then somebody was trying to make it a race issue, I noticed a short while ago, because her father's Romanian and her mother's Chinese. And I'm thinking, oh, God, can we just have something normal just for a day? Please. It's not complicated.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Who was it who was given away? Somebody was given, is it Drake, has been given a plane. They gave him a plane and he's had it painted to make it look like clouds and all the rest of it. Because I was out near Stansted yesterday. Loads of planes coming in. I mean, literally noticeable from a few months ago. The amount of air transportation flying into Stansted has increased dramatically. A lot of Ryanair, TU, the holiday company as well. There you go, Air Drake. He'd been given this Boeing 767 by somebody, and he's had it all kitted out. It seats 30 people. It's 185 million, which actually, when you think about it, is actually quite reasonable. And, well, it is 185 million. Admittedly, you have to fuel the thing. You can't exactly sort of pull into a Shell garage, can you, up in the sky and just wait. But the interior is sort of... There's loads of room in these places. It's very yellow, yeah, but the outside of it is actually painted like clouds. And I remember thinking, imagine somebody giving you a plane like that. And then going, there you go, you can have that. And so it's Air Drake. And it's great. I mean, I've seen a lot of the potentates from the Middle East have got their own private jets, and they're all done up inside. And they look quite lovely, quite lovely. Anne says, Steve, morning. We bought a lovely faux leather tub sofa for our black labby, 99 quid. He loves it. Looks good and easy to clean. That's what I can't believe, Anne, that somebody would seriously have the audacity to charge people from 12,300 for a sofa, when you can go to any shop on the high street for you could equip a house for 12,300. I mean, really unbelievable. And also, it didn't look all that either. Definitely not. And Steve, Amsterdam Airport sold a Boeing 777 worth 43 million for 6.5 million because of unpaid parking fees. A bargain, yes. But then you have to maintain it. It's like, if you have a yacht. And I know somebody who's got a £60 million yacht. And it isn't just buying it for £60 million. It's crewing it. And also you have to have it on standby, ready to go. So there's a permanent crew between 20 and 30 on it. And that's just to sort of keep it all up and ready to go. You can't just have it sitting there. It's got to be looked after, maintained. The air conditioning's got to be checked. You've got to fuel it. And also you've got to pay all the fees for mooring the thing. So it isn't just coughing up. If I won the lottery, I mean, the last thing I'd buy is a boat. I might rent one for a couple of weeks. I don't know, actually. I'm not huge on planes. I don't know what I'd do, actually. I've seen a nice house I want to buy, but it's 10.5 million. And between you, me and the gatepost, I'm a little bit short on this one. Little bit short. So if you could put your hands in your pockets and help us out. Yes, yeah. I'm 10 million short. Steve, What was the quiz show called where they had to name a tune in one? It's called... Come on. Name that tune. I know. It was totally original, wasn't it? I'll name that in 3. I'll do it in 2. And here's your 2 notes. Bing, bong. Lovely. Not a clue. Not a clue. Yes, it was very good, actually. It's a very good little programme. I think it was Lionel Blair. I don't think he did it originally, but I think it became Lionel Blair's. I'm pretty certain. Steve. Where again? Oh, not another bed. That's the £12,000 bed. They are having some sort of laugh, are they? A cheap wooden frame, some pretty naff-looking cushions, and that's 12,000. It can't be. I mean, it's the sort of thing that woman on the television, who I like a lot, finds things on skips and then takes them away and turns them into something really useful. And then they've got that bloke out of the repair shop who's doing the identical programme, copying it, ripping it off. She does it better. That's 12,300, is it? My God, they're rubbish. I don't want to be rude. I don't know anything about beds, but 12,300. The profit must be about 12,200. It can't be anything more than that. Please don't waste your time and money on it. It's ridiculous. Pete says, enjoying your worldly views and vast knowledge of life whilst on my morning walk around the streets of Dubai. Common sense across the airwaves. Well, I met a man yesterday who listens to me in Barbados. He said, are you Steve Allen? I said, yes. He said, I listen to you every morning in Barbados. And I went, whoa! And that's my neighbour. And so I was quite pleased, actually. You often get people sort of saying, your voice sound... Oh, could you be? I don't know. So I told you, Tony, who's been our guiding light on the Leicester Square upheaval of putting in the generators, he told me a couple of days ago, last week, that the Christmas market is going in this year. Now, I do like a Christmas market. I have to be honest with you, I've never bought anything from this market, but I just like to see London be decked out, because all the trees have still got all their lights on, so they're all ready to run. All you've got to do is put some stalls up round the outside, and you can go and get your Christmas stuff. And I know it's only September, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I bought some macaroons the other day. Have you seen macaroons? Do you not like macaroons? Oh, God, very fussy, honestly. Very fussy indeed. Why do you not like macaroons? Tastes a bit soapy. Well, perhaps you're making them with soap. I don't know. No, I don't think so. No, I don't know. I've never made macaroons. They come in all different colours in this box you can buy. You don't like them. Oh, well, there you go. Shan't buy them for you then. Yeah, no, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Guess what they think? Somebody somewhere thinks that penguins could be aliens. Because traces of a chemical from Venus were found in the bird's poo. Sorry to be so graphic at this time of the morning. Scientists can't explain how phosphine exists on Earth 38 million miles away from Venus. So they're going to study the lifestyle of gentoo penguins, common in the Falklands, to find out how they produce the chemical. So they could be aliens. You know, how funny if they were aliens. Study their lifestyle. Amazing, isn't it, really? I'm not too sure, actually. It's found in pond slime and the guts of badgers and penguin guano, which is poo. And because there was that group, wasn't there, of islanders, and they owned these islands somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic or something, and their entire fortune was based on guano. It was based on poo from birds, and they funded a West End show based on... Why are you looking at me like this? Now, you know I'm right. I'm never wrong. Yeah, the whole show was funded from this island, and it was based on I think it was either penguins or bird poo. That's what their income came from. I don't know what they did with it, but that's what it was. I merely tell you as a fact. I merely tell you as a fact now. Goodness. What's this a picture of? Oh, they found a man's naturally mummified body in the Alps 30 years ago this week. A German hiker stumbled on it in a glacier and assumed it was a mountaineer, but it turned out it was 5,300 years old. And it's unbelievable. It looks like a body. It's a man, but he's 5,300 years old, and he's now in an Italian museum. Good Lord above. And so they've got pictures of them lifting him out, and here, I suppose, really, it's a bit like finding a mummy and unwrapping it and seeing what the body looks like inside. Because Tutankhamun, when they unwrapped him, he had little tiny Willie. Only little tiny Willie. Honestly, it was barely bigger than a pencil. And but luckily they sort of covered him up again. Very embarrassing. He was only 18, bless his heart. And because I thought Tutankhamun was going to be fairly ancient, but he was 18. And so they unwrapped him. I mean, why could they not leave him just where he was, mummified? Looks far more exciting, doesn't it, really? Steve, Strictly Stars, who test positive for COVID, have a greater chance of staying in the contest this year. Do you know, it doesn't interest me, Strictly. I couldn't care for less. It was the only programme on the television. I wouldn't be bothered with it. Loose Women star Judy Love is preparing for the show by taking to the water. Well, they started filming already, or very shortly. So, to be honest with you, Judy, you've left it a bit late. You should have been doing this for ages ago. She's carrying a ton of weight. Swimming's good, but it's not like going on a diet and to be fit for this programme. You've got to be very, very fit for Strictly. That's why go to ballet school, dear. I'm not saying you in particular, but I mean, go there. You'll see how tough it is. It's really tough. And if you're not bored with Tilly Ramsey by the end of today, there's no justification. She's in all the papers. Ooh, I'm Tilly Ramsey and I'm this. It's Gordon Ramsay's daughter. And she says, my dad is one of my harshest critics. But obviously they found her an agent fairly quickly for this one, just in case she takes off with the personality. And McFly's Tom Fletcher says every time he tells family and friends he's doing the show, they laugh. Yeah. I mean, it's not a very him thing to do, but the wife did it, didn't she? And she won some programme. Yeah, she won I'm a Celebrity. And then they were saying, oh, she's going to be a new chat show host and everything else. Well, based on what poor old Bobby Cole Norris was like, there's every good chance anybody in next door's cat could do it. Dreadful. As I say, not as bad as Mel C. And that really was bad. Name that tune. Originally Tom O'Connor. Like Tom O'Connor. School teacher. Very nice. Steve, listening to you, cheers me up when driving to work at 5:45, says Sandra. I'm in a supermarket at 6 and love your wit. Thank you very much indeed. I like your driving. There you go. Isn't that a nice thing? And also, because I was told the other day by my friend Michael that he went to one of his mates' 40th the other day. Her name's Gemma Gregory. And she's the biggest spiker ever. And he said, could you send her a birthday video message? Listen, Michael, I don't know how to do those things. Seriously, I have no idea. I have done messages for people in the past, but I don't know how to do it. But anyway, she would go mad and it would make her day. So let's send her round the bend. So Gemma Gregory, I can tell you she's a police officer as well. She's just my luck. I always get the police officers. But happy birthday for the other day. And it would make her day. There we go. Listen, if just wishing somebody, Michael, a very happy birthday, called Gemma Gregory, and it makes her day, well, then I feel as though we've done our little bit. So happy birthday, Gemma. Happy birthday. Steve, thinking of my dad today, he was the crane driver on the NatWest Tower, the highest paid man in London. See, they frighten me, these cranes. Have you seen them in London, where they're so high? And I thought they used to have a lift. No, you have to climb up the steps inside, and they move. You wouldn't get me up there for love nor money. Seriously, I could not do it. Even if I had a harness. What, just supposing it breaks? What good is a blooming harness going to be? The worst thing is going to the toilet. You have to take a little something up with you, like a jar or something. I don't like to do it off the side. I don't know. As he was the highest person up part of his crane, it's still inside the tower, says Stephen Sunderland. Really? Oh dear, and oh no, I've gone all sweaty. Don't like that. Did you enjoy the Steps programme on the radio on Saturday evening? I turned off after 5 minutes, says Bob. Oh no, it'll have H in it. He's very infuriating, isn't he? Was he presenting? Oh, God, how naff. On another station. Steve, what was the other one? Do you remember a TV show called Holmes and Yo-Yo? No. There we go. Solves that one, actually. Very, very quickly. Another one here. Oh, a lot of people telling me about aeroplanes. And I'm at work in Brighouse, says Jill. Do people need to provide evidence that they've had the COVID jab? People might say they have when they haven't. Well, you get given a little slip of paper. And so when you've had 2 jabs, you've got 2 little slips of paper, and it tells you what you've had and when you had it. And if you fail to produce, then you go against maybe company policy. Something like that. I don't know.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Just been having a bit of a laugh, watching a little bit of the MTV Awards in America. You've never seen such a bunch of badly dressed people, and then they drag up somebody's old grandmother. I don't know who that was, and I'm sort of looking at her thinking, she was wearing one of these leather caps that one of the village people would have worn about 40 years ago. Turned out to be Madonna, who's more dated than she's ever looked in her entire life, poor soul. Never mind. Scott says, always lovely to hear your dulcet tones. I'm on my way to Plymouth to pick up an old... Yeah, all right, don't go big on Plymouth. It doesn't make any difference. Nobody knows. To pick up an old bus to drive back to Portsmouth in preparation for this week's Goodwood Revival. He says, you are the voice of my mornings, although my good lady says you're my man crush, says Scott. I've never been a man crush before. No, I haven't, seriously. I'm a bit old to be a man crush. There was somebody at the MTV Awards. She's wearing a chair on her head. That's Doja Cat. And to be honest with you, if ever there was an attention-seeking nobody, that would be it. Seriously, I mean, you look at it and you go, you sado. You say, why do people not tell them the truth? You don't look fashionable. You look. Who's that? Who is that person there? Is that Doja Cat as well? Whoever she is, she's very desperate. Very, very desperate. It's a worm outfit. I thought it was one of the Spice Girls, actually. I thought it can't be. It is Doja Cat as well. Silly little show-off. Scott's in Littlehampton. He says, all on my own on the train. Best way to be. Best way to be, I promise you. What was the other one? Somebody else telling me about the STEPS programme. I'm so glad I missed it, actually. I'm so glad I missed it. Talking about the Advent calendars, Cadbury's amounts. This is the last year they're going to do them, says Ian in Somerset. Well, it's an American company anyway. Who cares? I don't want to buy anything American. I'm so sorry. I'm waiting for the Marks & Spencer's chocolate. The box you open up and it lights up. Might play tunes or might not, I don't know. But all the chocolates are shaped like little houses with little roofs on. Can you show me a picture of it again? Because I've just refreshed my memory on how nice it is and how much I enjoy it, because I enjoy the festive season. But that's only because I want them to be snow this year. I'd be quite happy to see snow looking out the window. And there we go. Look at it. It's so clever. That is, I mean, it really looks brilliant. Little chocolate. Why did nobody... They say the chocolate box can be used for Christmases to come. Well, until the batteries run out. Yeah, they light up. Oh, it lights up as well. Oh, how lovely. Lighting up people's homes. It's only 20 quid. Oh, I like that. I want that. I do. A delicious mini snow-dusted milk, dark white and golden blonde chocolate houses, and watch the stars inside the box twinkle in a dazzling festive scene. Woo! My day is complete. Yeah, take 10 of those. My day is complete. Isn't that the happiest thing you've ever seen? I know not everybody likes Christmas. And you can get gin bottles that light up as well. Sugar plum gin. I don't like gin. I'm not. Yeah, so shortbread. They were quite cheap, weren't they? They were in about £5 for the shortbread houses. No, and it's got to be something that lights up. Something that lights... Oh, look at all that food. Look at that. Oh, they look nice. Florentines. I like Florentines. And then my friend Paul Sylvester, the other day, bought himself some mince pies. He said, they just fell into my trolley. I thought, I bet they did. I bet they did. And somebody says, why won't you buy anything American? I didn't say that. Where'd you get that from? What is the matter with people? Is your hearing gone or something? Hello? Come on, wake up. Put new batteries in, for goodness sake. I buy things American every day. I don't want to buy any Cadbury stuff. If they're going to stop doing advent calendars, I'm boycotting them. I'm a one-man boycott. And that's my business, isn't it? Why don't you mind your own business? What's it going to do with you? You probably don't buy anything made in Zimbabwe. In which case I wouldn't pick on you. I don't think Cadbury's are sort of stopping... They're not doing advent calendars after this year. No, well, this person says I think so. It says, talking about, they've announced that the last year they're going to do them. To be honest with you, I don't know how many advent calendars they make. They're not one of the biggest manufacturers of advent calendars, are they? I mean, Lindt appeared to be fairly high up the list. So that's it. And Steve, yeah, my dad used to take his sarnies, flask and a bucket to wee in as he was up there for 8 hours. This is the bloke on the crane. Unbelievable. Christmas Movie Channel starts up on the 23rd of September on Freeview, says Paul. And I think that's a good idea, actually. I think that's a very good idea. In fact, it doesn't make any difference when they actually do it. It's the fact you can go and buy these things already. Loads of things like that. And my favourite Christmas film, oh, so many. So many. I like The Mrs. Miracle. I like Shop Around the Corner. I like, what was the other one? Oh, there was a very good one. I mean, Wonderful Life is good. I've watched that. I've watched that colour and black and white. You get both on the disc because it was colourised, which is very clever. White Christmas. No, Home Alone's okay, but not one of my favourites. I like the traditionals. White Christmas, also Happy Holidays. Any of those sort of things that's got the Shop Around the Corner is a very good one. And what the blasted heck was the other one I bought? I bought so many Christmas films over the years. I've now forgotten half of them. And this was one about a woman who worked for a magazine in America, and she wrote about life on her farm. The trouble is she lived in a bedsit, but she was fantasising about the farm. As I look out of my window, I can see the cows in the field and all this kind of stuff. And she wrote this thing and then did recipes. You know, I'm doing a traditional, hog roast today or something. And people used to... And the boss of the magazine was a big, big man. He owned all these magazines. And he said, listen, we've been written to about your column. And it's from a sailor who's been wounded in the war, and he would like to, so I've arranged for him to come back, and we're going to let him come and spend time at your farm. Well, of course, she didn't have a farm. She lived in a bedsit. And so she had to quickly find a farm. Uncle Felix, who owned a shop, said, I know somebody who have a farm, and they'd take you there. And he had a restaurant, and he did all the recipe foods for the food for her. And so they went down there, and this sort of soldier turned up, and they ended up falling in love, and it was all quite wonderful. But that was a very good film too, but I can't remember the name of it. Which doesn't really help, does it? Because I've got so many of these different things. And so the Christmas movie channel starting up on 23rd of September. My friend Ian in America, I like to be in America, will love it. Because he loves anything to do with Christmas. He's almost as good as me. Christmas in Connecticut, thank you. Did somebody let us know that? Did you know it? Did you? You Googled it, yeah. Christmas in Connecticut. Get it. Get it. I'm not even sure if you can still buy it in this country. Is it on Amazon? I love Amazon. It's a good Christmas. It's lovely. I like something like that. It takes me back to happy times. Definitely. It's on Netflix. Is it really? I recommend all these things. Then people write in going, oh, I got that film, Steve, that you recommended, and I absolutely love it. Because we all tend to be of one like mind, apart from a couple of trolls, but they don't have any mind at all, so we don't really worry about them, do we? The landlords are very bitter as the lorry shortage hits beer supplies. And I tell you what I noticed the other day. I went to Waitrose, pick up something, and I can't remember what it was now. Anyway, they've got no carrier bags. They've got thin, weedy carrier bags. They don't have their big, strong carrier bags. And then I went into a Marks and Spencer the other day. They've run out of carrier bags as well because of the lorry driver strike. They can't get the carrier bags through. Yeah, seriously, I was absolutely amazed. Absolutely amazed. Good chance to reuse your carrier bags, but I never I reuse them, but for rubbish. I must get this film because people keep talking about it. Die Hard is apparently a Christmas film. I've never seen. It doesn't sound like a Christmas film, does it? Die Hard. Bruce Willis. Is it? Oh, right. Okay. Is it good film? Good film? Oh, great film. Okay. A Siege on Christmas Eve. Alan Rickman. I better get it then, hadn't I? That would be a good idea to get it. Has it got snow in it? Has it? At the end, snow. Okay. I shall order it. There you go. Because people keep telling me all about it. And I keep thinking I must get, and then I keep forgetting about it, so I will do it. Steve, I've ordered yesterday from QVC one of those Santas that climbs a ladder, says Lisa. Oh, they're great. Have you seen them? Santa, there's a big, it's about that tall. If you're listening in stereo, I'm on the right-hand side of your speaker, okay? And it's a red ladder, and Santa climbs up, and he's got a trail of lights behind him. And then he gets to the top, and then he climbs back down again. They're really cute. I haven't got one. I tried to find one the other year. We couldn't find the blasted things. But if they're selling them on QVC, I might have to order one. I wish you'd not mentioned it. I don't need these things. Then I can always take it out and play with it and then give it to somebody else. Which is sort of there he is. Oh no, that's a different one. That was a different one you showed me there. He's Santa on a swing or something like that. You not found it? No, it's not easy to find, is it? Santa on a ladder. Got to be the right size as well. I'm looking for something, he has to be about 9 inches, Santa, at least. I don't want any of these piddly little things. You can get little tiny ones, and I don't want tiny, thank you. And, Tom on his way to work told us about Die Hard. I'm going to order it this morning, based on everybody's recommendation. If they all say to me, you're going to like it, I'm going to buy it. Steve, I'm starting a new job today, says Brian, and I can't decide what to wear. What do you think? Shirt and suit, no tie, or a pair of dark jeans with a nice plain shirt and a sports jacket? I think just vest and pants, actually, Brian. To be honest with you. I mean, put it this way, they certainly won't forget your first day at work, will they? You know, here is Brian, and he's wearing his vest and pants. And I'll tell you what you've got to do to make it even more of the moment, Brian, is tuck the vest into the pants, OK? And that way, everybody will remember you. Everybody will remember you, including next door's dog, I should imagine. But no, just vest and pants. I think anything else would be churlish, wouldn't it? You don't need to sort of start dressing up to... We don't know. That's what I wear to work. Seriously, if you could see me on the cameras at the moment, you'd know it's vest and pants day. Because it's Monday. It's Monday. It's vest and pants day. What's the matter with that? As little children, I can remember standing there while my mother pulled my pants up. And, I was quite happy to pull them down standing in the middle of the supermarket at the age of 26. But, I mean, it doesn't make any difference. She'd be saying, Stephen, don't do that. And but you always used to tuck your vest into your pants, and old men still do it now. So when they bend over, you can see their pants and their vest at the same time, which is always a real winner as far as I'm concerned. So that's what you're going for, Brian. Anything else, I can't help you. And Steve, if you want a politically incorrect film, Bad Santa. I think I've heard of Bad Santa. I'm not sure it'd be one of my sort of films. And King Tut's wee Bobby must have shriveled up somewhat, Steve. Was he not supposed to be the Errol Flynn of the Pharaoh world? I don't think so, no. He was only 18. He was ill for quite a lot of his life, actually, and then passed on, and then they embalmed him. And then we found him years later and unwrapped him. But he did have one of the best funerals that they'd ever had. He must have been looking out of his palace. So this cable of this thing here drives me mad. Yeah, Nick Abbott has now... this cable here, I've got about 15 foot of cable that goes on the end of my headphones. Seriously, and then it gets wrapped around the handle of my seat that I'm sitting in, and I'm nearly strangled on this thing. I think we should have these things that are radio remote controlled, so I don't have to sort of worry about it. Because one of these days, this thing's going to wrestle me to the floor, and I might never get up again. That's why Nick Abbott's done it.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, Nicholas says, don't forget Steve, Miracle on 34th Street, 1947 version. Yes, remember it very, very well indeed. Very well. In fact, I bought all the versions of Miracle because I thought they were good, and I quite liked it as well, which is good. Had some great people in. Runa says, I'm not sure if you'd like Die Hard. It's a hijack of a plane. It's a great film, but not your type. Well, it's too late. I've ordered the box set now. I've got all of them. And it's not a hijack of a plane, Die Hard. No, what are you talking about? It's rubbish. Go away. Ridiculous. I've never heard anything like it. See, there is a tabletop version, says Sandra. Thank you. And one here. Thank you very much indeed. With Girl Gone. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, of course. There's a joke there, isn't there? And I think you'd like About a Boy with Hugh Grant and Rachel Weisz. Got a Christmassy feel to it, says Roger. Yeah, Die Hard 2 is also a Christmas film. I bought the box set. You get all of them. About 6 films for 1 to 5, I think, for $10.99. So what the heck? Martin says, will you be going out for a meal and a drink with your work colleagues? Good God, no. You must be joking. I work with them every day of the week. What do I want to go out for a thing of cruel? God, no. Well, why would you want to do that? Can't think of anything. Yeah, I mean, they have asked, of course, and they've written going, oh, please, Steve, this year, make it special for us, we love you and all this. No chance. I'll tell you, I've got the police on alert on this one. Only messing around. No, I mean, I'm going out with Corey on Saturday, taking him down the river. He doesn't realise I'm taking him down the river and leaving him there. I thought I'd take him to Greenwich. He can have a day out in Greenwich. I, of course, will be back in London by Tower Bridge. And so that's okay. Oh, look, a lovely picture in the Daily Star today of that well-known has-been, Rhiannon Sugden. Claim to fame. She sells stories to papers. That's all I could tell you about her. And here she is again, celebrating with a bottle of champagne. Obviously, the moment the photo shoot was finished, they took it back from her because they've not even bothered opening it. Celebrating, she turns 37 this weekend. looking bubbly. No, she just looks the same as all the other dreary old pictures of her. She's far too old for that kind of thing, isn't she? Christopher Biggins stole the show at Eamon Holmes and Ruth Langsford's wedding by pretending to be Susan Boyle. I always remember Susan Boyle coming on stage. A bit like Jedward, irritating. What's your name? Susan Boyle. You know, and then she went into her little song from Les Miserables. I dreamed a dream of days gone by. And that was it. But yet, when they put her on stage with the rest of the cast, she was way outclassed. But put her in a studio and they could turn her into something. But when it came to delivering, didn't quite manage it, I don't think. And this one says, so somebody else says, I have the Santa on a Ladder from Costco, plays Christmas songs too, and he's carrying lights at the top. Yeah, Joanne, they sold it a few years ago. I don't think they're doing it this year. They've got other bits and pieces, which I quite like. Every time I keep thinking, I must buy it. You know, when you see things and you think, I just quite like the idea. He just walks up a ladder and walks back down again. And I watched that program the other day. What's it called? Bangers and Cash or something. I do like it because they seem to be such wonderful people up there in this garage where they sell all these cars. They drive about all over the country. And to France the other day, they picked up an old Bentley, which went for about £25,500. They brought it back to this country. And they just look like it's a different way of life up there up north. You know, there are places that look like Emmerdale, and there are places that look like Last of the Summer Wine. And I quite like that. I think that's a bit, you know, because life in London is fast. I mean, we did live up north, yes. We did, as a child, yeah, I lived up north. But you don't appreciate it. And I probably appreciate it more now, but the trouble is it's way too far away. I find driving to Stansted a bit of a trek. You need a passport and everything else. And, yeah, I would probably get lost. That's the way it goes, I'm afraid. So somebody else said, did you like the Christmas movie Polar Express? I hated it. I hated it with a passion. I can't begin to tell you how much I loathed that movie. You know why? The kids look scary in it. They look like they've been possessed by a spirit. Because they'd drawn the kids. It was a cartoon. And I liked the train, the Polar Express. The rest of it I thought was horrible. I've never hated a film so much. And the kids, look, they looked as though they were from the Village of the Damned. They were very, very creepy. And they gave them all funny voices. And I remember thinking, why can't they make them look more realistic? But I suppose then they might as well have used actors. And you look at the kids who was to do with the Polar Express. Don't they look like they've walked out the Village of the Damned? I thought it was the worst film I'd ever seen in my entire born days. The ticket conductor was played by Tom Hanks. And even he looks, they couldn't get the eyes right. They really couldn't. So they looked like they were possessed. If I never see it again, I should be very, very happy. Had you never seen it before? No, you don't want to watch it now. Blimey. It was all somebody to do. And one of the kids had really an annoying voice, actually. The Lion in Winter is a good Christmas film, set, albeit Christmas of 1183. I like Scrooge. I like all the Scrooges. Never tire on it on Christmas Day. Alistair Sims, very good indeed. Oh boy, go and get is the turkey still there? What, the one that's as big as me? Yes, the one that's as big as you. Go there and I'll give you £0.50 or 2 shillings if you come back in time, 2 and 6pence. And off he went, and everybody was very happy. But the Muppet Christmas Carol was very good. That was quite a good one. And so still trying to get over the fact that Christopher Biggins brought the house down after dressing up in drag for the wedding. And then doing Riverdance, apparently. Biggins looked better as Boyle than Boyle did. The secret Subo skit is revealed in a book by showbiz party planner Liz, who organised the day for Eamon and Ruth. I bet they never paid. I bet it was a freebie. She said, I will see Eamon at Man United and our paths would cross again as he would recommend me for other work too. It's called Tailor Made. Liz said, thanks to Biggins and the success of the wedding, she was able to get more bookings, which is lovely. Prince Andrew is said to have hired a top lawyer known as the Rottweiler in a bid to get sex abuse claims thrown out of court. Why is it that he's so deeply, deeply unpleasant? What is it about him that really infuriates people? He's arrogant, he's talentless, you know, and all they're asking him is, what do you know about this convicted paedophile? It's not complicated. Perhaps it's a bit complicated for him. And then every so often you get the dreary ex-wife chipping in, don't you? With sort of, oh, he's a marvellous man. I think I'll support him for the rest of his born days, like a millstone around the poor boy's neck. I might have to get some black currants today. I'm not sure if it's... Because Paul Cooper's shop's closed for 3 days, having the floor redone. So they... Runny nose now. Phoebe Waller-Bridge. I've heard of Phoebe Waller-Bridge, but I don't know what she's famous for. Is that Fleabag? Right. And she's... Oh, right. She's tipped to become the next Indiana Jones. I don't think you can do that. I don't think it was... I got slightly concerned by when Anne Boleyn turned out to be black on a new television programme. And I couldn't... So obviously you're allowed to have journalistic licence, and you can do it, because they had a female Doctor Who. But, see, I can't remember... Who wrote Doctor Who? Did somebody write Doctor Who? Right, Russell T Davies. Did he write all the Doctor Whos? He can't have done. Who wrote all this? I mean, where did Doctor Who come from in the beginning? Who was the first person that wrote a book about Doctor Who? Or was it always a film on the BBC? It was just a TV show. Oh, right, OK. Because I wonder whether they wrote Doctor Who. He's called Doctor Who, and we all assumed he was a man. So is he a man or is he not a man? Excuse me. I do remember them having a female Doctor Who, and I was OK with that. They didn't sort of... Because I don't watch Doctor Who anyway, so I couldn't really care less. They regenerate... Yes, I've seen that where they go, and it's always at the end of that show, they go, and then you see the next one, you go, oh, look, that's the new Doctor Who. That was many, many years ago. And Steve, Gremlins, best Christmas movie ever? No, definitely not. Definitely not. But no, definitely not Polar Express. I wanted it to be good, but even Father Christmas looked a bit freaky. And the elves and the goblins and all the other it was really weird. But it's the kids. It's the kids that I sort of looked at. And I remember thinking, oh, no, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, this is Santa Claus from the Polar Express. He just looks a bit... He looks evil. I know. I didn't understand how anybody ever watched this thing. You know, they say he's the best Hollywood Santa Claus is from worst to best. I would think he'd be one of the worst. He just doesn't look friendly. Father Christmas is supposed to look like the one in, Miracle on 34th Street. This one Richard Attenborough looks like Father Christmas. He's a jolly man. Father Christmas, we believe. We believe. And then you look at this one from the Polar Express, you think we don't want to believe. He wouldn't be coming around dropping presents down your chimney. He'd be firebombing your house by the look of it. It was terrible. He looks, hello, is he going to bring us presents? No, he's not. He's going to block up your chimney. Some friends of mine have got a problem with wasps and hornets.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Actually, strangely enough, Conrad likes Love Actually, and I do too. I liked it. I thought that it was good. I liked Hugh Grant in that, and everybody in it. Of course, it had snow. And the one thing we're not very good at is doing snow, I'm afraid. Also, Holiday Inn. Yes, that's also sort of known as... It's very similar to White Christmas, isn't it? And Richard Attenborough. And then I discovered Steve, says Scott, on a train somewhere outside Fareham. Brighton Rock and The Great Escape. And I never looked at him as Father Christmas again. Childhood ruined. Oh, I loved Richard Attenborough. Loved him. Have you ever seen him in The Guinea Pig? The Guinea Pig was a very good film, very difficult to get hold of. That's a film to get hold of. And it's Richard Attenborough. I think he must have been in his late 20s when he was playing a school child whose parents owned a tobacconist's in London. Had all the people from the Ealing Films in, and they wanted to do well for him, and they sent him to public school. There was a system out that meant that public schools, private schools, could take on basically working class boys, and he joined. But of course he was more used to fighting and everything else, and so when he first went there, of course he didn't have any money, and his parents didn't have any money, and they struggled, but he forged ahead, but he got beaten up and all sorts of horrible things happened to him. And it was a guinea pig because it was an experiment. But how old he was when he made the film, I don't know. Sheila Sim was in it, Bernard Miles, and he was really good. It's a Roy Bolting film. It's very, very good indeed. Very, very good. And I waited ages to get it, and somebody sent me in a copy of it, which I was very pleased, and I watch it time and time again. And apparently you can buy on the BFI website. Can you really? Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know there was a BFI website. God, the things I'm learning this morning. I tell you, we sorted Christmas out, which is lovely. $14.99. Oh, I must get that. I want it again now. I don't have the cover picture. So there you go, working class boy given a scholarship to an exclusive public school where he's got to deal with the snobbery of some of the teachers and his classmates. So he played Jack Reed and he got beaten up. But in the end, the schoolmaster goes to visit his parents, and the parents are delightful. They're so delightful. They say, "You'll have a little bit of tobacco to take back with you." They were real it was real kitchen sink stuff, which are brilliant. And he said, "I'd like him to go on to university." And they said, "Oh, I don't think we can afford that, Dad, can we?" That was how people referred to the other partner, mum and dad. And they said, "But we if you say he needs to go and it'll get him a better start in life, we're going to pay for him." It absolutely is knockout. Anyway, wasps and hornets. I don't know if you've ever seen hornets. They're a lot bigger than wasps. And these friends of mine had both wasps and hornets. They had a wasp's nest by their front door under the eaves. And so they called round the little man. In this case, he's called Kevin. And Kevin gets rid of wasps, and he puts on his white suit and all the rest of it, and he pumps up his thing, which you'd use for spraying roses in the garden, and he squirts this foam into the wasp's nest. Now, it kills them almost immediately, and all the wasps that are outside, when they come back into the nest, if they've been out foraging and doing whatever wasps do on holiday or something, it kills them as well. Unfortunately, in the case of the hornets, they had 2 hornets in the house. And so they caught them in a jar, threw them out the back door, hoping they would go fly, fly, fly. No. One of them turned round, came straight back inside and stung the lady of the house on her leg, which ballooned to the size of a small balloon. And literally was because people can be very allergic. And this hornet was about that big, absolutely enormous. And you know where their nest is? Yeah, murdering hornets. I think there is a breed of hornet which are quite dangerous. These are in their chimney. And because the chimney is blocked up in the house, they don't want to open it up and spray them because they don't know what else it'll bring down with it. So they're going to wait until the winter, when I think hornets die back down a little bit, get the chimney sweep in, who can then connect up and sweep it all down, and then they can spray the stuff in. But hornets are well, they could light a fire, but they don't. The chimney hasn't been swept for goodness knows how long. But hornets, also, if you do that, you don't want the hornets flying down and into the house because you never get rid of them. And if they're that dangerous, I mean, they really can be very so anyway. Don't mess with the hornets, as they say. Mind you, I also think you mustn't mess with wasps. Bees you're all right with. Bees are very placid. Very nice. Footy ace Cristiano Ronaldo is renting a £6 million home that comes with a flock of sheep. How nice. Reminds me when we used to live near a farm. But he's renting it for £3,500 a month. He's renting the 7-bedroom country pile. Property comes with a separate 2-bedroom granny annex, some rolling fields and woodland to the front, the side and the rear. Paddock for horses. And the gardens, they say, wrap around the house. Wrap around gardens. Sounds delightful, doesn't it? £3,500 a month is cheap. People pay nearly that much in London to get flats and houses. And you don't get sheep at all. There's no room for sheep. Wasps, Steve, are a nightmare. They're like traffic wardens, tax inspectors and debt collectors, says Susie. They're from the devil. Yeah, I don't like... No, it's like all those kids in Polar Express, which we don't want to see ever again, thank you. Have you seen Trading Places with Eddie Murphy? I have not. And, Steve, you can buy the wasp net spray. Hornet stings are awful. Kill them straight away. So I'd always call an expert in for things like that. They're too dangerous. And especially if the queen comes out, because it's only if she comes out and flies somewhere else that all the wasps will go and join her. Otherwise, I've seen cases, you'll see it on YouTube, of somebody standing at a bus stop. The queen lands. Yeah, the queens are bigger. Not cute, horrendously bigger, but a queen lands on this bloke at the bus stop, I think in Japan or something. The next minute, he's got 20,000 wasps all over him. Because they just go there, and he did get stung on various occasions. Because some people are so allergic to them, it can be very, very dangerous. They can have this anaphylactic kind of situation. Not very nice, is it? Simon says, the last holiday with Queen Latifah makes me blub. Pathetic, honestly. People are like that, aren't they? Blub all over the place. Christmas Chronicles with Kurt Russell as Santa Claus is very good, says Lisa. And, if you look at the size of these hornets. Half a finger. They say here the first murder hornet's nest found to have 200 queens. Imagine, actually, it's like going to heaven on a Saturday night, isn't it? 200 quid, but they're so much bigger than everything. You look at these things and you think, oh my God, they're frightening. 4 of them you could fill up a hand. They are Asian hornets. Asian hornets. And don't. Makes me feel a bit queasy. What else we got here? Vets have warned dog owners, don't throw sticks for them. You know why? Because apparently, use frisbees, tennis balls or rubber toys. There was one staffy, needed an emergency operation. It got a 1-foot-long stick lodged down its throat. And a dog in Leighton Buzzard had to have surgery for a branch impaling a leg. So don't throw sticks for them. I wasn't aware people did throw sticks. But, no, balls. Throw your balls. They're so much easier. You know, let them have a good go at those. Or a rubber bone. You know, that's quite a good idea. Most dogs like a rubber bone, especially if it squeaks. If it's a rubber bone that squeaks, you can have endless fun. You know, throw it out, squeak, bring it back, squeak, throw it out, squeak. So it goes on. It's very tedious for us. Steve, I had wasps every year and they come back to the same place every year. No, they don't. No, they don't. No, we've had 2 wasps' nests in about 25 years and they have been annihilated. At the moment, we're having trouble with pigeons. We're trying to annihilate pigeons at the moment. I'm getting there. Pigeons, well, they're nesting. And the mess they make is just filth. Absolute filth. Eating an avocado a day apparently changes the way belly fat is stored and could stave off diabetes. All these things it's no good if you are a diabetic, I tell you. So don't sort of think about things like that. They say daily consumption of avocados didn't change glucose tolerance. What we learned is that a dietary pattern impacted the way individuals store body fat in a beneficial manner. So avocado, I quite like people have it on toast. It's a bit pretentious. Mash, do you have avocado on toast? Oh, for God's sake, grow up and get a life. Have sausage and a full English, you know. And they charge about £8. Patisserie Valerie used to do it. Avocado on toast, honestly. Ugh. I tried it once. It was very dull and very boring. If you can have avocado, but don't stick it on toast. Ridiculous. I was watching that programme. What was I watching? It was 4 in a Bed. I love it. Some people are playing a game on that programme, and one couple, we've marked you down because the toilet was too small in the bathroom. Oh, get a life. Get a life. And they were, you know, some people were horrible about it, and we've deducted £21.50, you know, and you think, oh, for goodness sake, and how much are they charging? 60 quid for a room, you know. You want to sort of head out of the world. Thick slice of Pretz multigrain bread topped with creamy mashed avocados, finished with a sprinkle of chili and red pepper salt, and served with a lemon wedge. I ask you, a lemon wedge in this day and age. And then avocado. So you can actually buy this, can you? It's an open sandwich. Smashed avo. Ooh. Why don't they just do slices? How much is it? £4. Why don't they just do slices of avocado? You know, as opposed to mashing avocado. Can't they just... Slices would look better. Mashed avocado makes me feel like they put it in a liquidizer. Only £4, though, which is quite a lot, isn't it? You should better get a couple of avocados for about £1, I would think, nowadays. Steve, are there any parts, says Glyn, of the religious elements of Christmas that you enjoy? There are no religious elements of Christmas. It's been made up. Christ was not born at Christmas. Unfortunately, it was July, I think, something like that. But it certainly wasn't Christmas. The Christmas that we celebrate is pagan. So there's no aspect of it being religious at all. It's just that the church hijacked it. It was an effort to get people to go to church, but it's pagan festival. You're looking forward to, you know, the new year and growing your crops and all the rest of it. So that's it. I'm not religious, but do you celebrate the excess rather than true origin? Well, the true origin's pagan. I've just told you. I can't explain it better than that. I mean, if you want to think it's religious, then think it's religious, but I promise you it's not. Absolutely nothing at all to do with it. The only thing religious about it is singing the hymns, but they came along way later. They don't go back to Christian times. So it's a good way of getting people into church. That's what it is, but it's pagan. Christmas from December, you're going out of one year into the next year. It's pagan. That's why it was a green... oh, God, honestly. Blimey, fancy getting to adulthood and not realising the origins of Christmas. Very worrying, isn't it?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I trust you are well. And my brother says you were talking about... oh, no, my brother's now writing to me, you know, in the morning, which is good. Talking about Christmas films, he says Die Hard is a great film, but it's about as Christmassy as Bambi, being a film of great violence. Planes, Trains and Automobiles is very funny and poignant. Good film. But I can't remember if I ever bought it. Is it somebody trying to get home during the festive season? Wasn't that the bit of Home Alone where the mother wanted to get back to sort of see? So Trains and Automobiles. It's a John Hughes. Oh, wait a minute. How interesting. It's directed by John, Hughes, who did the Home Alone films as well. So this one here. So a man must struggle to travel home for Thanksgiving with a lovable oaf and a curtain ring salesman. That's what the curtain ring as his only companion. John Candy, Layla Robbins, and Steve Martin. Oh right. Okay. And is that Christmassy? Do you think? I mean, Thanksgiving. The Americans do Thanksgiving, don't they? But it's a John Hughes film, so I would probably like it. Got to order something else now because I don't think I've seen that one either. Look at that. Honestly, it's costing me a fortune. I've only just arrived in work. And already I'm running out of money. It's getting ridiculous. So here she is. She's Emma. She's done very well. Everybody loves her. John Hughes also, just to remind you, did Ferris Bueller, which I liked as well. He obviously seems to have a knack of picking those sort of films, doesn't he? Very good. Was that Ferris Bueller's Day Off? That was good. I did like that, actually. Great film, isn't it? Great film. Especially when they manage to get the car back in and then they reverse it. Yeah, and the twist and shout bit. I mean, that was fantastic. So, well done, Emma Raducanu. Congratulations. They say she's going to be making a fortune. Provided she keeps her feet on the ground, she'll be fine. It's when we haven't seen many people go off, the rails. Well, it's a lie, actually. We see a lot of people go off the rails where they start becoming a little bit peculiar because somebody tries to build them up and sort of doesn't let them be themselves. But, if she makes 100 million, good for her. That's what we come into the world for. You come into the world, unless you're a sponger, and you go out there and you do something, and you do something very, very well. I mean, she was doing her A-levels in Bromley 3 months ago. Bromley, if you please. Bromley, the millionaire's playground of Bromley. And look at her now. She won't need to go back there ever again. £100 million she could be worth. They say £1 billion she could be worth. Donny Osmond talking about his secret battle to walk again. He's at the London Palladium this Christmas. The Donny fans will be out because he has very, very loyal fans. Very, very loyal fans. In fact, for all the Osmonds who are loyal fans, but Donny, who's recently played Vegas. In fact, he was in Vegas, I think, the other week, playing a couple of gigs there. And that was very good. But he's going to be over here playing at the Palladium, so we got him back in good old London. And loads of stories about Strictly Come Dancing youngest contestant Tilly Ramsey. Only famous on there because she's Gordon Ramsay's daughter. That's the only reason. You're going to be bored witless with her by the end of the week. And millions of residents have been told to use less water as the reservoir that supplies them is struggling to cope, despite recent heavy rainfall. This is in the Lake District. It's only 40% full, which, you need something that's full up. Because I've seen pictures over the years of our reservoirs. When they start drying up, you suddenly think, we're drinking this, are we? Ugh, awful. But, I mean, normally at this time of the year, there's 78% full. But this one, then they brought in hosepipe bans. I thought, what they can't see, they can't do you for. Christmas film Life of Brian, who's from somebody called Scrumpy on the M20. That's not Christmas, is it? Your idea of Christmas is slightly bizarre. Apparently good movie, says Shane. Trains, Planes and Automobiles. Well, if my brother says it's okay, I have to go by that. And have you or the producers got a health smart watch? They can tell your blood pressure, heart rate and how many steps you have. No, I don't think so. No, they just happily die just in front of me. And no, I've got a thing on my phone, which is, what do they call it? It's a health thing. It's not. I don't think it's a step counter. Wait a minute. Oh, you've got step counter as well, have you? Oh. No, I had something on here. It was something to do with health, and now, of course, it's blooming well disappeared. Things disappear on my telephone. I don't know where they come from or where they go to. And it was telling me, I think, how many... Wait a minute, is that it? No, probably not. What's that one there? Counter... No. Oh, I can't find the blooming thing. But anyway, it basically told you how many steps you'd walked today and how many you did and on average and all the rest. Basically, it told me I was a slob, so I didn't bother. But, yeah, you can get those. And you can also get the watches, which seem to be fairly popular. Health and fitness. I wonder if that's it there. Oh, there you go. Yesterday I did 1,000... Oh. I'm not sure if it's telling me how many steps I've done. Steps 587. That's today. I've done... Should be 10,000 a day. I don't think we're going to achieve that one, are we? That's not going to be happening anytime. And then it's got sleep, and then I can access my records. I can do cycle tracking and calorie counter, my pedometer. sleep cycle tracker, natural cycles, contraception? Lord above all, I think I've picked up the wrong thing here. It's also a fertility and ovulation tracker. I don't think that's very appropriate for me, is it? I thought I was glowing a little bit. And then Cube period tracker. You won't even want to know what that one does. Menstrual calendar and reminder. How have I got that? What do they know that I don't know? Have you heard anything like it? It's unreal, isn't it? And there's another one. I've got all these things just must appear on my telephone. Oh, no, that's the Freestyle Libre link. You know, the thing I used to have under my arm? And you can check your blood glucose levels and everything else. Well, I'm much better with my diabetes. Thank you for asking. Except yesterday I made a big mistake. I saw something in Waitrose and I thought, that's going in my basket. Do you know what it was? Toffee popcorn. Toffee popcorn. And I bought it. And I bought two. I was going to bring one in, but I've left it at home, so there you go. And I started, very convenient. I started eating it, and before I know where I was like a man possessed. I was like, you know, the monkey with the jar of nuts and put it out, and I suddenly realised, I wonder how much sugar is on this kind of thing. Well, I found out, because all of a sudden I started becoming a bit lightheaded. And I remember thinking to myself, I don't think we should eat any more of this Butterkist, which was the toffee. And I looked into the packet and I'd eaten it all anyway. There was nothing left apart from the little scrubby bits at the bottom. So I thought, no, I mustn't eat that ever again. I must eat healthy things. They found, because I love a bit of history, an Anglo-Saxon church discovered under the site of a Norman church in the path, wait for this, of the HS2 rail line. Experts called it a fantastic discovery. This is in Stoke Mandeville in Buckinghamshire. Knocked down, the church was, in the 1960s. Under the rubble of St Mary's, flint foundation walls made with Roman roof tiles were found. I mean, I don't know what they're going to be doing with it. I suppose I don't know if they can keep it or not. But to have so much of it, says Dr. Rachel Wood, lead archaeologist for Fusion JV, says to have so much of it remaining will provide a great deal of information about the site prior to the Norman church's construction in 1080, because the Anglo-Saxon period was from, as you know, 450 to 1066. I think stuff like that is great. I love it. I love anything that's sort of our history and showing us, you know, for all those people who go, oh, I don't believe that's right. So here's Donny, returning to the stage in Vegas 2 weeks ago. He's got this infection after spine surgery, and in their heydays with Marie Osmond, Donny and Marie were back in Vegas, oh God, years ago, and they had a nice long residency, and their television program used to finish in the same way. They'd come forward to the camera to go, "Good night, everybody." It was all that, "Good night, everybody." I love them. I've interviewed the Osmonds on numerous occasions. I thought they were fab. I really thought they were fab. They're sort of white-haired gentleman. He's just begun a solo residency in Vegas. You see, for him, that's what he does for a living. He's been doing it since he was a young lad. But the most successful of the Osmonds, Jimmy. The most successful. He owned the theatre in Branson, Missouri, which put the Osmonds on. He was very, very successful. But Donny over here, so his residency in Vegas, he'll then come over here probably beginning of December. They'll do their rehearsals, and then he'll be on stage. I mean, he just doesn't stop. Seriously, I don't know how old he is. Wait a minute. He's how many years did they do in Vegas, Donny and Marie? 11 years. 11-year residency. Blimey, that's like a lifetime. But he did win the American version of Strictly Come Dancing in 2009. He's got a 60-year career, so he's got to be 63. He started when he was 7, I think, with the Osmonds, when they were singing on the Andy Williams show. So he's 63. And he's got a new album out. It's just unbelievable, isn't it? People do not stop nowadays. You know why? If people are in show business, they love it. They love it. You cannot get away from it. He has a website. It's just donny.com. Could be one of my listeners. Steve, I could be steve.com. What an idea. Not to forget The Homecoming, A Christmas Story. A full-length TV film and the forerunner to the Waltons. Good night, everybody. Good night, John Boy. Good night, Mary Ellen. I like them. They all died, didn't they? The elderly couple and mum and dad and things like that. But they used to have reunions of the Waltons. I went to the set, which wasn't actually on Walton Mountain, which was a bit of a shame, really. It was actually in the back lot of one of the big studios, but it was very good. Very Christmassy, Steve. Lots of snow, Christmas decorations, heart-wrenching, says Andy. I like things like that. I like something, I tell you what I do, I like a film that makes me, you know, emotional. because then I think they've done their job. Because when they're filming it, they're probably going, okay, can we cut that bit? More glycerin in the make it look as though they're crying. Make the dog cry, and they and they put these glycerin. Yes, get those onions out. Go on, an onion. That's it. Go. Okay, film now. Do it. Okay, somebody's just nicked the present. Oh, did you see the audition for the little lad from E.T.? They're filming him auditioning, and he could cry on cue, and they said so. They're going to take him away. And they wanted to see his reaction. They said, no, they're actually going to take him away from you. And he said, I don't want them to take him away. And he started crying. And they went, you got the part. That's what they were looking for. They were looking for a kid that could sort of generate that sort of emotion. It's not easy to cry. I know people listen to this programme. They find it very difficult not to cry. They listen to that programme and go, that's Steve Allen, I'm going to cry all the way through Monday. I love it.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Hayley Mills, who's got a book out at the moment talking about, they say if ever there was a warning for kids not to go into the entertainment industry, this would be it. Because she made loads of films. Walt Disney loved her and put her in lots and lots of films, and she was quite charming. And she was doing pantomime, I think, 2 years ago in Richmond. And I remember thinking, gosh, Hayley Mills. I grew up with Hayley Mills. One of my favourite films, Pollyanna. But every year at school, we'd have the school governors who would come in and they'd say, oh, this year the school's done very well. And the school governors would then call for an extra day's holiday for the boys, and we used to clap feebly, yeah, whatever. And they give you the extra thing and they say, and we're going to show a film today. And so we'd all assemble in the hall. And every year it was the same blooming film. It was always Whistle Down the Blasted Wind. And but a lot of the kids that they used in the film, in fact, most of the kids, 90% I think, were kids who lived locally. And they were asked to be in the film. Hayley Mills was a star. I think by that time, I must get the book actually. Giles Brandreth has got a book out as well, and what he doesn't know about show business, not worth talking about. Steve, I actually watched the audition of the kid in E.T., says James. Apparently the team behind the camera got teary-eyed as well, to the point where Spielberg says to one of the ladies, "Tell him he can keep the alien." Very emotional thing. They do reunions of what they all look like now, and it was still clever. My favourite was when E.T. got drunk in the kitchen, and they opened the fridge door and it knocked him over, and he sort of fell over. But it was the taking off of the bicycles. 40 years old. Next year, E.T. 40 years old. You can watch it now. It's as relevant today as it was. Well, as when I say relevant, I mean obviously we don't believe in ETs, do we? There'll be a few balmy people out there listening this morning, but no, generally speaking, it was a good film. They went there and they wanted to find out, and they'd got this creature in the cupboard who dressed up and did everything else, and it was just lovely. And it was the end bit, wasn't it, where he sort of, E.T. wanted him to go with him. I mean, what they had in common, I've got no idea. And he said, go, stay. And then he went, I'll be right back. And then the music, well, I tell you, in the cinema we saw it out, I've told this before, in Kingston, which was a Pine World, next to sort of, it's now, they've got shops and everything else there. But we saw it was packed. And at the end, there was not a dry eye in the cinema, because as this thing takes off and it cuts back to Elliot standing there with the tears rolling down his face, and then the mum and then the brother and the little girl and everybody else, it just blew us away. And we all cry. And everybody was sort of trying to mop their eyes and all the rest of it, because it was so sad. The end bit of the film was just absolutely fantastic. And what did they do in the cinema? They bunged all the blooming lights up. It was and you've got grown men there with the tears rolling down their cheeks, trying to be butch, conjunctivitis, well, rubbish that, wouldn't care. And it was so good. It still makes me cry now to watch it on the television when they show it again, even though I've seen it loads and loads of times. It's still brilliantly done. And Spielberg had that unique, and has that unique way of making a film that affects him. Even if you watched Schindler's List, the end of the film, and you realise that he's brought back all the people who were the originals from Schindler's List, and you realise you were looking at the real people here. These weren't actors. These were real people who were laying stones on Schindler's grave. And it was just, they came over and they went, these are the last remaining people from Schindler's List. I mean, again, just completely floored you. And he was very good, very, very good at doing that. So, James, I agree with you. I agree. Steve, I believe that Hayley Mills' mother wrote the story of Whistle Down the Wind, Doreen. I don't know. I don't know. I just know that, I mean, it was a film, I think it was about 1961, I think, something like that, which seems ages ago now. Only filmed black and white. But black and white had, 62. Yeah. I was right, yeah. And another one says, I love Donny Osmond. Oh, it's Anastasia. I'll not be able to go and see him. I've been housebound, no electric wheelchair. Very frustrating. Oh, you'll read the reviews, though, Anastasia. You'll read the reviews. And did you see the new recent Christmas film called Last Christmas? It really wasn't good enough. It featured music by George Michael, which was the only good thing about it. Try the rhubarb that Waitrose sell. I can't eat things like that, John. I'm a diabetic. Can't have rhubarb. I mean, they've got sugar dripping off them. And Last Christmas. Yes, I mean, I think I might have heard about this. It's a 2019. It's written by Bryony Kimmings and Emma Thompson, who co-wrote the story with Greg Wise. And it stars Emilia Clarke as a disillusioned Christmas store worker who forms a relationship with a mysterious man and begins to fall for him. I quite like the sound of it. It's another sort of Love Actually kind of thing, isn't it, really? Sort of, I suppose. I don't know. Steve. Jenny says, love the show. Loving the show. Thank you very much indeed. And I'm at work, Steve, doing the online shopping orders. You're very funny. On with the masks, Steve. I'm at work doing the online shopping orders. You're very funny. You keep me smiling every day. On with the masks. So we just basically repeated the same line 3 times. So you're obviously a bit new to computers. I mean, even I'm better than you are at the computers, and I can do some things. Can't do everything. In fact, I can't do many things at all, actually. But I rely on people around me who are far cleverer than I am. I think Kim Kardashian's gone into the world of adult movies, judging by the latest outfit she's wearing here. She looked like Darth Vader in a black leather and kinky bondage mask, made by Balenciaga, apparently. Who buys it? I've got no idea. I've never seen anybody look more peculiar than this one here. So and it's got eye slits in, but you can block out the eye slits. It's the most peculiar. I mean, she looks so she's about to make one of those fetish films. You know, I've heard about them. I've never actually seen them. Some people have different fetishes, things, don't they? And stuff like that. But very weird. But it's all rubber, I suppose, or something like that. And guess what? The phone box, made famous by the movie Local Hero, has been saved from being taken out of service, which is a victory for the residents. Apparently, BT's been consulting with the council on the future of the call box in Penang. And this box featured calls to the US for the kiosk. They're encouraging communities to adopt call boxes for other use. You know, you can buy phone boxes yourself. They're about, £8,000. And they'll deliver a refurbished phone box, which you can put in your garden and have as an ornament. Or you can put a phone in it and go and stand in a phone box, to bring back memories of what it used to be like years and years ago. Further adding injury. Ant Middleton's insults. Ex-bicycle motocross star Shanae Reid dislocated her shoulder and trapped a nerve. These are the people on this Celebrity SAS programme where they've most of them have dropped out now. I mean, we managed to get rid of Kerry Coke very, very quickly. Jake Quickenden forced to withdraw. I mean, I don't know who he is actually, but he's trying to start a record for being on every reality show under the sun. He's an ex-X Factor. He didn't win X Factor, did he? No. Another failure, honestly. What do we do with these people now? We sort of stick them on reality shows. He said, my arm went numb for 48 hours. Riveting. The other one we got rid of is Syra Khan. She had a broken ankle for a day. She snapped it in a mud wrestle. Honestly. Apparently, she previously hinted there were legal issues over her accident, but says everything has been resolved amicably. Do you remember that we read this story out some time ago? But She said the show was a wake-up call that inspired her to quit Loose Women, and her injury let her slow down. I think there was some issues with Loose Women as well. She seems to have issues everywhere she goes, really. Perhaps she'll start realising shortly. But she left there saying there were certain people she didn't like, and nobody sort of, she was going for new opportunities, and I was going, wonder what those would be, dear. Obviously something where you moan on again, I suppose. Other stories in the papers. Dance yourself fit in 10 minutes. What time we got now? We've got enough time to be... I've got half an hour. I could dance myself fit. And they've got a new workout from Strictly star Amy Dowden, and it'll make you feel great fast. I shouldn't think so. Why do they say that to you? You're going to be doing this thing, exhausting yourself and sweating profusely, and you're going to be feeling better. I don't think so. I would rather sit here, have a nice cup of tea. I could do with a bowl of fruit, but I'm not going to push it. I'm okay. I can probably survive. And it is Monday. And I always say, because people always say, oh, what did you do over the weekend? I said, well, we did this and that, and it was quite a busy weekend. I got lost as per usual. And then it's Monday today, which is the start of a nice week. I hope it's going to be a nice week for all of you. Sorry? Heatwave. I know, I'm not sure about the heatwave thing. I'm not sure about that. We've got a first dates contestant dubbed the worst ever. Also turned out he's a convicted fraudster who's been to prison, but unfortunately the research on the programme is so pitifully awful that they didn't know. Deli staff and customers fled. They pulled a fridge out and there was a python behind it. I love the way that people flee. They're not going to chase you out of the shop. It's a python. It slithers. If it can be bothered. Most of them can't. Louise Minchin's been signed up for I'm a Celebrity. She must be spitting blood, I should imagine. She was so hoping for Strictly Come Dancing, but they weren't really interested. Oh, you're leaving the breakfast time, are you? See you, bye. Wouldn't want to be you. And so she's had to sign for I'm a Celebrity. That'll prove how dreary some of these news people are.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Oh, sorry, I became quite happy for a brief moment on a Monday. Listening by a pool in Greece is my friend Stuart Manning. He says, I love listening to you wherever I go. And he sent me fancy laying by the pool in Greece. I mean, you must be hours ahead of us then, mustn't you? I don't think I've ever been to Greece. I don't think I have, actually. Never been to me. But he says, so he sent me a nice picture of him looking it's the mean and moody picture. We like the mean and moody. 8:30 in Greece. Lying by the pool at 8:30 in the morning. You must be an early riser, Stuart. I bet you are. I'd heard. Because you get up sort of nice and early, and then you can have breakfast. There was this bloke doing the Bangers and Cash the other day, and he had to go and pick this Bentley up, and he goes to France and he books into a bed and breakfast type place, and he goes, can I have breakfast in the morning? And they go, yes. He says, full English. I thought, you're in France. Of course not the full English. And so they said no, and they gave him two boiled eggs and a croissant, and he seemed almost disappointed. Because when we went to Amsterdam years and years ago, we had to have a continental breakfast, and that was sort of rolls with sort of slices of ham or meat or something like that. They do a lot of nothing hot. No, in fact, it wasn't until McDonald's came along in Amsterdam and Rotterdam that you could get a hot burger in the morning. But most of the bed and breakfast places, it was sort of meat, but it's sliced meat, garlic, full of garlicky, and it's a bit early in the morning for garlic. And then I read something. What did I read something the other day? Oh, that's right. They were saying, oh, there's the new food in Iceland, and it's these chicken nuggets. And I thought, oh, nice. And then it said, made of formed chicken. Now, I've got a thing about formed chicken, because formed chicken is where they literally blast the carcass and get every bit off, and then they mash it all together. It's like a paste, and then it turns into the chicken. And I thought, no, thank you. You check the back, and I promise you'll be horrified how many processed meats there are on sale in all the supermarkets, M&S, Waitrose, everywhere. Turn it over, made from formed chicken, formed pork, you've really got to check them to find something that's, genuine as opposed to form. I don't like if it's got the word formed on it, I put it back on the shelf. I'm very funny about things like that. Formed meat, it gives the impression they're made as a whole piece of meat, but they're made with binding and pressing products derived from cut, sliced or minced meat together with the food additives. So I avoid anything like that. I don't want something like that, thank you. If I'm going to have pork, I want slices of pork, not formed. If you see that word formed on there, that's the key word. Steve, remember the tote bag I sent back to be signed by you? I've not got them back, says Anastasia. Let me check that for you. I will check that for you. Steve, your energy is uplifting this morning. Have you seen The Lemon Drop Kid with Bob Hope, one of my favourite Christmas films, with Bob Hope singing one of my favourite Christmas songs, which was Silver Bells. Is that the one that goes, Silver Bells, Silver Bells, da, 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 da. Oh, that's right. The Lemon Drop Kid. That rings a vague bell with me, but I haven't, I don't think I've ever seen it. I like Bob Hope. British, of course. The only thing I remember, I think actually, wait a minute, The Lemon Drop Kid. Was this the Oh, God. I think it was a 1950s film, I think, something like that. And it was based on a short story of the same name by some guy. And I can't remember what his name is. I mean, I think the director is credited as a guy called Sidney Landfield, but I wouldn't swear to that. And it was released on DVD in 2010 under license. So all these things, you've just got to wait a little. I might have to go and get that, actually. I might have to get that because I think the Lemon Drop Kid, played by Bob Hope, is a New York City swindler who touts horses at a Florida racetrack. And I like Bob Hope. He did all the road trip films with Bing Crosby. Don't make films like that anymore, do they? They don't have stars like that. So I'm going to go for, honestly, the things, I'm spending a fortune today. I'll have done about 30 quid. Oh, and then the new Bond film is out shortly, but bearing in mind it runs about 3 years. So I'll tell you now, if you're going to go to it, take a sleeping bag and a hot water bottle. Honestly, it's 163 minutes. Well, it might be lovely for the people making it, but it's bloody boring for those of us who have to sit in the cinema. And it's the longest ever. The longest ever. I mean, many people say, you know, I mean, you could die during this thing. 163 minutes. No time to die. So, and I'm really not bothered about the new Bond film. If it's that length of film, it's not right, is it? 163. I mean, you have to go in there. You're going to need to go to toilet. I mean, will there be an interval in it? No. That you're going to be sitting in the same. Your bottom will have gone to sleep. You'll have paid a small fortune to go to the cinema. You'll have a giant sausage in a roll in front of you and a bucket of popcorn. You're going to need it. Seriously, that's far too long. Far too long. Steve, Keith and Sarah from the filling station, coffee shop, sandwich bar in Eastbourne, usually listening to you whilst prepping. And like one of your other listeners, we're enjoying your banter from a swimming pool in Kefalonia. Haha, now I know about Kefalonia. What are they famous for in Kefalonia? You'll love it. This is the most useless information you'll ever hear. Peanut brittle. Peanut brittle is what they make. Tourists bring it back. It comes in a little box and it's about 1/4 of an inch thick. I lost 3 bridges and a crown that came out. My producer, Giles, went over there and brought me back peanut brittle, knowing that I love peanut brittle. It was, seriously, you could have built a house out of this peanut brittle. So that's what Kefalonia is famous for, and that was the only reason I knew that. It's peanut brittle, toffee with peanuts in it. You've never had peanut brittle before? Sometimes it's covered in chocolate, and then it's called chocolate peanut brittle. Bit of a giveaway. Steve, my Christmas must-see, It's a Wonderful Life. Yes, It's a Wonderful Life is a very good... And yet when it came out, it was not the big hit that they wanted it to be. People didn't take to it. It's only recently, I say recently, within sort of 20, 30 years, that people took to it and realised what a brilliant film it is and how wonderful it is and how at the end... And again, it's the feeling of happiness. And that's what we want in our Christmas films. We want to see a happy ending. I mean, it came out originally in 1946. 1946. And his wife, Mary, where are you? And then he's sort of, because his life as the angel comes down. I mean, it was 75 years ago this year. Shouldn't imagine any of the cast are still alive. But it was a brilliant, brilliant film. It was, and I didn't want to watch it. I didn't watch it till quite late in life. It was one of those films that, if people keep saying to you, you must watch this, Steve, I'm the one that goes, oh, I don't know. And somebody's reminded me as well, of course, about the Bishop's Wife, Michael said to me, which is again, fabulous. And it's an angel who comes down from heaven, played by Cary Grant, I think it is. David Niven is the bishop, and his wife falls in love with Cary Grant, who is an angel. And again, it's just a heartwarming film. If you're over the age of 50, you'll know what these movies are, and it was just a super, super film. And the ice, although I don't think the ice skating is actually Cary Grant. I don't think so. Steve, have you ever seen a Bollywood movie? Says Raj. Seen them? Hello, my biggest fan base goes to Lata Mangeshkar, Kishore Kumar, Aisha Bhosle. Oh dear, yes, I know all about the Bollywood movie. I've interviewed Amitabh Bachchan. Oh yes, I know all about the Bollywood movies. I'll tell you, I'm a mine of useless information. I know all the things that people say, how does he know these things? And Amitabh Bachchan, we had on Five's Company, and I interviewed him because I knew all about Bollywood movies. And that's it. See, processed meat is like formed meat. It's carcinogenic, which means it's cancerous. Best to avoid them. Well, I mean, I don't do anything that's formed. If I see that word formed, that puts me off. I want something that's, I know it sounds dreadful, an animal, and they've sliced. You know, when you go and buy, there's a shop down the Strand next to the Savoy Hotel, and you can get legs of animal. I don't know what they call them. It's like you buy and it's ham, and you slice it off and everything like that. But you can buy them in Costco. They do these legs. I don't know what they are. I don't know what they are. Somebody will tell me. Sorry? Animals. They're animals' legs. They're animals' legs. It's like ibis or something like that. And they sell these things. It's this, and they're very expensive. They're about 60, 70 quid. And you buy it, and then you have it it's a ham, but you slice it. It's ham. Am I facing the right way or something? Hello. No, it's not gammon. No, I don't think it's gammon. But you can buy a leg, and they do it in a box in Costco. Oh, I'm just giving up here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so glad the programme finishes in 15 minutes. They look at me like I'm stupid, honestly, like I've just wandered in from somewhere. I have. It's the toilet.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
My friend Stuart Manning says, and everybody else, Iberico ham, and it comes, it looks like the leg of a thing. So Serrano ham, you get it in tapas bars, says Paula. Yes, and how can you eat something you don't know what it is? I haven't eaten it, Susan. I've just said to you there's a shop now. Why don't you wash your ears out and listen? Nothing worse is there than ignorance at this time of the morning. 7 o'clock in the morning, for goodness sake. I didn't say I'd eaten it. I said it's on sale in a shop. So there you go. She said, think about that poor animal that gave its life. Well, I don't think it volunteered it. I don't think so. But anyway. Steve, there you go. Serrano or Iberico hams from Spain. But they've got this big shop next to the Savoy in the Strand. And they just slice it. It's sliced ham. It's very nice. Sammy Steve, I'm by a pool in, Xanthos in Greece, introducing you to my Mrs. Jason and Paula from Colchester. There we go. See? I told you to be people. Most sausages have additives, don't they just? Don't they just? You can't find a sausage that doesn't have it. Dulcie says, it's not you, it's them. The legs are called jambon. And also famous, Steve, in Kefalonia. It's famous for Kefalonia meat pies. Oh, never heard of that. It's a cured ham called Iberico. Thank you. It's amazing how many. I knew you'd all know this. Seriously, I never cease to be amazed. I don't think we've ever had a question on the programme where we haven't known the answer to it. Somebody will come up with the answer to it. I can say, there's bound to be somebody out of the thousands upon thousands of you listening at the moment. It's always interesting to me that I'll put out something, I'll think nobody will know the answer to this, and then blow me down. It comes back to you, and people go this, or the producer will say, well, I know what the answer is, but I'm not going to tell you. Simon says, I've been listening to you on LBC since before the Falklands War with Bob and Doug, Tommy Boyd and Clive. I know. Steve, I remember years ago, Jamie Oliver showed some school children how they make chicken nuggets. And I remember being out of myself, cutting myself off for eating chicken nuggets, unless they're made from whole pieces of chicken. Yes, I mean, it's the formed chicken I'm not interested in at all. I really don't like things like that at all. But thank you for all your input this morning. It's literally loads and loads and loads. Somebody says, what do you think the cheap kebab meat at Iceland is made from? It's made from chicken. I've already told you that. I've told you. We brought a packet in and we sort of read out the ingredients. And it's very tasty. Very, very tasty. But I would never buy a whole ham. But people buy them for Christmas. There you are, next to the Spotted Horse pub, says Catherine, there's a place in Putney that sells that ham. It's people buy it for Christmas and they have it, on the sideboard in the kitchen, and people go and cut it and put it in their sandwiches or whatever else, and you can have it with pickle. It's just ham. It just saves you buying it, processed. You can have it sort of as per the original, I think. Superstar Emma can net $1 billion, they say, but her first wish is a new pair of AirPods. See? Her agent will be saying to her, you can have as many pairs of AirPods as you want. So she's very clever. She'll be getting modelling contracts. She'll be getting just about... I'd love to know who her agent is. I'd love to know. Love to know. And for a writer who's covered the game for 40 years, I'm certain Emma can avoid the pitfalls of being a teenage tennis star, because some of them do fall by the wayside. So they're going to make sure that she... But, I mean, there's literally pages and pages and pages and pages. If her parents are going to make a scrapbook, now would be the time to do it. Also, Lewis Hamilton escaped death by inches as a rival's car crashed on top of him during the Grand Prix. Did you see that one? My goodness me, that was a bit frightening. Plus, jab passport muddle. Javid says, plan is ditched, but number 10 may stick with it if the virus surges again. Which, to be honest with you, it seems to be in certain parts, doesn't it? My friend Chris Lowry and Steve over in Spain, they eat this ham all the time because it's only for here you can find it. As I say, Costco sell it every year. They do a box and it's in there and it's like a presentation. And it's a present to give to somebody. It's about, well, I'll find out how much it is in Costco. I would think 50, 60 quid would be about the right price. But we found it online at £70. So, and it's delicious. It's very, very nice. It's ham. I mean, the price does vary a lot. We'll have to find out which is the best one. Oh, here it is. A veiled student addressing a gathering of women ahead of a pro-Taliban rally at a university in Kabul. The Taliban said at the weekend that women will still be allowed to go out to university but not study with men. Don't know why they'd want to. They've all got beards on and look dreadfully unattractive. Seems no point in going there. These poor women have to dress up with these things, gloves on, they can't see anything at all, and they can't talk to men, and they're not allowed to do this, that, and the other. And you think to yourself, it's like living back in the dark ages. Living back in the dark ages. And Steve, Iberico ham, a lot of people talk, you can pay up to, well, thousands. Apparently proper ham gets its flavour from acorns, as that's what the pigs are fed, says Bev. So there you go. Comes from all sorts of... As I say, if you've never had it before, it's apparently quite delicious. And my friend Chris has just sent me in a picture of it. There you go. All in Spanish. Gran Reserva. So it's obviously one of the better ones out there, which is brilliant. So thank you for your input to the programme. We went through my godchildren's orchard the other day. They've got apple trees, pear trees. They've got nuts. They've got all sorts of things. Their pear tree is so tall... I don't know how they're going to get the pears down. I don't know what you do with them. I said, well, you poach them in red wine. Pears in red wine are very nice indeed. You just sort of stick them in the saucepan, stick in a bottle of cheap red wine, poach them up, and they're quite delicious. But I haven't had them for a long time. My mother used to do them as a dessert, like apples. And they've got loads of apple trees. I mean, seriously. And then you can take the middle out of the apple, and you fill it with currants and sort of mincemeat and stuff like that, and then do baked apples, which is nice. It was a dessert that was done years and years ago. And I've not had it for a long time. My mother used to do it, I suppose, because it was cheap. We never had the money to buy anything like that at all. So here she is, front side of every single paper. She holds all the aces. She's ready for anything. She's also been given the support of the Queen. I mean, seriously, it's a modern happy story. And she says, I'm ready for anything. And I'm sure that, I mean, holding this mug, all the people on it, from Margaret Court, to Billie Jean King. I remember Billie Jean King. Honestly, she's still around, isn't she? I remember seeing her on a television programme in America with Dame Edna Everage. Both of them were guests on the programme. I'm not sure, actually, if she'd ever seen Dame Edna Everage before. But what is next for this young rising star, who up until a few weeks ago was still doing her A-levels? But now she's going to be terribly rich and terribly successful, which is fantastic. So congratulations to her. Thank you to you for your company. We'll do it again tomorrow morning. I think we'll do it again tomorrow morning because we're going to have the heat wave back again. What we're going to do, so they tell me, is get a couple of days of rain And mind you, we've had that before. We never got anything, did we? A little bit of a dribble here, and that's not very exciting, is it? So today, light cloud, gentle breeze, 20 degrees. Tomorrow, 20 degrees, rain. Wednesday, over cloudy. Over cloudy? It's my new word of the day. Overcast, 21 degrees. 22 on Thursday, 22 on Friday, which is sunshine, and then 21, 20, 19, and so it goes on. So today, light cloud and a gentle breeze. You enjoy yourselves. You enjoy yourselves. And you'll have a lovely, lovely time. I hope so. We get the rain, we get all the usual things, and I do have an extra podcast, a little bit extra podcast today. They say she could be made a dame. These things are handed out a bit like dolly mixture. I'm sure she doesn't want that. Brittany's finally got engaged. Now she's rid of that ghastly father. And there's another heat wave on the way. Roll on Christmas. Snow showers, please.